Chapter 454. Chapter 454, Banished to the Frontier. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Liao totally didn't expect that the guild leader would actually sacrifice him. Although he knew that the leader was an extremely treacherous person, he always felt that he would be the exception. Instead, his life unexpectedly ended in this manner. He was burnt to ashes by the fiery Qilin with a face full of rancor and unwillingness. If a powerhouse at the level of a peak divine realm wanted to run, even several people who were at the same level would be unable to obstruct him. However, Xiao had long made preparations for this situation occurring. Old Eagle rapidly retreated backwards upon feeling that there was something strange happening ahead. Xiao's figure emerged from a distorted space and he condescendingly enjoyed Old Eagle's expression with delight on his face. This was exactly like the expression he had when he watched XiaoMo in the past. "Let's see where you can run to." Old Eagle's expression was frightfully gloomy. He considered himself as a person unexcelled in the world. Now, he was actually pressured to such a plight by an up-and-coming youngster. If someone had told him this before today, he would definitely have killed that person. The strength of this man was outrageous. They were obviously both peak-level powerhouses, yet he had no power to resist him at all. Are all the people from the Qilin clan seriously so indomitable? However, the dignity of being a powerhouse did not allow him to submit to this man. He was already used to being set on a pedestal and got used to other people submitting to him, so it was impossible for him to beg for mercy. "What do we do now, little brother?" One-eyed Scarface had gotten back on his feet. However, his current battle strength was only less than 10% as his injuries were too serious. He, too, had never thought that this matter would develop to such a point. Old Eagle sneered and a hint of maliciousness flashed through his eyes. "What to do? Elder brother, I, your little brother, have protected you for so many years. You should also repay me a little now. Rest assured, your little brother will definitely take revenge for you after you die. You can just go in peace." Just as he finished speaking, Old Eagle hit One-Eyed Scarface's back with a palm. A violent gale instantly sent him over to Xiao. It was impossible for One-Eyed Scarface to beat Xiao, even if he was in peak condition. Thus, Old Eagle was clearly sending him to his death now that he was injured, all to obstruct Xiao for a few seconds so that he himself could escape. Old Eagle's method had already chilled the hearts of many people. To think that he was so vicious and merciless to the extent of even being able to sacrifice his elder brother. This type of person was definitely an extremely dangerous existence. Truth to be told, Xiao had already included this situation in his calculations. But one point was beyond his expectations. That was One-Eyed Scarface's reaction. After being pushed out by his little brother and sent to die, One-Eyed Scarface, who should have felt angry and shocked, was instead not so. Perhaps, it was because he had already aware of this in his heart. If his little brother escaped, he could still take revenge for him. Thus, he yelled as he threw himself at Xiao with an "I will take you down together with me" expression while borrowing the momentum from his brother's palm attack. Experts could control their internal soul power to induce self-detonation. The destruction caused by this was much stronger than one caused by ordinary attack methods. In any case, he was about to die soon. However, he did not have such a chance. Xiao shot out a flame before he could self-detonate. The flame swiftly invaded One-Eyed Scarface's body and directly burnt the meridians in his body. The whole process only delayed him for 2 seconds. However, Old Eagle was able to use this opportunity to flee. Xiao had missed a golden opportunity. After taking some circumstances into account, he still did not chase after him in the end. This big battle ended with Old Eagle being defeated and rapidly fleeing away. The Eagle group would probably disband henceforth, because Old Eagle would obviously not dare to appear in front of Xiao as long as he was in Central City for even one day. The people who had previously ran away to take refuge came running back one after another. The things that happened today were too shocking. Until now, they were unable to digest the fact that Old Eagle had lost. Since they ran too far, they had not heard what Old Eagle had said and did not know that Ling Xiao was the person who defeated Yuan Tai. Otherwise, the news that Ling Xiao had consecutively defeated 2 people on the list of the 10 gods would definitely cause a sensation. In this case, he may even be able to aim for the number 1 spot on the 10 gods ranking with his strength. The group headed back to the Xuanyu Hotel. They were treated as exhibits on the way back. People were constantly running over for the sake of seeing Ling Xiao's genuine appearance with their own eyes. The crowd of people were isolated outside when they returned to the Xuanyu Inn. This situation was comparable to fans chasing their stars. XiaoMo supported Xiao back to his room. That female snake was not inside anymore, but that particular smell actually remained inside the room. It was impossible for him to stay in the room no matter how thick his face was. XiaoMo threw Xiao inside the room and gave him several magic pills for treatment again. Then he gave Xiao a look of disgust and went to Xiao's room next door. It was impossible to squeeze into a single room considering that there were too many people in the beginning. Therefore, XiaoMo requested for 4 rooms. Paiqiu and the metal-swallowing beast were in one room and the rest all had their own rooms. It was fortunate that he had a lot of spirit gems. Otherwise it would have really been a huge expense. The others were already there when XiaoMo went over. The atmosphere which had originally been celebratory was instead filled with a depressed air. Xiao, Maoqiu, Paiqiu, and the metal-swallowing beast were akin to children who had done wrong. They stood with straight backs in an orderly manner before Ling Xiao, and did not even dare to breathe loudly. The responsibility for this matter lay with Paiqiu and the metal-swallowing beast in the first place. They went out to play and actually brought back a member of Eagle Group which had a peak Divine Realm expert overseeing them. If not for Ling Xiao, who happened to have just returned, the consequences would be too horrible to contemplate. Although the incident of One-Eyed Scarface picking a quarrel happened first, the two still could not avoid this responsibility. As for Xiao and Maoqiu, they did not even have the strength to protect their master despite being master's contracted beast and even needed their master to protect them instead. Using Ling Xiao's words, "You guys still have the face to be a demon beast?" Xiao would definitely rejoice if he had seen this scene. Thus, it was now time for their banishment. "You guys speak. How should you be punished?" Ling Xiao drank a mouthful of tea as he gave them the initiative. The metal-swallowing beast jumped out and made a few turns at Ling Xiao's feet. All kinds of animal calls came from his mouth from time to time, sounding like he was trying to fawn Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao lifted his leg, kicked him out and calmly stated, "Your contribution is not enough to make up for your mistake." The metal-swallowing beast licked its underarms and was somewhat distressed as it sat in a shadowed corner. XiaoMo immediately remembered that piece of tattered clothing upon seeing him. Taking advantage of the time that Ling Xiao was schooling the beasts, he walked to the front of the metal-swallowing beast and squatted down. Pinching its ears, he cajoled, "Little metal, tell me. Why were the clothes you transformed in all tattered even though I chanted the 3 sentences without any mistakes?" The ears of the metal-swallowing beast twitched. It turned around and used its butt to face XiaoMo. XiaoMo understood it as, "I don't want to tell you," and simply grabbed his tail and lifted him up, "Say it. Otherwise, I'll tell Ling Xiao." The metal-swallowing beast widened its eyes. The threat was a success, GGG. Because I'm not strong enough and I don't know how to control it, so it was all tattered. XiaoMo, do you have any way to speak human? The metal-swallowing beast grinned, "Gaga. I can't." XiaoMo. Could this be considered as a human language? It was clearly the calls of a crow. Don't think that he would be easy to bully just because he did not belong to the Crow clan. He finally gave up on communicating with the beast. The language barrier was really an issue. XiaoMo returned to Ling Xiao's side. Xiao and the two had been schooled till their faces were all bloody. Even the insufferably arrogant Xiao also showed off a dejected expression. It seems that his psychological shock was also very great this time. XiaoMo remembered the items that he had prepared. He immediately took out 6 bottles of magic pills from his dimension and placed them on the table. These had been prepared before he went into secluded cultivation. The names of the 6 were pasted on the exterior of the bottles. The bottles were larger than usual and there were magic pills of different levels inside. They were high-grade magic pills worth their weight in gold for the purpose of raising one's cultivation base and consolidating one's foundations. These magic pills are for you guys. I've formulated them based on your current cultivation base. But don't eat all of them in one go. These are all high-grade magic pills and the effects of their medicinal properties are much stronger than mid-grade magic pills. Before he could even finish speaking, the metal-swallowing beast who was being depressed in a corner jumped onto the table with the speed of a marten. He grabbed the bottle with his name in his mouth and ran off. Other than Xiao and Xiao, all 4 had received their share and their eyes were shining brightly. This was not the first time they had received pills that their master had refined. In the past, their master would occasionally give them a few pills to reward them when everyone was in the dimension. However, the levels of those pills were low at that time and did not have a very obvious effect on their cultivation. It was different now. Master was already a level 10 mage and had become a hot property. Xiao, bring this bottle over to Xiao. XiaoMo picked up the bottle with Xiao's name and threw it to Xiao. Actually, he had also prepared Lanqiu's share but he was not here now. He did not have a bottle for the chick as the Demon Phoenix clan definitely had no shortage of magic pills. Xiao had not replied before a fluffy white dango suddenly jumped out from XiaoMo's bosom. After it bounced onto the table, it picked up the last bottle with its mouth and returned back where it came from. It was His Excellency Xiao. You can all scram now since you've all gotten the items. Ling Xiao commanded. The 5 ran out of the room in an instant, including the room's owner, Xiao. XiaoMo raised his head and asked, "Where are you going to send them to?" Other than the metal-swallowing beast, he had arranged for Xiao and the 3 to leave. To the organization of my father's trusted aide for experience. With that, Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes at him. Don't think of diverting the topic. Take out that thing. XiaoMo smiled. What thing? Ling Xiao also smiled. It was a smile that harbored malicious intentions. Then he suddenly lowered his head and bit XiaoMo's mouth. XiaoMo let out a shout of pain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 455. Chapter 455, Ripoff. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. For a full day and night, Ling Xiao, who had been forced into abstinence for over a month, made sure XiaoMo wasn't able to get off the bed. His legs were still shaking the day after, and a certain someone refused to let him use spiritual water to relieve his exhaustion. After handing over the high-leveled magic pills he had refined before, XiaoMo felt a deep-seated sorrow. He felt like he had been tricked because of his generosity. Like a masochist, he had paid the other after being tormented. Was he an idiot? However, Ling Xiao was set on sending away Xiao, Paiqiu, and Maoqiu. As for the metal-swallowing beast and Xiao, the situation concerning the metal-swallowing beast was special, so he could only stay by XiaoMo. Xiao had to keep XiaoMo's appearance hidden and therefore couldn't leave either. The following day, XiaoMo didn't see them. Even Xiao had been chased off by Ling Xiao after most of his injuries healed. Xiao was pretty strong, but with the speed at which XiaoMo was improving it, he was very likely to get left behind soon, so he didn't have any complaints, because no one was willing to have Ling Xiao point at them and say, "You have the face to be a demon beast?" Demon beasts had their pride. After that, Wu Chang came to visit him. This kid seemed to be dead set on making friends with him and the 2 elders didn't have any objections, though it might have been because of Ling Xiao, but he spoke as bluntly as ever. XiaoMo didn't like people who concealed their intentions when speaking. Like Ling Xiao said, he wasn't all that intelligent, so he couldn't beat others with brains, so he felt more at ease interacting with people who were straightforward, and he might even gain a sense of superiority if the other was even more stupid than he was. He really wanted to say something to that, superiority my ass. There was a month until the next challenges, so XiaoMo didn't need to rush to get back to the Xiao institution. Plus, he still had to wait for Xiao to contact him. The Tsang Alliance definitely must have gotten wind of the battle with Old Eagle 2 days ago. XiaoMo didn't know that not only had the Tsang Alliance gotten wind of it, they had even recorded Ling Xiao and Old Eagle's battle into jade drives and were selling them for money. As for his and One-Eyed Scarface's battle, it had been completely outshone by Ling Xiao and Old Eagle. Now, many people were all talking about one topic. Yuan Tai and Old Eagle had both been kicked out of the 10 gods by Ling Xiao. Now, one of the open positions had been taken by Ling Xiao, but there was another position. If there was no newcomer to fill in the position, then they could only choose one out of the two. This was troublesome for the Tsang Alliance as well, because the two were approximately equal in strength. No one would have expected that, not long later, there really would be a newcomer who would kick both veterans out of the 10 gods. Afterwards, XiaoMo had spent 3 more days in the Xuanyu Hotel. He wasn't idle. The high-level pills he had refined before had all been eaten by Ling Xiao. This guy's appetite seemed to have grown from before. He remembered that Duan Qitian had given him a high-level pill as a gift back when they first met. Back then, when Ling Xiao ate it, he seemed to need some time to digest it. Now, he ate level 10 pills like they were candy. Just how much had his cultivation level risen? XiaoMo found out that Xiao Wuxing and company had come looking for him these few days. He had been refining pills then and was extremely focused, so he didn't notice their arrival. They came and sat around for a while before Ling Xiao sent them away. On a clear, cloudless day, the person Xiong Xiao had sent finally arrived, a young man who seemed around 27 or 28 called Yubu. Yubu was Xiong Xiao's shitty, ranked 31. Though he was ranked rather far back and wasn't the most talented, the Tsang Alliance's alliance head would never take in an ordinary disciple. That Xiong Xiao had sent his shitty personally as a messenger was enough to prove that he was taking this seriously. Yubu took out a jade drive and handed it over. Brother Xiong wanted me to deliver this jade drive to you too. The information you're looking for is all on here. It was Ling Xiao who took the jade drive. He glanced at it casually and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. The jade drive had no seals on it, meaning that anyone could easily see what was inside. Yubu seemed to see through his suspicions and explained, "Please, be at ease. The lack of seals is merely a sign of trust between us brothers, but I can promise that after the jade drive came to my hands, no one has seen what's inside, including me." "Seems like you have quite a good relationship with your Shi Xiang," XiaoMo commented, a little enviously. Yubu smiled. "Oh yeah, Brother Xiong also asked me to give you something. He said you might need it." He took out a blue jade talisman as he spoke. "What's this?" XiaoMo asked curiously. Yubu said, "It's a dimensional talisman." Reminder note, dimensional talisman is the one that Yuan Nan, the guy from Yuplan, crushed when he kidnapped Feng Qiyun, chap 373. XiaoMo looked to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao said, "Only sacred-level practitioners can create dimensional talismans. They're categorized into 3 levels, and can allow a person to travel across large distances easily. For example, using the dimensional teleportation portal to go to the southern continent from Central City needs over a month, but it takes less than a day when using the dimensional talisman." XiaoMo's eyes lit up at once, and all that was left in his head was the words "less than a day," but Ling Xiao didn't lose his cool like him and instead asked, "Xiong Xiao isn't giving this to us for free, is he?" Yubu smiled. "That's right. He's not giving you this for free. The Tsang Alliance doesn't make an profitable business, but seeing that you two are regulars, I can give you a discount." XiaoMo truly, deeply felt that the Tsang Alliance had turned a profiteering into an art. Even when delivering a message, they had to take the chance to make a sale. They really never let a chance to profit go. However, the dimensional talismans really were rather valuable and most people wouldn't use spirit gems to measure their value. Last time he had agreed on giving Xiao 20 ice statues as payment. Minus the 10 he still owed Xiao, he had 9 left. XiaoMo decided to just give Yubu all of it and obtain 2 low-level dimensional talismans in exchange. Yubu had heard brother Xiong tell him about this, but he hadn't thought he would have so many. Spiritual water with a purity of almost 100% was rare, it was worth 2 low-level dimensional talismans. After their transactions, Yubu took out a gold-gilded black card and gave it to them. XiaoMo accepted it and found that it was an invite. Yubu explained, "It'll be our Xiao Shidi's birthday celebration in a few days. This is an invite from the Tsang Alliance, and we welcome you two to attend." XiaoMo, thinking that it was on the way, anyways, agreed to attend. After sending off Yubu, they didn't check the contents of the jade drive immediately, but instead packed up to return to the Xiao institution. It had been 5 or 6 days, and Yushirma's name was even more well known. After all, that battle had occurred not far from Xiao institution, so everyone had gotten wind of the event pretty soon. There was also Ling Xiao. It was only now that everyone knew that the man that was usually with XiaoMo was a peak divine level powerhouse. He was at the peak of existence in the Tongtian continent. According to Yan Hui, the one with the most intense reaction to this had been in Xiao. There was bad blood between Xiao and XiaoMo, everyone knew that. He had ran back to the Mage Guild the day before they returned to Xiao Academy, probably afraid that XiaoMo would come after him. After returning to Xiao Institution, the first thing that XiaoMo did was to apply to remove his name from the challenges. He wasn't sure how long they'd be in the southern continent, so to avoid any accidents, he decided to be direct. However, they met some obstacles. "What did you say? We have to pay a point?" "Yes," the male manager said calmly. XiaoMo felt that he had been tricked. "Last time when I asked another person, she didn't say it cost a point." The male manager said, "Just because it wasn't said doesn't mean it doesn't exist." XiaoMo almost coughed out blood. What a ripoff, . Since the challenges only occurred once every 3 months, points were very valuable to most people, otherwise, you'll have to wait 3 months if you spend it all. That meant 3 months would be wasted, so unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would be willing to use up points. XiaoMo wasn't willing either. He only had 2 points left, and he still wanted to go to the Beast Transfiguration Room again, as well as the Meditation Room. If he spent it here, then he wouldn't be able to do anything he wanted after coming back. "If I don't remove my name and someone challenges me but I don't attend or challenge anyone else, what will happen?" "It counts as a loss. If you lose, then you'll be moved to a lower level." "Just like that?" "Yup." XiaoMo smiled. Wasn't it just being moved down 3 floors? He could just gain that back next time. This was much better than spending 1 point to remove his name, so he decided to not remove his name. Just as he was preparing to bid the male manager goodbye, the other suddenly threw out a sentence that caused him to freeze. "However, you have to use at least one of your 3 challenges, otherwise you break the rules, resulting in 1 point being deducted." XiaoMo. "Can you tell me earlier next time?" "Of course." Unfortunately, there wasn't a next time. 5 minutes later, XiaoMo walked out of the registration area with his 1-point tally in a fury. What a damn ripoff, not giving a single way out. He had thought he was smart enough to find a loophole, yet when he turned, another person was there to rip him off. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 456. Chapter 456, Naturally Talented. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Once XiaoMo returned to Xiao Institution, he received the condolence and concerns of Xiao Wuxing and the others. However, everyone was careful as to not mention the fact that Tian Xian liked him. Especially after knowing of Ling Zhao's strength, Tian Xian, as if a mouse saw a cat, started to avoid XiaoMo. If we were to talk about who was the least surprised, it would probably be Qiao Wuxing, Zhou Yi, and the others, since they had already known about the update on the 10 gods list. Once he sent everyone off, Ling Xiao took out that jade drive again. XiaoMo quickly closed the door. Regardless of what was Xiong Zhao's mentality, maybe because he thought they knew nothing of the Vermilion blood clan, he included those of the main family as well as the two side family members too. The current head of the Vermilion blood clan had 4 sons, all of which were filled with ambition towards the seat as the head. Under each of them was one royal god of war, and each god of war had many teams beneath them. The one called Yu Nan, who snatched Feng Qiyun away, was actually called Yu Tian Nan. He was the underling of the third son. Following this clue of Yu Tian Nan, Xiong Xiao found the third son of the Vermilion blood clan. However, Feng Qiyun was not with him. The other 3 sons also knew of Yu Tian Nan's actions, thus believing that Feng Qiyun was the only clue to successfully find XiaoMo. They all wanted him in their hands and thus fought over it. Later, when the old head found out, he took him away. However, Xiong Xiao was able to find out that Feng Qiyun was not locked up in the main family's dungeon, since once one was locked up there was almost no chance of getting out. The old head didn't imprison Feng Qiyun's activity, however he was only allowed to move around in the main house. Thinking that they may not know where the main family was, Xiong Xiao also gave them a map. Xiong Xiao also mentioned in the Jade Drive that in a few days the Vermilion blood clan would send someone over to celebrate his Xiao Shidi's birthday. As for who, he didn't know, but their status couldn't be too low. It was well known that Xiong Zhao's Shifu dotted heavily on their Xiao Shidi, and for being one of the superpowers of the southern continent, no matter how egocentric the Vermilion clan was, they had to give his Shifu some face. Therefore, if the one attending wasn't the old head, then it would be one of his sons. What level was the old head as a practitioner? XiaoMo asked. The Vermilion blood clan really proved to be a huge family that had lineage lasting since the ancient times for having such a rich foundation. To break into the main family and save Feng Qiyun was not going to be easy. Ling Xiao started to recall as he was reading the content of the Jade Drive. Supposedly he is at the same level as the Tsang Alliance's leader. You tell me how strong he is. The Tsang Alliance's leader was a sacred level practitioner who had gained his reputation ages ago. If the old head was at the same level as him, then he must be at the top of practitioners in the Tongtian continent. If they wanted to rescue Feng Qiyun from him, by the current state of things, the chances were close to none. XiaoMo started pacing around perturbed. With your level right now, you are probably not a match for the old head, right? If that's the case, we can't do it by force, but then how are we going to rescue Feng Qiyun? Our only option now is to depend on our luck. Ling Xiao said. Luck? Ling Xiao passed the Jade Drive that he finished reading to him and said, Xiong Xiao said in the drive that the old head may personally go and attend the celebration. If he was to leave the main house, then we could sneak in and find Feng Qiyun. After XiaoMo thought of something, his mouth twitched. Something as unreliable as luck. If the one who attend is his son, then won't we waste time by waiting? Ling Xiao stood up and patted him on the shoulder. You have to believe the halo on top of your head. XiaoMo. Don't say stuff like this constantly. It gives me the false impression that you are more like a modern person than me. What he didn't know was that the halo Ling Xiao was talking about was the luck that everyone had. The more prosperous the luck, the better chance you have of everything going according to plan. XiaoMo's luck was the strongest out of everyone Ling Xiao has seen. It was simply that he didn't describe it as luck but rather halo that made XiaoMo confused. Ah, right, how high is your level right now? As XiaoMo remembered it, Ling Xiao had said that he was at the pinnacle of the divine level. However, since then it had been a few months. Unless he had broken through the barrier between the divine and sacred level, he wouldn't be comfortable with this southern continent road trip. Because no matter how strong someone was, they couldn't beat a group. About this, Ling Xiao laid on the bed and replied in a lazy tone. XiaoMo climbed up the bed and asked with sparkling eyes, What? Ling Xiao lowered his eyelids, and from XiaoMo's perspective, his eyes looked very deep, as if it was a vortex. XiaoMo stared at his eyes, and from it shined something akin to a smile, but what came out of his mouth was maddening. "If you straddle me, I'll tell you." XiaoMo calmly stared at him for a while. His gaze shifted from his face down to his flat stomach, and with one swift motion he sat on it with his butt, forcefully. Ling Xiao let out a small grunting noise, and just as XiaoMo was feeling pleased with himself, he was suddenly pulled on by the collar. Their lips smacked against each other. It was so painful that XiaoMo felt tears coming and a taste of blood in his mouth. Just as he was about to complain, Ling Xiao pressed the back of his head in and firmly, but also tightly, covered his mouth. The iron taste of blood spread across their mouths, mixing like blood and water. T/N, blood and milk mixed well together, is a pun to the Qingyu water and milk mixed well together, because Momo was tasting blood in his mouth XD. The Qingyu means, in complete harmony. Ling Xiao's other hand was touching all of his sensitive spots on his waist. Instantly the once stiff posture relaxed, and all of his weight fell onto Ling Xiao. Feeling that his hand was about to touch somewhere it wasn't supposed to, XiaoMo quickly grabbed the hand that was toying with him. In an embarrassment-turned-anger voice said, "Are you going to tell me or not?" Ling Xiao, with a twist of his hand, very maliciously, grabbed his little bird through his clothes. It was soft and squishy. With one squeeze it slowly began to harden, and he could feel its temperature slowly awakening too. XiaoMo's face became as red as a monkey's butt. "Take off your pants. If you let me do it once I'll tell you," Ling Xiao said with a devilish laugh. XiaoMo had already discovered that his thing was already awakened and it was pressing against his butt. That firmness and temperature wasn't any less than his own. What do you do when the arrow was already on the bowstring? You release it. Ling Xiao laid down on the bottom, unwilling to move, and thus XiaoMo had to do it himself. He slowly took off his pants, and with his upper body neatly intact, the thing between his legs were covered by the shirt, only revealing the two pale white thighs and a round butt. Visually it was very alluring and forbidden. Straddling as a position was slightly embarrassing, especially when the guy below kept looking at him with a straightforward and bare gaze at his lower parts. XiaoMo pulled down Ling Xiao's pants, and the high-spirited massive thing quickly jumped out, almost hitting his face, scaring him a little. After rubbing it a few times, when it couldn't be any harder, he moved one leg across him and aimed to sit straight down. Suddenly Ling Xiao held his butt. Aren't you going to lube up?" "Don't worry, I'm naturally talented." Although it wasn't the first time that Ling Xiao choked on his words, this time was definitely the worst. Probably because his face, after being so thin for so long, just became thick. Reminder note, reread chapter 430 cough, degree. Suck on your word, LX. When it first entered, it truly did hurt slightly. There was no lubrication or foreplay, thus the place was dry and unsmooth. But maybe it was like he said, he was naturally talented, because he quickly started feeling it too. After they finished their thrusting exercise, XiaoMo laid on top of Ling Xiao panting heavily. It was the first time he realized that being the initiator would be so hard. He had no ounce of strength left in his body, and his sticky lower body was still connected to Ling Xiao's. "Now you're happy, right?" XiaoMo's soft and fluffy voice rose. With a feeling of fulfillment, Ling Xiao relaxed his eyes and said, "If we do it a few more times I would be even more satisfied." XiaoMo, then you don't need to be satisfied. Ling Xiao's chest started shaking from laughter. XiaoMo flipped his body over, getting himself off of Ling Xiao, and with it the big ding-dong that was inside of him slid out too. Laying on his side, he ignored him. Ling Xiao turned to the side to look at him. "My current level is at Sacred 1 star, and the reason that I didn't level up in the central city was because the transition between the two stages will cause a huge commotion. My current level needs to be a secret from others, so I had to be careful." XiaoMo lifted his head. Although he didn't know why some people couldn't know, it likely had to do with the time 10,000 years ago, before he left the Tongtian continent. There is a huge chasm between the sacred and divine level, thus even if we were to be found out by the Vermilion Blood Clan, we could escape. However, our identity must not be discovered. The old head of the Vermilion clan should be a high star-leveled sacred practitioner, and thus if we don't want to live a life of exile, then we must disguise ourselves, especially you. Ling Xiao said. What about me? Ling Xiao continued, although Cat Xiao's disguise is still one of a kind, but with his current level it's still not enough. Once he needs a sacred-leveled practitioner, it would instantly be seen through. Then what are we going to do? Ling Xiao said thoughtfully, one is to raise the level of Cat Xiao, however, with the current situation that may be impossible. Then the only option left is to learn a beast transfiguration technique from the beast transfiguration room that can turn Cat Xiao into something like a human skin mask. That way, even if he knew there was a disguise, he wouldn't know your true face. With that, XiaoMo immediately got up and pulled up his pants and got off the bed. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go to the beast transfiguration room now. Just as Ling Xiao was about to stop him, he jolted out of the room. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 457. Chapter 457, Prank. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The human skin mask type of beast transfiguration technique was a mid-level beast transfiguration technique. It was on the 60th floor of the beast transfiguration room, but to find the one he wanted among the numerous beast transfiguration techniques available was no easy feat. However, he didn't have time to waste. Seeing people running over here in the middle of the night, the guard who was guarding the beast transfiguration room couldn't help but do a double take. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was XiaoMo, who was the subject of people's conversations these few days. The guard then involuntarily looked behind XiaoMo. Not finding Ling Xiao there, he promptly retracted his gaze without a trace. After paying 1 point, XiaoMo rushed into the beast transfiguration room. Although it was already late into the night, there was still quite a lot of people in the beast transfiguration room. Following his arrival, only 1 or 2 people who hadn't gone into meditation spared him a glance. XiaoMo casually let his eyes sweep over the room's interior. In the night, the stone wall of the beast transfiguration room gave off a light grayish glow that couldn't be seen during the day. After finding a relatively empty spot, XiaoMo started to meditate. The stone wall were like the ocean, and trying to find the droplet of water he wanted was like finding a needle in a haystack. That's why at this moment it all depended on his luck and perseverance. He only had 1 day's time. The soul power that emanated from XiaoMo spread out like a huge piece of gauze, covering the vast ocean that was the stone wall in a frenzy. It sifted out beast transfiguration techniques continuously at a high frequency, and despite it being a crude method, it was the most effective. Although he couldn't examine the other beast transfiguration techniques in detail, at the moment XiaoMo just took in whatever seemed good to him. However, since his actions were overly large-scale, inconveniencing others was inevitable. After all, the stone wall was just one whole body, and others' soul power were also in there. Unable to focus, some could only withdraw their soul power and look at XiaoMo in displeasure. They might be upset, but they didn't dare to say anything. Anyone who wasn't blind enough could tell that XiaoMo's power level was way above theirs. The good thing was, this action of XiaoMo's didn't last for long. Not long after, he consecutively found a few beast transfiguration techniques that were not bad. The mask-type beast transfiguration techniques were something that many people used when they were outside. Some people didn't want others to see their own faces, some needed a disguise to flee for their lives. As a result, this type of beast transfiguration technique was relatively more abundant. XiaoMo discarded a few and eventually kept one technique that had a moderately high level of difficulty. As he was pressed for time, he started to cultivate on the spot. In the silent beast transfiguration room, his mumbling couldn't be unheard no matter what. Everyone present looked towards him in shock once again. He was actually cultivating in the beast transfiguration room? One must know that the time spent in here was very precious. Basically, no one would do what he was doing here. They all just thought him stupid and shook their heads, not bothering to pay him any more attention. What they didn't know was that not only was XiaoMo cultivating, he still had another part of his mind with him. This was the advantage of multitasking. Outside the beast transfiguration room, the sky had turned from light to dusk, and then dusk seeped into the night. Numerous batches of people had already entered and left the beast transfiguration room, but there weren't many who went there in the middle of the night like XiaoMo. When the night had finally set in, only he was teleported out. With a spring in his step, he ran to find Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was already asleep on the bed in his room, and he suddenly remembered that he had left Ling Xiao all alone for a whole day just to learn beast transfiguration techniques. XiaoMo carefully crept over to Ling Xiao and observed his face. Although it was handsome, it was a pity as it was fake. He hadn't seen Ling Xiao's real face in a long time, and he suddenly missed it a little bit. XiaoMo definitely wouldn't admit that he had a thing for pretty faces. Just as he was dazing out, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes. A pair of pitch-black eyes as dark as the night sky met his own, the sudden exchange scaring him to the point of almost falling off the bed. Embarrassed, XiaoMo greeted him. "I'm back." Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes but didn't speak. Ling Xiao's silence suddenly made XiaoMo uncomfortable all over. He crawled his way to the inner side of the bed and said, "I have already found a suitable beast transfiguration technique, and I learnt it in there along the way. I'll show you now." Xiao's illusions were completely different from beast transfiguration techniques. Xiao's illusions could only trick other people's eyes, but the beast transfiguration technique allowed a demon beast to transform into a substantial thing, such as what XiaoMo was going to do next. As Xiao's illusions were lifted, he himself turned into an extremely thin white mask. He became like a facial mask without the eyes, nose and mouth. As long as this mask was placed on the face, it could transform into any face the person wished. Even the skin color would change with the face. As a prank, XiaoMo mischievously transformed his face to become Ling Xiao's face. Looking at the familiar face, the corner of Ling Xiao's lips slowly curled upwards. "Is it fun?" XiaoMo snickered. He wondered if Ling Xiao could kiss him when looking at his own face. The thought just flashed across his mind before the back of his head was forcefully pressed, narrowing the distance between them to 0. His nimble tongue slipped into his mouth and swept over every nook and cranny domineeringly, giving him a suffocating feeling. Was he trying to tell him that no matter what he'd become, he would kiss him without hesitation? Then what about an old man's face? His rational mind was telling him he definitely shouldn't do that, or else he might experience death before he was even due. "My dearest little Momo, you can try that. I'm looking forward to it." Ling Xiao's detestably evil voice quickly progressed to sound like a twisted psychopath's to XiaoMo's ears. The level of danger had reached unprecedentedly high levels. XiaoMo suddenly felt that he was indeed courting his own death. Both of Ling Xiao's hands felt their way under his shirt and began their assault on him. "Since you're so in the mood right now, let's do something meaningful together tonight." XiaoMo instantly became like jelly. There were so many meaningful things to do in this world, it mustn't only be the shoving and thrusting exercise on the bed. Early next morning, Cheng Xiangrong came over to visit XiaoMo, but he was blocked at the door by Ling Xiao. Hearing that XiaoMo couldn't get up from bed, the naive Cheng Xiangrong thought he was sick and immediately became concerned. "Don't bother yourself over it. He's just too tired." Ling Xiao's body blocked half of the door. Cheng Xiangrong scratched his head. "Then, can I go in and see him?" "No." In the end, Yan Hui couldn't take it anymore and pulled him away. He knew Cheng Xiangrong must have been too honest and naive, and as a result, his brain just didn't get the message. XiaoMo clearly overexerted himself during their exercise, that's why he was tired. He must have a death wish if he was to go in now. When afternoon came, XiaoMo's body had recovered and returned to his usual lively self. After discussing with Ling Xiao, they decided to leave Central City that day. When they learned that they were leaving, even Tian Xian, who had been avoiding XiaoMo recently, showed up. He had only returned for a few days and he was leaving again. Xian thought XiaoMo was leaving because of her and she couldn't help thinking that her affections were reciprocated. XiaoMo didn't hide anything and told them directly that they were preparing to attend a birthday banquet. Could it be the birthday banquet of the Tsang Alliance leader's most beloved disciple? What a coincidence, my family teacher told me about it a few days ago and I'll be attending when the time comes. Oh yes, Zhou Yixing will most likely be there too, but we may arrive later. Xiao Wuxing said. XiaoMo raised his eyebrows in surprise. I want to go too. Xian immediately raised her voice of speak. She had never even heard of it. Xiao Wuxing shrugged as if it was no big deal. If master agrees to bring you along, then I have no problem with that, but... Xian gritted her teeth. Oh please, that was asking for the impossible. After exchanging a few words, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left. However, instead of immediately using the Dimension Talisman to leave Central City, they headed over to the trading districts as they had decided to buy more Dimension Talismans just in case. Ling Xiao might be a sacred level powerhouse, but he didn't have the materials to make the Dimension Talisman on hand. It wasn't easy to find the materials for the Dimension Talismans either, so they could only see if the trading districts had any to sell. The most famous part of Zhongtian was its trading districts. Large and small trading districts added up to more than a few hundred of them, and almost every trading district had a lot of popularity. As a result, the trading districts had become the first stop that many powerhouses go to in search of treasures when they come to Zhongtian. About half an hour later, the both of them stood at the beginning of a rather wide street and looked at the bustling crowds on the street. Along the street were vendors with their own stalls. They were practitioners or mages who were trying to get rid of what they didn't need by exchanging them for something they wanted. Following where the street led, they walked inside. There was an array of products, many of which XiaoMo hadn't seen before anywhere else, but they were too low grade and he didn't need them now. The most he did was spare them a look before moving on to the next stall. Before coming, XiaoMo had already inquired about the materials needed for the dimensional talisman. They needed something known as the black jade, which was completely black in color with tiny crystals glimmering from within it. It looked tough, but it was an extremely brittle type of jade. However, after they searched one round, they couldn't find a place that sold the dimensional talisman or the black jade. No wonder only sacred-level powerhouses could make them. Such precious items were not found in Zhongtian's trading districts. XiaoMo sighed disappointedly. Are you looking to buy the black jade used to make the dimensional talisman? An old voice drifted into his ears with a hint of caution and probing that was hardly detectable. XiaoMo turned his head and found an old, wrinkly-faced vendor. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 458. Chapter 458, The Samsara Tower. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The old stallkeeper looked very unremarkable, but XiaoMo had discovered that he was an Emperor Realm practitioner. He has a well-hidden aura of an expert surrounding his body, probably because he heard the conversation between him and Ling Xiao. Unless it was for the purpose of refining dimensional talismans, the average person would rarely buy black jades. The old stallkeeper was unable to confirm whether it was for their use or not, so his tone involuntarily carried a hint of cautiousness. Do you know where it's sold? XiaoMo hurriedly asked. The old stallkeeper fearfully eyed Ling Xiao and nodded, yes. It seemed like this is the first time you two are here. Central City has two large-scale trading areas. They are the Heaven District and the Earth District. If you want to buy black jade or dimensional talismans, there's an 80 to 90% chance that it will be sold in the two districts. Where are these two districts located? They are located on the north and south sides of Central City. Though the two trading areas are situated in completely opposite directions, they are very easy to find. You only need to go to the most crowded places and look around. You'll definitely be able to see it. Thank you very much. XiaoMo joyfully said, and then he turned to Ling Xiao. Let's go to the Heaven District to take a look. The Heaven District was closer to their current position. The old stallkeeper pensively looked at their departing figures. If he did not mistake it, that man beside the youngster should be the newest figure on the 10 gods ranking, Ling Mo. He was also there during Ling Mo's and Old Eagle's battle. Therefore, he had the fortune to see his genuine appearance. But why did they want to buy black jade? Could it be? The old stallkeeper was instantly astonished as an idea flashed through his mind. If it was really as what he had thought, there would probably be another pinnacle-level expert in the Tongtian continent. However, it was only a conjecture. They had also mentioned before that they wanted to buy a completed dimensional talisman. In addition, it was not that easy to break through that realm, otherwise, it was impossible for there to be so few scared realm experts in the Tongtian continent. Be that as it may, he could not speak of it even if it was exactly as what he had guessed. The old stallkeeper did not forget that when the two left, that man called Ling Mo suddenly looked at him. Though the meaning of that look was not clear, he did not want to provoke that kind of expert, leading to him losing his life as a result of a loose mouth. Thus, the old stallkeeper chose to selectively forget about this matter. The reason why Heaven District and the Earth District could become Central City's largest trading area was inseparably tied to the powers backing them. This was because the one behind the Heaven District was the Mage Guild and the one behind the Earth District was the Beast Transfiguration Guild. It was rumored that the earliest model of the Heaven District and Earth District was a predetermined place where the disciples of the two guilds conducted transactions. The background of the two guilds had always been deep, so it attracted many people and slowly developed into the current trading area as time passed. However, the old stallkeeper did not tell them of another thing. For convenience's sake, there was actually a common trading area besides the Heaven and Earth District. However, the trading area was restricted and outsiders were unable to casually enter it. It was impossible for them to be unable to find the black jade or spatial talisman in the Heaven District or Earth District, since that was what the two wanted. It took nearly an hour before the two finally reached the Heaven District. The Heaven District was originally a vast plaza. It later developed into a small-scale town composed of several long and wide trading streets. XiaoMo was afraid of attracting attention, thus he first inquired from others about where dimensional talismans were sold. Dimensional talismans were rare. They were rarely seen even in these types of large-scale trading areas like the Heaven District. As a result, they gathered information that there was only one place which sold it, the Samsara Tower. The Samsara Tower was the largest trading hub in the Heaven District. If someone did not know the value of an item and wanted to sell it, they could go to the Samsara Tower to conduct an assessment of the value and leave it with them to sell the item. The Samsara Tower would take a fee from the proceeds if the item was sold. The Samsara Tower would display the items that have been evaluated on an exhibition platform and post a reserve price of the item. If there was only one interested buyer, the item would hereby be obtained by that buyer. If there were many buyers, the item would be sold to the buyer who offered the highest price. This was a type of alternative auction, but it was well known in the Heaven District. It was said that the Earth District also had one because it made it easier to sell things. Therefore, those sellers who needed to urgently sell things would choose to go to the Samsara Tower. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao easily found the Samsara Tower without needing others to lead the way. The Samsara Tower was an extremely eye-catching place in the Heaven District. It was a gourd-shaped building with a large volume of customers. One was able to find it just by following the flow of people. It's really worthy of being called the largest trading point in the Heaven District. XiaoMo stood at the entrance and could easily see the situation inside the building. Though there was a large interior space, there were also a lot of people inside. There was practically a mass of people crowding around each exhibition platforms. Ling Xiao raised his head. There's a divine realm powerhouse overseeing things inside. Let's go in. The items displayed on the exhibition platforms did not only include magic pills, magic herbs, soul and skill training manuals, as well as many other strange and marvelous items were also displayed. XiaoMo could not name them even if he saw these items. However, these things were not ordinary articles, as the basic value of each good that the Samara Tower accepted would not be lower than 1 million spirit gems. XiaoMo roughly glanced at the items on the exhibition platforms. He saw many soul and skill training manuals that incessantly piqued his interest. Unfortunately, the prices were too high. XiaoMo did not go on any earning sprees for spirit gems, and since he gave a large portion of his spirit gems to Ling Xiao, his magic bags became ever more bashful. XiaoMo could not help but grumble at Ling Xiao when thinking of this. It's all because you took so many spirit gems. You really spent all of them. How in the world did you spend all of it? And I didn't even see you bring anything back. Don't you know that spirit gems are hard to earn? I did not spend them. Ling Xiao calmly rebutted. XiaoMo turned back and glared at him like a vicious tiger would. If you didn't spend it, where did all those spirit gems go? Are you suggesting that they can even disappear into thin air? Ling Xiao stated, they didn't disappear. They were taken by my father's trusted aide. What did you say? XiaoMo suddenly came to a stop and could not help but raise his voice. His voice was so loud that the people around him immediately frowned and looked over. Some were obviously displeased by it. XiaoMo promptly lowered his voice. What in the world is going on? Ling Xiao fell silent for a moment and then he explained, I've told you before that he built a force. But that force seemed to be particularly short of money and each and every one was living in dire straits. Afterwards, he found out that the magic bag I was carrying had quite a lot of spirit gems, so he took them away by force. That's robbery. XiaoMo righteously exclaimed. Ling Xiao nodded, agreeing, I also said that, but he said that the force was built for me, so I felt embarrassed to take it back. XiaoMo was shocked. You're also able to feel embarrassed? Ling Xiao gently smiled, don't say it like that, Actually, I am also a person who respects the old and cherishes the young. XiaoMo chuckled, yes you are. Maybe there's this possibility on the day that the sun rises from the west. Ling Xiao sighed and shook his head, I am not kidding. XiaoMo nodded, I'm also not kidding. The jocular banter ended with that. In any case, the spirit gems were already gone and they couldn't get it back no matter what. XiaoMo also did not want to bicker with him about this anymore, as the one who would suffer every time was always him. There were too many things on the exhibition platform and there were also many people crowding around it. Thus, XiaoMo simply found a person from the Samsara Tower and explained their purpose in coming. There were a total of 3 floors in the Samsara Tower. Every floor had a main person in charge. The first floor had a female person in charge. When she learned that they wanted to buy spatial talismans, she let an assistant bring them to the second floor. The dimensional talismans were rare and precious objects and their price naturally could not be compared to the prices of the items on the first level. So, they would generally be in the exhibition platforms on the second or third level. Low-level dimensional talismans were on the second floor, medium-level dimensional talismans were on the third floor and high-level dimensional talismans were not for sale as many places do not sell them. Firstly, the value was extremely high and most were more inclined to keep it for themselves to use. Secondly, only upper star sacred realm experts were able to refine dimensional talisman. Therefore it was obvious that it was impossible for high-level dimensional talismans to appear on the market. XiaoMo decided not to go to the third floor at this moment when thinking of his bashful magic bag. But he could not help but be dumbfounded when he saw the marked price for a low-level dimensional talisman was 10 million spirit gems. Now, he suddenly understood that the price that Jubu gave him was really low. Only a force with ample resources could afford to spend 10 million spirit gems, otherwise most people could only watch helplessly. Moreover, since the low-level dimensional talismans were so expensive, one could well imagine the price of a middle-level talisman. XiaoMo touched his magic bag with sorrow and grief. His capital was only a little over 10 million. He also had to consider that the ones who wanted to buy this dimensional talisman were not only him, but also the couple of people standing in front of the exhibition platform. It was most likely that the price would rise several folds. If it was like this, he would not be able to get it even if he put forward the properties of his whole family. It seemed like they could only change their objective and buy the black jade now. XiaoMo took a deep breath. It was really unbearable for there to be a prodigal spender by his side. Once he thought of this, he looked at Ling Xiao with added hidden bitterness. Ling Xiao touched his nose. Although the marked price is in spirit gems, but they may not only be accepting payment in spirit gems? XiaoMo was speechless with astonishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 459. Chapter 459, Bidding. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo, realizing that he had made a mistake, discreetly changed the topic. In the end, he found out from asking the one in charge of this floor that 10 million spirit gems was just the value of the dimensional talisman, and this was a value that many were unable to afford. That was why this place wasn't limited to transactions done in spirit gems. Trading different items wasn't uncommon. However, XiaoMo wasn't familiar with the pills and magic herbs here, so he didn't know how high of a price he had to offer in order to get them, so he could only ask the people working at Samsara Tower. There was an elder with an eye for quality on each floor of Samsara Tower. Everything would be handed to him to evaluate, and the prices were usually very fair. When Samsara Tower's employees took them to the elder was evaluating a magic herb for a young man. XiaoMo took a look over. He was rather knowledgeable about magic herbs. The herb the young man had was a level 10 high-grade magic herb, or so it seemed on the surface. Unfortunately, the roots had been damaged a little, which greatly impacted the quality of the magic herb. Its value would probably only be half of a high-grade magic herb. How is it? The young man asked nervously, looking at the magic herb in the elder's hand. The elder stroked his white beard and said, "The roots of this magic herb are damaged, so the quality is reduced to mid-grade. At most, 300,000 spirit gems. The other 5 high-grade magic herbs are worth 4 million spirit gems. Altogether, everything is worth a total of 6,100,000 spirit gems." The young man frowned. The value of mid-grade and high-grade differed by a full 500,000 spirit gems. That was way too much, but he was desperate for spirit gems, so he could only accept it. After the young man left, it was finally their turn. XiaoMo took out a jade vial from his bag. Inside, there were 2 level 9 pills and a level 10 pill, rolling around with a clatter. The elder's nonchalant look faded into one of seriousness upon seeing the pills. He opened the vial and carefully scented it, a look of amazement flashing through his eyes. They're all high-grade pills, and looking at the color, they seem to be of a very high quality. Could you evaluate them for me, please? The elder didn't reply immediately, but instead asked, "May I know if you're planning to auction or bid your pills in Samsara Tower?" XiaoMo replied, "Bid." The elder tipped the blue level 10 magic pill out, saying, "With this magic pill, you can go to the 3rd floor already. Its value is higher than anything here on the 2nd floor. If you use it to bid, it's a bit of a waste. The other 2 level 9 magic pills have a total value just second to the level 10 pill." XiaoMo slowly asked, "How many spirit gems could I get for the level 10 pill?" The elder froze for a moment, raising his head and looking at XiaoMo in shock. "You're going to sell it?" This was the first time he heard that someone was going to sell a level 10 high-grade pill for spirit gems. Usually, for such a valuable high-grade pill, it would be exchanged for an item of equal value, kept for personal use or auctioned off at a large-scale auction. Going to a shop to sell it directly couldn't possibly yield as much as those options. If one had to describe such an action, it would be the words, utterly stupid. With the elder looking at him as if he was stupid, the corner of XiaoMo's lips twitched as he said, "No, I was just curious." The elder placed the magic pill on the table and said, "This pill is worth, at the very least, 15 million spirit gems. If you really do plan to sell it, I suggest auctioning it off. The price will definitely multiply. As for the 2 level 9 pills, they are worth, in total, at least 14.5 million. You'll get a good profit auctioning that as well." "Thank you." XiaoMo took the vial back and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Could you tell me if there's any black jade for dimensional talismans being sold in the tower?" Dimensional talismans were too expensive. Just the fact that only sacred level elites could make them meant that they would only be expensive. If they always bought them with spirit gems and pills, then that would be too much of an expenditure. Better to make them themselves. The elder looked at him in suspicion. As he had said, black jade was the material needed to create dimensional talismans, but black jade wasn't necessarily used for creating dimensional talismans only. After all, if sacred level elites wanted to create dimensional talismans, then, with their identity, they didn't even need to come and buy black jade. They just had to ask and there would be countless numbers of people offering to gift them with black jade. The elder hadn't seen Ling Xiao before, so he didn't immediately connect the dots. Thus, even with his suspicions, he didn't say anything. "We definitely have black jade, but since it's very rare, it'll be expensive. How much do you have?" The elder illustrated the size with his hands, "About this much, 10 million spirit gems or so." The size was about as big as a basketball. It was quite the price for such a small piece, but he could afford it. Compared to using 10 million to buy one dimensional talisman, wasn't it more worth it to just buy black jade? Of course, he had never considered that because Ling Xiao had never created dimensional talismans before that he would have to do a few trial runs first, unless he was absurdly talented and could successfully create them 100% of the time. However, that was improbable because black jade was very fragile. In the end, XiaoMo exchanged a level 9 pill for the black jade. Though the elder had evaluated the base price to be just over 7 million, the market price was even higher. Just as he made to leave, Ling Xiao pulled him back. "What? Buy that dimensional talisman? Why?" Ling Xiao glanced at him. "You just showed a lot of interest in dimensional talismans, but now that you bought the black jade, you aren't buying any more dimensional talismans. Isn't this equal to telling everything that you're buying black jade to create dimensional talismans? And I can't promise that I'll definitely be able to create a dimensional talisman." "Why?" XiaoMo asked. Ling Xiao calmly said, "Creating dimensional talismans requires a lot of finesse with controlling spatial force. I haven't tried it yet, so I don't know if I can succeed or not." What he meant was that they had to spend 10 million spirit gems to buy a dimensional talisman. XiaoMo fell silent for a while, quietly getting out his money. In front of each item in the display case, there was a small box. After confirming what item you wanted to bid for, you could write your name and the price or items you were offering on a small white card and place it in the box. After the deadline, the people of Samsara Tower would take the cards out for comparison and pick the one with the highest value after evaluating them all. XiaoMo took a card and wrote down his name and that level 10 pill. The owner of the low-level dimensional talisman only had one requirement: he only took spirit gems and magic pills. XiaoMo, who had wanted to use magic herbs to bid for it, could only take out what few pills he had left. Magic pills were more valuable than magic herbs, so unless the other was a mage, most people would want spirit gems, magic pills, or soul and skill techniques. That was true. The news of the low-level teleportation talisman had been leaked 3 days ago. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had come at just the right time. Today was the last day. It wasn't long after they placed their card in the box that the deadline arrived. Those who had made an offer like XiaoMo all hurried over. Amongst them, there was one person who was fat to the point of oozing oil that caught the most attention. The kid wore expensive clothing and held a white fan in hand. Though he clearly wanted to show everyone how graceful and refined he was, his efforts didn't bear fruit and, in contrast, he seemed silly. However, he didn't seem to notice the stifled laughter coming from all around him. Raising his chin pridefully, his gaze stuck to the one in charge of the box. "Don't worry, young Master Zhang, this dimensional talisman is definitely yours." A few sycophants around the man attentively smiled at him in a clear attempt to suck up to him. The kid was very satisfied when hearing this, but he still asked very irritatingly, "How do you know the dimensional talisman will be mine?" The sycophant said, "It's obvious. All your rivals are dressed so poorly, how could they compare to you? You're the young Master Zhang of the XiaoMo Hotel, whose background is as wealthy as yours." The kid's smile widened to the point where his eyes disappeared, nodding repeatedly. Not bad, you have a good pair of eyes." The two weren't quiet with their conversation, clearly intending for others to hear. Though not that many people had wealthy backgrounds, this wasn't something that could be seen through their appearance, let alone measured through spirit gems. Some extremely wealthy people might not have spirit gems, but the magic herbs they had on them was worth cities. Any one of them might be over 10 million in value. However, after hearing XiaoMo Hotel, most people's ire faded. "Does the XiaoMo Hotel have many young masters?" XiaoMo asked curiously. "XiaoMo Hotel seems to have several directors, of which Wu Chang and this fat kid are both sons of. It's normal that they'd be arrogant." Ling Xiao wasn't very clear on it either. However, this fat kid didn't seem to be like Wu Chang. He was the stereotypical rich brat, only knowing how to enjoy himself, but not actually having any talent himself. All he had was a heap of bad habits, often oppressing others in Central City using his identity. This was one of the reasons why Wu Chang could help out at the casino, while this kid couldn't. This time, many people expressed interest in the dimensional talisman, not just the 6 that were present. The reason why only them 6 were left had to do with the fat kid. Many people had been threatened by him to leave. This had happened yesterday and the day before, so it didn't happen to XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 460. Chapter 460, Not a Pastime. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The one in charge took out the box and dimensional talisman. After that, they were led to a hidden stone-walled room to open the box. As they say, don't show off your riches, thus to prevent some customers from being noticed by those with malicious intent, the Samsara Tower would not open these items in public. The process was that the Samsara Tower would make an estimate of the worth of the items in spirit gems first, then they would select the one with the highest price. Of course, that number would not be announced publicly either. Once the group entered the hidden room, the elder who had examined XiaoMo's magic pills was already inside. This time, he was responsible for the estimation as well. The one in charge placed the talisman and the box onto the stone desk in front of the elder. The elder opened the box to take out 6 cards and especially picked out one to place on the side, then started to give his assessments for the remaining 5 cards. It didn't take long for the appraisal. The elder placed the cards in his hands down and took the one he had initially placed on the side. Then he said, "The final bidder of the dimensional talisman is Xiao. I can't accept it." It was at this point the fatso suddenly cried out. The elderly replied calmly, "What do you not accept?" The fat kid said, "The price I gave was close to 15 million spirit gems, how could this person be higher than mine?" Without a shift in his expression, the elder said, "He gave one high-grade level 10 magic pill. Not only that, its quality and condition was far beyond that of an ordinary level 10 magic pill. At such, the base price would be 15 million and the market price could be as high as 20. Why couldn't it be higher than you?" The fatso felt his face flushed red, but the elder in front of him was from the Samsara Tower, and behind the tower was the shadow of the Mage Guild. No matter how arrogant he could be, He didn't dare run wild here, however he was unwilling to let them take it just like that. He had to get the dimensional talisman since it was a present for his father. It was only with his father's protection that he had his status today, thus he needed to please him once in a while. Like a cornered beast, he desperately tried to find a fault with Elder. You have not seen his magic pill. How can you know that his magic pill is that good? Because that young master just let this elderly one assess his magic pill. Is this answer satisfactory, or are you saying that you doubt my reputation? The elder said with a serious expression. Elder Su, don't misunderstand, that wasn't what young Master Zhang meant. The sycophant quickly jumped out to explain, scared that he would get angry but also so that the young master had an excuse. Elder Su said nothing and instead gave the dimensional talisman to XiaoMo. This is yours. XiaoMo put the dimensional talisman away in his magic bag and politely excused himself as well as Ling Xiao out of the hidden room. Just as they were at the gate of the Samsara Tower, however, behind him appeared a cold shout. Stop! Turning around, it was the fatso carrying a body of fat meat with his sycophant following suit. The two stopped in front of them and the fatso took a quick glance at him and said with disdain, How many spirit gems do you want to hand over that dimensional talisman? XiaoMo's gaze paused for a second before replying with a smile, If you can give me 30 million spirit gems then I would hand it over. Instantly the fatso's expression changed. You dare mock me? XiaoMo smiled as he wiggled his finger. Wrong, I'm not mocking you, I'm toying with you. You're asking for it. Do you know who I am? The fatso was instantaneously angered to the point that his triple chin started to shake, along with an expression of you are so dead. Of course I know, aren't you young Master Zhang of the Xuanyu Hotel? A similar status to Wu Chang. XiaoMo calmly nodded. With them having a conversation that loudly before, it would be difficult to not know. You know Wu Chang? The fatso's anger dimmed a moment and his gaze contained a sliver of puzzlement. He hated Wu Chang since his father always compared him with him. I'm pretty familiar with him, XiaoMo said. Hearing this, the fatso's expression changed to one of up to no good and smiled sinisterly. I see, you're a friend of Wu Chang. I changed my mind, leave the dimensional talisman and offer me 10 million spirit gems. Since you know of my identity, it's better if you behave, otherwise I'll make it difficult for you to even live in the central city. XiaoMo sized him up and then looked around him. Other than the sycophant, there wasn't anyone else. Where did the fatso get this confidence that with an imperial 1-star level he could threaten them? It was the first time he encountered something like this. You learn something new every day. There is no dimensional talisman, there is no spirit gems, I just have my 2 fists. Do you want one or both? XiaoMo asked with a devious smile. With a livid roar the fatso shouted, Beat him for me. The sycophant didn't move. The fatso angrily turned around to only find that the sycophant was shaking with an expression of fear. Did you not hear me? Young Master Zhang, their power is stronger than ours. Although the sycophant wasn't strong either and couldn't see XiaoMo and Ling Xiao's level, but if they dare speak in a cocky tone after hearing of young master's title then they must have background too. Or their strength was far beyond theirs. And I feel like I heard their names before. Trash. The fatso kicked him and said, while pointing at XiaoMo, so what if his level is above ours? I don't think they dare offend the Xuanyu Hotel. XiaoMo stared with both eyes on the finger that wasn't too far from his nose. His feet felt itchier than his hand, and then he couldn't hold it in any longer. Young Master Zhang, who was at least 100 kg, went flying like a withered flower petal, spitting spit the whole way along, scaring everyone away as they hid somewhere safe since it was gross. Thus the scene suddenly became chaotic. Young Master Zhang was like a big pile of pork, all the fat from his body fell onto the ground and he was stuck, unable to get up. The sycophant was so scared that he fell to the ground. After beating him up, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left feeling refreshed and energetic. The fatso was from the Xuanyu Hotel, maybe Wu Chang would even thank them for it later. Just 15 minutes after they left, Manager Zhang, who had heard of his son being beaten to the point of being unable to get up, hurried quickly to the scene and brought his people. The anger in him flared up when he saw the terrible condition his son was in. "Xiao, tell your dad, who dared have the guts to do something like this to you. Your dad will definitely make them pay for it." Manager Zhang knew what kind of a guy his son was, however, regardless of his flaws, he was his flesh and blood. To be beaten in the central city, clearly someone wasn't giving him face. "Daddy! You must avenge your son." The fatso grabbed onto his dad's legs with a face full of tears. "The two went way too far, even knowing that I was your son they still dared to hurt me." "What happened exactly?" Manager Zhang wanted to pull him up, but as if suddenly remembering something, his hands stopped midair and unnaturally pulled back. The fatso didn't realize. The fatso complained, "Today I was going to buy you a dimensional talisman from the Samsara Tower because I heard that, under critical situations, it could be another life, thus I wanted to buy it for you. However, I wasn't able to win against them, and I politely asked them to sell it to me and explained the situation. But, not only did they not sell it to me, they insulted me and attacked me first. Dad, you have to avenge your son." Manager Zhang was so angered that his fingers started shaking. How dare they bully his son so brazenly? Even he knew that his son's words were not to be fully believed, but the fact that he wanted to buy him a dimensional talisman should be true. "Do you know what they are called? Dad will definitely avenge you." The fatso wiped the blood and tears from his face, then with a sinister tone said, "There were two of them, one tall and the other one short, but I only know the short one's name. His is called Xiao. Xiao? Manager Zhang frowned and thought about it. Why did this name sound so familiar, as if he had heard of it before? Then, a flash of lighting appeared in his brain and the manager was dumbfounded. Could he be the young man who had beaten the one-eyed Scarface? "Dad, what's wrong?" The fatso looked at his dad confusedly. Manager Zhang suddenly grabbed his shoulder forcefully. "Xiao, are you sure that he was called Xiao and the man beside him, was he tall and very handsome?" The fatso looked at him, scared and said, "Dad, you're hurting me. Just tell me." Manager Zhang yelled. Yes, I'm sure that he's called Xiao. Dad, if you don't believe me, you can ask Elder Su on the second floor of the Samsara Tower." Fatso didn't understand why his dad, who, a moment ago, was so normal, suddenly changed face. "Idiot, all you do is bring me trouble." With that, Manager Zhang gave a slap to his forehead, unable to restrain his anger. Then, without further care of this stupid son, he hurried away. If that man, because of his son, transferred that anger to the Xuanyu Hotel, then he didn't need to be the manager anymore. The fatso was slapped stupid by his father and sat on the ground without a reaction. Behind him, the sycophant had a flash of understanding as he saw the scene unfold and, in a place, away from sight, he pulled out his transmitter stone. Then, he went back to being the normal servant-like attitude, pretentiously supporting the fatso up. At the same time, Wu Cheng walked out of his room with a full-blown smile. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 461. Chapter 461, Meeting Again. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Not long after XiaoMo and Ling Xiao left Zhongtian, Xuanyu Hotel's internal powers underwent a huge change. Fatty's dad was quickly kicked out of the management team, reducing the team of originally 5 people to 4. Internally, Xuanyu Hotel wasn't as peaceful and calm as everyone thought. On the surface, it was supposed to be 5 people managing the hotel together, but due to disagreements, the management team was divided into 2 groups. On Wu Cheng's side, there was only his father and his father's buddy who had been on very good terms with him since way back. As for the other 3 managers, they stood together. The situation was extremely unfavorable for Wu Cheng's side. This was because every time there was an important matter and they had disagreements in their views, the 5 of them would have to take a vote. Wu Cheng's side would always end up with 2 votes only. In order to change the situation, they had to get rid of one person from the other group and install one of their own. As a result, they targeted Fatty's father because he was the weakest and the future generations from his side tended to be worse than the previous ones. For example, Fatty, who only knew how to do things that made himself a burden for his father. There was no better choice than getting rid of him. Hence Wu Cheng made use of XiaoMo as a fuse and worked together afterwards to take manager Zhang down. However, they weren't able to install one of their own men as the fifth person into the management team. Neither was the other group successful. This was because that Darren had decided that he would personally attend future meetings. He himself was the so-called fifth person. T/N, Darren, title of respect toward superiors. While it was different from how he had planned, the outcome of the current situation was already very ideal. And this was all thanks to XiaoMo. Same for that time with the Eagle Guild. The Eagle Guild had always been a scourge to Xuanyu Hotel and especially so for that Darren. Old Eagle was always riding on his head, which resulted in quite a fair bit of his anger building up. That's why when he learned that Old Eagle was chased out of Central City, no one could be happier than him. They didn't know what that Darren thought about it, but when he learned that manager Zhang's faction had offended XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, his decision indeed came faster than before. XiaoMo had no knowledge about any of this because he and Ling Xiao had already returned to the southern continent. As there was a limit to the distance traveled for the low-grade dimensional talisman, they couldn't reach their location directly and had no other choice but to accept being transported to a random location of southern continent. Beiyang City, what is this place? XiaoMo looked up at the top of the city gate and saw the name of a city. The scale of it could only be considered as moderate, but the city walls were extremely high and there were a lot of people entering and leaving the city gate. The security was also tighter than what was usual for other cities. It was as if this Beiyang city was an important checkpoint. Ask and you will know. Ling Xiao said casually before taking the lead by walking first. There were many people in Beiyang City, all sorts of them, so the two easily got the information they wanted. Indeed, Beiyang City was an important natural fortress. One must pass through the city to reach the southern continent's most prosperous areas, so coming to the city had become a must for many merchants. However, this time the influx of people was greater than the usual. This was because it would soon be the birthday of the disciple of the Tsang Alliance's leader. Even though there were only a few people invited, many still flocked there to take a look. If they were lucky enough to meet all the rumored powerhouses, it would be worth it. The two of them weren't in a rush to reach their destination after entering the city. The purpose of their trip to the southern continent this time was to gather information regarding Feng Qiyun. Since Beiyang City was a natural fortress, it certainly must be well informed about such news. Speaking of which, do you guys know what's so special about the Tsang Alliance leader's most beloved disciple? I don't think I've heard anything extraordinary about him, but the restaurant was a hodgepodge of crooks and honest folk, and in it many people were having lively discussions on the upcoming birthday banquet. Speaking about the banquet, everyone had the same question in mind. I heard that the Tsang Alliance has hidden that person very well. Almost no one has seen him. He cannot not show up for his own birthday, can he? You may not know about this, but I was fortunate enough to witness it 5 years ago. That person did appear, but he wore a black cloak and a hat on his head. He was wrapped up from head to toe. It's impossible to tell how he looks, but it seems like he has a weak body. I'm really curious. XiaoMo perked his ears up and listened, but after so long no one had even mentioned a thing about the Vermilion Blood Clan. Did they just finish talking, or did they have nothing to talk about? Hey big brother, I heard there's a lot of people attending the banquet and they're all significant figures. Is it true? XiaoMo couldn't help but ask the person at the next table. The man wasn't surprised. Of course, just look at the Tsang Alliance leader's status. The people that are invited are either powerhouses on the Tong Tian list or major forces from all around. Some even take pride in being invited by the Tsang Alliance. Then which forces are attending? XiaoMo continued to probe further. There's so many. The two big guilds from Zhongtian, the Guma tribe and a few others from Dongzhou, the four ancient beast clans and some powerful demon beasts from Xijing, the Vermilion blood clan and two side branches from the southern continent, etc. The man's companion who was sitting beside him interjected, "Oh yeah, there was supposed to be an Eagles Guild, but ever since old Eagle lost and fled, everyone's been guessing if he'll show up at the banquet." "Then who do you think the major forces will send to attend the banquet?" The man thought for a while before saying, "It's hard to tell. Take the Vermilion blood clan for example. They're extremely powerful and influential and they have a lot of talented individuals in the family. It's hard to say who they'll send, but if nothing unexpected happens it should be among the four sons of the old family head." "Why so certain?" This wasn't the answer XiaoMo wanted. This sort of thing is easy to guess. No matter how much the Tsang Alliance leader loves his disciple, that cannot make up for the difference in their status and power. If it was the Tsang Alliance leader celebrating his birthday, then the old family head from the Vermilion blood clan would most likely attend in person. From what he had said, their hopes of the situation turning out how they wished were slim. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao helplessly. Ling Xiao tapped his chin and thought. At this moment, two people wearing cloaks walked through the door. From their tall and broad physiques it was most probably two men. The two of them scanned around the lobby after they entered the restaurant before settling on the direction XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were at and walked over. The way the two of them dressed was too attention-grabbing. A handful of people had their sights on them and their eyes followed as they moved, until they stood in front of XiaoMo's table. XiaoMo looked up in surprise. Just as he was about to open his mouth to speak, he caught a glimpse of strands of silver hair peeking out from under the hood of one of the men. When he thought of silver hair he thought of that person. At this moment, the other person took a step forward and slightly lowered his hat, revealing a familiar face. "We finally found you guys." He smiled and greeted them. That person was really Zhan Yuxian. Then the other one must be Yingu. But wasn't Yingu locked up by his father? Why would he be here? Seeing as they were acting so cautiously, XiaoMo had the shop manager open up a room for them and they headed upstairs together. Once they entered the room, Zhan Yuxian took off his cloak whereas Yingu only had his head of silver hair out, cloak still on him with no intention of taking it off. XiaoMo poured 2 glasses of water for the two of them. Zhan Yuxian gave his thanks before downing the cup of water in one shot. They ran to so many places today they hadn't even had a sip of water till now. Yingu didn't drink. His usual cold eyes fell on Ling Xiao and there seemed to be a hint of surprise and shock in them. "How did you recognize us?" XiaoMo didn't notice Yingu's gaze. He finally couldn't stop himself from asking the question that perplexed him. They had clearly changed how they look, no matter how familiar they were they shouldn't be able to tell at first glance. "It's the name. Furthermore you guys are a duo, it won't be hard for someone who is familiar with you two to guess correctly. As for the appearance, someone has already spread Ling Xiao's portrait around from your battle with the Eagle Guild." Zhan Yuxian smiled. "So he was just Ling Xiao's accessory?" "Haha, very funny," XiaoMo thought. Why not spread his portrait too? Although he looked plainer, he could at least show his face, even though that wasn't even his real face. After that, Zhan Yuxian briefly talked about what had happened. Basically they were fugitives now and because Yingu's father was a sacred-level powerhouse with a lot of influence in Tongtian continent, they were afraid of being found. That was why they were so cautious and always trying to hide the whole way, especially Yingu as his silver hair was too noticeable. They had already been waiting within Beiyang City since 5 days ago. Zhan Yuxian had guessed that they would most likely pass by Beiyang City so they decided to wait for 7 or 8 days. If they hadn't seen XiaoMo and Ling Xiao by then, they would directly head to the birthday banquet that the Tsang Alliance had organized. As to why they were so certain, it was because Ling Xiao had already made it onto the 10 gods list and the powerhouses from the 10 gods list would have received an invitation from the Tsang Alliance. Following that, XiaoMo told them about the news of Xiao and their plan. After listening to their plan, the both of them looked back at XiaoMo in shock. Having guts alone wasn't enough to break into the Vermilion Blood Clan's base camp. If we really are going to the Vermilion Blood Clan's main house, I have an idea that can make the old family head change his mind and attend the banquet personally. Ling spoke up and broke his silence. The three of them immediately focused their eyes on him. You may not know this since you just arrived on Tongtian continent, but the southern continent's situation is somewhat grim. It may look peaceful on the surface, but in reality it's a turbulent time. Ling slowly explained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 462. Chapter 462, Dressing Truth with Lies. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There were many forces hidden within the southern continent, but the truly big ones were the Tsang Alliance and the Vermilion Blood Clan. The reason why these two families were able to peacefully develop up till the present day was inseparable from the fact that each of the two had an upper star sacred realm powerhouse. It was precisely because of this that they could live together in harmony until now, but the time since the Tsang Alliance came into existence was shorter than the Vermilion Blood Clan, and its development was extremely rapid. Not only did the spies of the Tsang Alliance quickly cover the southern continent, they had also developed to other regions. Regardless of whether it was their intelligence network or their powerhouses, they faintly surpassed the Vermilion Blood Clan in both areas. As it had been said, one mountain cannot accommodate two tigers. The Vermilion Blood Clan was astonished by the rapid development of the Tsang Alliance. Thus, they were friendly on the surface but secretly on the alert as they made their preparations. But why had the balance not been broken even until now? That was because there was a lack of opportunity. In the current situation, both sides had a powerhouse overseeing them. It would result in both sides suffering if they really came to blows, and lead to an advantageous situation for others instead. Therefore, if another Sacred Realm expert appeared with the intention to form a good relationship with the Tsang Alliance, then the old patriarch of the Vermilion Blood Clan would definitely feel uneasy and personally step forth. This method is good, but XiaoMo awkwardly looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had said that his cultivation base was to be kept confidential. It was tantamount to telling everyone if he attended the banquet with his true cultivation base. Perhaps we can release false news. Ling had more or less vaguely guessed it in his heart when seeing XiaoMo look at Ling Xiao. Though he was shocked, he did not say anything. Zhang Yuxin pondered on it for a moment. How should we release the false news? With the Tsang Alliance's intelligence network, they'd surely be able to verify its authenticity. Ling glanced at Ling Xiao. We can dress truth with lies. XiaoMo had only heard of the idiom dressing lies with truth, and had never heard of this sort of dressing truth with lies idiom, which may or may not be one. Yet Ling Xiao revealed a slight smile. Your intention is to let me show my face and use the identity of a Sacred Realm practitioner to release false news, so that both the Tsang Alliance and the Vermilion Blood Clan will believe that there would be a mysterious Sacred Realm practitioner attending the banquet, right? Ling nodded. It would be difficult to distinguish between true and false in this manner, because a mysterious expert had definitely appeared. However, no one would know what his purpose was, as this person had not been invited. There were very few Sacred Realm powerhouses in the Tongtian continent. They were so scarce that a large amount of attention would be drawn every time a Sacred Realm powerhouse appeared. This person could possibly make huge waves if he was a highly ambitious person, and would certainly bring about an impact on the other forces. If he belonged to a certain fraction or joined a certain fighting force, that force would instantly become the top force in Tongtian continent and may even surpass the Tongtian Palace. Therefore, every Sacred Realm powerhouse had to be treated seriously. The Tsang Alliance would dispatch people to maintain order during this important moment every year to avoid riots within their sphere of influence. This would also prevent ambitious people from taking advantage of this to cause all sorts of chaos that would affect the organization of the banquet. Though it was not known who would be sent this year, the one arriving should be one of the disciples of the head of the Song Alliance. It would be more convincing if he showed his face before the disciple of the head of the Song Alliance, rather than doing it before the others. Gu and Zhan Yuxian had gotten the news the day before that the people from the Song Alliance would be arriving this afternoon. There should be a crowd gathered at that time, so it would be enough for him to show his face and say a few words at that moment. The information said that the people from the Song Alliance would arrive at around 5 o'clock, so XiaoMo and the three would set up an ambush outside the city of Beiyang before 5 o'clock. It was not yet 5 when a commotion arose from outside the city. From afar, they could see a colossal green tortoise approaching. The tortoise was even bigger than Xiong Zhao's, and the scale and personnel were also grander. There's a person on top of the green tortoise's head. An indistinct figure awe-inspiringly stood on the head of the tortoise, which nearly seemed to be touching the clouds. The figure stood proudly in the wind, and a formidable aura could be felt from the person's body from far away. Awesome! I didn't think that the person who the Song Alliance sent to Beiyang City was actually Fang Qiao. The figure had not even arrived and the people below were already impassioned. Oh my god, my godly idol is coming, ... And who is Fang Qiao? The person who asked this question immediately received the contempt of everyone around him. Which corner did this person crawl out from? To think he doesn't even know Fang Qiao's name. Drag him out and execute him. Fang Qiao is the third disciple of the head of the Song Alliance. He's the 7th on the Tong Tian rankings. There's actually someone who doesn't recognize such an awesome and famous person? Who is it? When speaking of Fang Qiao, we must not forget to mention his battle with XX. XiaoMo, who was hiding in the crowd, blushed with shame and squeezed out. He had been the one who had just asked that question, and never did he expect everyone's response to be so intense. He did accept that this Fang Qiao was actually such an awesome person. It was no wonder that so many people would run outside the city to catch a glimpse of his splendor. This scene was comparable to the star-chasing trend of the modern age. Next time, you can ask me if you have a question. Many of the disciples of the head of the Song Alliance are famous and outstanding experts. Therefore, many practitioners in the southern continent adore them. You will be bombarded if you say that you don't know these people. Zhan Yuxian smiled as he eyed XiaoMo's slightly sorry-looking figure. Say it earlier next time. XiaoMo patted him on the shoulder. All right, Zhan Yuxian stifled his laughter as he replied. Fang Qiao's green tortoise had already approached while they were talking. It alighted on a piece of empty, sandy land. The colossal mouth of the green tortoise let out a low and echoing woo-woo. The ones who were a little closer bore the brunt of the sound, and everyone retreated backwards. Fang Qiao gazed at people below from the head of the tortoise. Although his identity and status was high enough for him to harbor despise for the people below, he did not show a hint of arrogance or superior attitude. Just as he was about to jump down, a familiar voice suddenly rang out in his mind. Wait! Fang Qiao's movement on green tortoise paused, and he doubtfully asked, "What happened?" The voice did not answer his question immediately. After 5 seconds of silence, "There's an extremely strong person here, stronger than you and me." Fang Qiao's expression became imposing. His cultivation level was that of a 7-star divine realm practitioner. If the other's strength was above them, could it be that he was a sacred realm practitioner? Fang Qiao's expression became apprehensive once he thought of this. How was it possible for Beiyang City to have a sacred realm practitioner? Could it be that this person was someone preparing to participate in the banquet? However, Master had only invited a couple of sacred realm practitioners. He knew all their names, and it was not possible for them to appear in Beiyang City. Unless it was a sacred realm powerhouse who had just advanced. Fang Qiao subconsciously ruled this idea out just as it emerged. It was impossible for the Song Alliance to have completely missed all information if there had been a sacred realm powerhouse who had just advanced. Don't worry, that person doesn't seem malicious. We can only wait and see what happens. Xian Tian replied. Just at this moment, light laughter rang out in the sky and was transmitted to the ears of the crowd in an exceptionally clear pitch. The low and deep voice seemed to carry a trace of vicissitudes. You are the disciple of the head of the Zan Alliance, Fang Qiao? Fang Qiao did not expect him to take the initiative to start the conversation. After staring blankly for a moment, a trace of vigilance instantly rose in his heart. May I know who your excellency is? Who I am is not important. May I ask if Senior has any important matter to discuss? Fang Qiao had already confirmed that the other person was a sacred realm expert, so he became more polite when speaking. It's not an important matter. I am just here to inform you that I will be meeting an acquaintance at your shitty's birthday banquet. With that, the aura retreated in a split second. Senior! Fang Qiao hurriedly called out to him. Stop calling, he seems to have left. Xian Tian said. Fan Qiao frowned. Xian Tian, do you think what he said was true? Will his acquaintance really be at Xiao Shidi's birthday banquet? Xian Tian replied, I'm not too sure. But if what he said was true, it is very probable that the acquaintance he mentioned is from the Zan Alliance. Otherwise he would not need to specifically come over to inform you and would not have needed to attend the banquet to see that person. There's no way we can confirm it at present, but you should still inform your master of this. I think it's true. On the hand, XiaoMo, who had been watching the whole thing, sent a word to Ling Xiao, affectatious. He profoundly understood this person called Ling Xiao. He could feel his goosebumps standing up upon seeing him deliberately acting so mystifying, just like a skilled and worldly master. However, there weren't just a few people outside of the city, instead there were thousands of people outside. Everyone was stunned as soon as they heard Fang Qiao politely call the other party senior. There were only a few who were able to make Fang Qiao respectfully and courteously call him senior. Since that mysterious person was able to do so, could it be that he was a sacred realm practitioner? Everyone was shocked once this idea surfaced. Like Fang Qiao, they did not think that a sacred realm practitioner would be in Beiyang City. But the facts told them that this mysterious person was most likely a sacred realm expert. It did not even take a day before the news frantically passed throughout Beiyang City with lightning speed and rapidly spread out. The major forces in the southern continent received the news one after another, and a lot of people were stupefied. When the old patriarch from the main branch of the Vermilion blood clan found out about this, he shattered the floor under his feet with only the pressure of his aura. His dignified expression had been replaced with astonishment. This was the first time the messenger who had carried the news had seen the old patriarch reveal such a terrifying expression, and he was so scared that his knees turned into jelly. Is this information true? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 463. Chapter 463, Differential Treatment. Translated by Juescence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. As the southern continent erupted in commotion about the new mysterious sacred-level powerhouse, XiaoMo and the other three were already on their way to the Vermilion blood family's main branch. Yinji's father was a sacred-level powerhouse, so his father had created quite a few dimensional talismans. When Yingu escaped, he had taken a few. XiaoMo had been wondering if they should have Ling Xiao try and create a few beforehand. He had never expected Yingu to be the child of a sacred-level practitioner. With the use of dimensional talismans, it didn't take them long to get to the city the Vermilion blood family was in, Vermilion Blood City. Though the Yin-Yang Valley and Yuxian City were two powerful supporting branches of the Vermilion blood family, they weren't based near the main branch. There was quite some distance between them. Vermilion Blood City wasn't the most prosperous or the largest city of the southern continent, but it was the most well-defended and secure city. Everyone who came in and out of the city was subjected to strict interrogation, and they had to follow the Vermilion blood family's rules after entering. Due to these troublesome rules, very few practitioners and mages were willing to come to Vermilion Blood City. After all, most people weren't masochists. With all their questioning, we'll have to plan out what we should say first. XiaoMo stood behind a large tree outside of the city and was rather speechless at seeing each person being interrogated for nearly 15 minutes. This behavior was like interrogating a criminal. No wonder the city had trouble becoming prosperous. The Vermilion blood family was such a powerful group, but they acted like they suffered from paranoia, as if anyone could come and cause irreparable damage to them. They didn't have the bearing of a powerful clan at all. Zhan Yuxian seemed to notice his doubt. I hear that the Vermilion blood family wasn't always this way. It's only recently that they've increased security. XiaoMo immediately fell silent. Now, with what reason are we going to enter the city? Generally, there are two choices, 1, as merchants, 2, as tourists. The former is better as a cover for us. But merchants need products to sell, right? Where are we going to find that? Then we can only go for the second. XiaoMo glanced at Ling, who had a cloak draped over him. But won't we draw too much attention if we go in together? And Ying's silver hair is far too eye-catching. We'll have to find a way to deal with that. How about we go in separately? His suggestion received a chuckle from Zhan Yuxian immediately. That's a good idea. Ling was the first to agree. Splitting up was the safest cause of action, but their reasons for coming to the city couldn't be the same, or else they might catch unwanted attention. So, Zhan Yuxian suggested, they each come up with their own. XiaoMo felt like he was trying to get back at him. But soon enough, Zhan Yuxian wasn't able to laugh any longer, because XiaoMo, looking tender and cute, but complaining non-stop in his head, blinked innocently at the guard with his big, dark eyes. Since Ling Xiao was famous now, they switched back to their original appearances to avoid arousing the suspicion of the Vermilion blood family. Either way, apart from Yu Tianan and Mushan, no one else knew their true appearance. Sometimes he was a little worried that they might end up unable to recognize themselves, with all this changing appearance. The guard's face was stony, not letting his guard down just because the other looked harmless. However, after checking that this person's cultivation level wasn't high, his serious expression relaxed a little and easily accepted XiaoMo's reason of tourism, letting him into the city. The entire process didn't even take 5 minutes. When it came to Zhan Yuxian, "What's your name? Where did you come from? What do you want to do in the city? Why are you here alone?" The guard was stoic, reading out the lines he had said thousands of times before. Zhan Yuxian. By the time Zhan Yuxian came over, it had been half an hour. XiaoMo stood somewhere the guard couldn't see and laughed at the other's misfortune. The other glared at him inelegantly. Ling had a bit of trouble. It was a good thing that he had considered how to deal with his silver hair before coming here. Though he had been interrogated by the guard for quite a while as well, he was eventually let through without trouble. When it came to Ling Xiao, "I'm here to find my lover." "Sorry, but could you explain the situation?" the guard asked, unfazed. He had been a gatekeeper for many years for the city, and had heard all sorts of weird reasons. He was annoyed with me just now and went inside without me. "What's his name?" "Ling Xiao." The guard checked on his records and found that there really was such a person, and one he had a deep impression of, too, because he was a sweet-looking young man. But he couldn't just take Ling Xiao's words at face value because the other might have eavesdropped on them before and heard of the young man's name. Thus, the guard had someone bring XiaoMo over. The confused XiaoMo was brought in front of them. The guard pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "He said you were his lover. If so, why did you split up to enter the city?" Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow imperceptibly. This guard was smarter than he looked. XiaoMo poked his fingertips together and said in annoyance, "He refused to carry me into the city. I don't want to make up with him." The guard nodded. "All right, you can go inside." It wasn't until the city gates were no longer in sight that XiaoMo suddenly grabbed Ling Xiao's arm and bit him, hard, almost making the other bleed. Ling Xiao withdrew his hand. What the hell? XiaoMo wiped his mouth and said with a huff, I'm annoyed with you. This guy didn't tell him beforehand, so he can only improvise. He wasn't an actor. Though Vermilion Blood City might not be particularly prosperous, there were quite a lot of people living there. No matter how careful the Vermilion Blood family were, they couldn't keep tabs on every single person. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao entered one tavern while Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian went into the hotel opposite them. Before sunset, they didn't regroup, each heading to their own targets to get information. When darkness fell over Vermilion Blood City, Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian snuck into their tavern to regroup with them and share the information they had each collected. The Vermilion Blood family was heavily guarded. If it wasn't for the fact that Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian's cultivation level had increased by quite a bit, they would have a hard time not being found out. In the end, they still managed to obtain the information needed. In the past 2 days, Vermilion Blood security wasn't this heavy. The reason why it had become this way seemed to have to do with a decision the family head had made. However, very few people dared to discuss this, so they didn't have a solid answer. It must be that he's planning on acting personally, XiaoMo said excitedly. Exactly. 2 days ago was when news of a sacred-level powerhouse spread from Beiyang City. That old family head probably can't sit still anymore. Zhan Yuxian nodded. Ling Xiao said contemplatively, we have to find out when, exactly, he plans on leaving. There was only 5 days until the celebration. If that old family head cared so much for the news of a sacred-level powerhouse, then he probably wouldn't leave on the very last day. Since they also had an invitation, they couldn't just not attend. So, if time allowed it, they had to appear at the celebration after saving Feng Qiyun. But how will we know? XiaoMo wondered in disappointment. Vermilion Blood family's disciples seem to have been warned to keep their mouths shut. They had thought there would be a few loose tongues, but they were met with sealed lips all around. I'll go and check. It was Ling Xiao who spoke. He was powerful, so apart from that old family head, no one would be able to catch him. He was truly the best choice. XiaoMo, afraid he might drag the other down, didn't go with. He stayed in his room alone. Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian couldn't stay for too long and also went back. After sending the two off, XiaoMo went into his dimension. After Xiao and the others had left, only the metal-swallowing beast and the 2 evolved golden-winged insects were left in the dimension. They both shone with gold and had some sort of metal in their name, but the golden-winged insects were much smaller than the metal-swallowing beast. T/N, both beasts have Jin in their species name, and Jin can means either metal or gold. The 2 golden-winged insects seemed to have a much more matured spiritual awareness than before and liked to land on other people. If one didn't look closely, they'd never notice them on metal-swallowing beast's back. They probably got along well because none of them could assume a human form. Sensing its master's arrival, the metal-swallowing beast suddenly stood. The golden-winged insects on its back were unprepared and tumbled off into the grass. Then, they quickly flew out, wings beating furiously, and headed for XiaoMo before metal-swallowing beast could react. XiaoMo, who had been laughing at this scene, froze. He felt that he really needed to get used to these 2 flying cockroaches. The 2 golden-winged insects eventually landed on his head, chirping at the slower metal-swallowing beast. Metal-swallowing beast seemed to feel as if it had been taunted, baring its fangs and running to XiaoMo before climbing onto his shoulders like on a climbing wall before getting onto his head. He flicked the 2 golden-winged insects off with a paw and sat on XiaoMo's head, laughing in triumph. The golden-winged insects flew about, chirping non-stop in anger. They had been getting along so well not long ago, yet now they had suddenly become enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 464. Chapter 464, Play Dead. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo got the metal swallowing beast off of his head. It wasn't pleased and started to struggle within his hands. Once he slapped it but did it calm down. The two golden winged insects laughed with glee. In response, the metal swallowing beast rolled its eyes and thought, I'm not going to play with you guys anymore. Carrying the metal swallowing beast, XiaoMo went inside the wooden cabin and took out a wood bucket. He diluted the bucket of spiritual water and moved it in front of the magic herb field, then proceeded to sit beside it. XiaoMo placed the metal swallowing beast on his lap and immediately the two golden winged insects landed on his head, with the intention of making a home there. XiaoMo's body stiffened up for a moment and tried his best to ignore their presence. Good thing was that they were relatively well behaved. The two bugs and one beast stared at their master. What was he trying to do? XiaoMo took a deep breath and closed his eyes. During the last few months, he had used up too many magic herbs. Almost all of the ones he had picked with Ling Xiao had been used by him. Thus, he was going to take the time he had now to harvest all of the matured magic herbs. However, this time he didn't plan on doing it himself. Last time, because Ling Xiao was there, working together was much more fun, but this time he was by himself. Thus he was going to use a simpler and quicker method. Time drifted away soundlessly. The metal swallowing beast looked up with its tiny head and its perfectly round eyes stared at its master with ignorance. Suddenly something moved in the magic herbs field, and the small beast's ears moved. Its head turned towards the direction of the field and its deep blue eyes reflected a scene of wonder. In a patch of vivid greenery, a flourishing field of magic herbs, stalks of swaying magic herbs, as if given life, automatically rose from the soft soil. As if led by an invisible thread, the magic herbs flew by themselves towards the bucket filled with spiritual water. One by one, repeating till the bucket was completely filled by magic herbs. XiaoMo opened his eyes and his tense back finally relaxed. At the same time he breathed a sigh of relief as it wasn't something he didn't do often. He was a bit tired. After he placed the metal swallowing beast back on his shoulder he rose and brushed off all of the dirt and grass, ready for the second round. At this moment the metal swallowing beast jumped off his shoulder and with its four tiny, short legs it ran towards the direction of the wooden cabin. Just as XiaoMo was confused about its action, it came dragging a sieve that was even bigger than it. After it threw the sieve by its master's feet, it went running back to get more. Seeing this, the golden-winged insects, as if refusing to lose, flew over as well. However, because their mouths were too small, after a while of trying they weren't even able to pick up one. The two were not discouraged and kept fighting. XiaoMo promptly called them over. Okay, this is enough, you don't need to get more. Following that, XiaoMo washed all of the magic herbs in the bucket before placing them in the sieve and placed them back on the counter in the wooden cabin. Then began his second round of work. Thus, after about 2 hours later, XiaoMo was finally able to organize more than half of the magic herbs. At a much faster speed than with Ling Xiao too. When he was finished with everything, XiaoMo calculated the time, realizing that it was about to be morning, he prepared to leave the room. That was when his pants were suddenly bitten by the metal swallowing beast. It looked as if it wanted to go out with him as it wouldn't let go. XiaoMo hugged him close. Xiao, be a good boy and stay here. Once I'm finished with everything I'll let you guys out. T/N, metal swallowing equals Tunjin, so Momo called him Xiao, aka Little Metal. The metal swallowing beast let out a cry and unwillingly let go. XiaoMo smiled as he patted his little head and then moved to his own head, attempting to get down the two golden-winged insects, but to his surprise, there was nothing there. Ha! XiaoMo searched around but still didn't see them, so he thought that they left to play on their own and thus he didn't think much of it. But when he turned around, the metal swallowing beast was gone too. It was probably still a kid at heart and couldn't wait to run around and play. When he got out of the dimension and took a look around the room, he realized that Ling Xiao still wasn't back yet. Just as he was about to leave, something moved around his chest area. XiaoMo lifted his shirt to see and became speechless. As it turned out, the three that disappeared were all hidden within his shirt and he actually didn't realize. With a dark expression, XiaoMo dragged them out one by one. Good for you, you guys actually dared to play tricks in front of me. The two golden-winged insects, relying on their tiny stature, flew to the bed and climbed in. From the outside there was nothing out of place. Seeing this, the metal-swallowing beast copied them and climbed in. However, due to its size, the bedsheet instantly heaved up a little bump. Doing something wrong and now you're running away? Without hesitation, XiaoMo lifted up the bedsheets and the two insects and one beast were once again exposed in front of him, frantically crawling around. Just as he was about to scold them for their actions, the metal-swallowing beast suddenly flipped to its side, exposing its smooth belly. It was playing dead? Following the same monkey see monkey do principle, the golden-winged insects also exposed their bellies. In the spirit of playing dead authentically, none of its 16 legs moved an inch. XiaoMo was angered to the point of laughter. I'm telling you, don't think you can get away by playing dead. I told you that I couldn't let you out this time. No matter how dead you are, you're still going back. Neither the metal-swallowing beast or the golden-winged insects moved, truly a case of professionalism. XiaoMo reached out to the closest insect and just as he was about to touch it, its legs abruptly moved. Let's see how long you can last. That was when the door was pushed open from the outside. Subconsciously, XiaoMo retreated his hand. What he didn't see was that the tense legs of the golden-winged insects suddenly relaxed, in celebration of getting off the hook this time. XiaoMo gave them a warning glance. I'm letting you get away for now. The one who came back was of course, Ling Xiao. When XiaoMo walked out, he was seated over there, drinking water. After eyeing him from top to bottom, making sure nothing happened, XiaoMo then proceeded to ask, so, how did it go? Did you find out which day? The second day in the morning, there will be a lot of people accompanying him. However, it doesn't seem like the old guy is going to arrive immediately to the celebration. Ling Xiao didn't keep him guessing this time and told him the answer straight out. By the looks of it, it didn't seem easy. Then, what about Feng Qiyun? Didn't see him. Well, that sure was a quick and concise answer. But, if the time was set on the second day, then that means they had 3 days worth of time. However, to prevent the old head going and leaving, they needed some time on the road. XiaoMo suddenly thought of another important question and couldn't help but be hesitant. Ling Xiao glanced at him and said, what do you want to say? XiaoMo, mincing his words, said slowly, about the father who left my mom, did you find out anything? Ling Xiao sneered, he isn't even your real father, what are you paying attention to him for? Not only that, you knew that he left your mom and you behind, unless you actually want to get him back? XiaoMo scratched his head in response, for the better or for worse, at least in name he is my father. Then what's your dad called? Ling Xiao stopped arguing and simply asked. XiaoMo became instantly dumbfounded. With a laughing scold, Ling Xiao said, stupid, if you don't even know the name, how are you going to find him? XiaoMo felt as if a lightning struck him on a clear sky. Suddenly he was charred completely. When he first gone to the Peach Blossom village to find his lost father, he had actually missed something this critical. As he recalled, all the villagers seemed to refer to his dad as that man. Now he only knew that his dad's last name was Yu, but all of the main family of the Vermilion blood clan was named Yu. There was no way to tell which one his dad was. Just go with the flow. Ling Xiao didn't feel much for his dad. Although, it was very likely that he left to protect his wife and child, but that was also an act of irresponsibility. For a woman, for her loving husband to suddenly disappear, that would be as if the sky had fallen. But what if it doesn't go with the flow? XiaoMo had a similar thought to Ling Xiao, but since he occupied their body, he felt he might as well try to find its original father. Then it was not fated to be, you can just assume he's dead. Such an irresponsible thing to say. There is something more irresponsible, want to hear it? No thanks. Hearing that, he knew it was nothing good. No point trying to choke himself with it. That's too bad. No, it's not too bad at all, It didn't take long before the Vermilion Blood City started to wake from its slumber as the streets once again filled up with noise. Once Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian arrived, XiaoMo told them what information Ling Xiao had gathered. After some discussion, they decided to take action tomorrow night, when the sky was dark and the moon was dim. The optimal time for committing a crime. Then, they split up to play, being a true tourist. XiaoMo brought Ling Xiao along and ate all of the gourmet dishes of the Vermilion Blood City, however, he simply tasted a bit of each. That was because it was way too expensive, pure robbery. The currency for merchandise in the Vermilion Blood City was spirit gems, although some places shared the same currency. Here, even a bowl of noodles cost 5 spirit gems. At first, XiaoMo thought it wasn't a normal noodle, however, once he ate, he realized that the cost was at most a few gold coins. The amount of spirit gems gained from a bowl of noodles was close to pure profit. Profiteers. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 465. Chapter 465, Ninth Young Lady. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Usually, the night sky of Vermilion Blood City would be adorned with numerous bright and dazzling stars, but tonight, not one was visible from behind the dark clouds that hid them. After the old family had left Vermilion Blood City, there were now more guards in the city as compared to during the day. In particular, the great manor where his family lived had a patrol team passing by every 5 minutes. During the daytime, the old family head had brought a group of people along with him as he left Vermilion Blood City. As it was a covert operation, not many people knew about it. Ling Xiao even specially followed them for a while to ensure that they really left Vermilion Blood City. On that night, the 4 of them snuck into the great manor. Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian hadn't been idling around these past 2 days in Vermilion Blood City. They lurked around the great manor and used this time to record the timing of the guards' change of shifts and their schedules. Even without the old family head overseeing the great manor, the 4 of them dared not let their guard down. However, the manor was too big, so they decided to split into 2 groups after discussing. Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian were one team. Ever since Yinggu completely stimulated the 9-headed Serpent King blood in him, his cultivation rose exponentially. Although half of him was human, his mother was also a capable person. Yinggu more or less inherited her good traits. Furthermore, the 9-headed Serpent King was the most receptive emperor beast to the 4 spirits. Their bloodline was so precious that once it was stimulated and unleashed, one's cultivation would rise at rocket speed. Today, Yinggu was already an Emperor level 7-star peak powerhouse. He was only a small step away from becoming a divine level powerhouse, but he couldn't wait anymore, so he ran out together with Zhan Yuxian before his breakthrough. As for Zhan Yuxian, his origin was more mysterious. Even his good friend Yinggu wasn't very clear about it. Although his cultivation was currently lower than Yinggu, self-preservation wasn't an issue. If he really couldn't handle it, he could just crush a dimension talisman and leave. The structure of the Vermilion Blood Clan's great manor was somewhat unusual. It was divided into 2 levels. The lower one was almost set into the ground, becoming like an underground world. There were as many as 10 entrances, and while it wasn't deliberately hidden, one could miss them if they weren't careful enough. As there were many more guards on the lower level than the upper level, with more than 5 guards for every entrance, the lower level was left to Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, while Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian took the upper level. The underground level of the great manor was enormous. On the surface it looked like there were only 10 entrances, but there were actually many places that were hard or impossible to guard, which allowed them to enter. After all, it was impossible to not let sunshine in all year round. Otherwise, it could not be called a manor. XiaoMo looked at the images reflected underwater. Although it was somewhat vague, he was certain that it was how the underground level looked. There seemed to be another pond on the other end, but how it was made, he didn't know. The water there didn't flow out. Are we going down from here? Ling Xiao calculated the time, the guards on the underground level will pass by below every 10 seconds. We must swim there within this period of time. XiaoMo's eyes went wide and he spoke in a hushed voice, "Isn't 10 seconds too short? This pond's depth looks like it's over 20 meters deep. And also if we make the floor wet we'll be discovered." Xiao didn't answer his question. He just pulled him along and dove. XiaoMo hurriedly covered his mouth. At the same time, just beside the pond above their heads, a patrol team passed right by the pond. The underground pond was built in the garden, and in the pond there was only some algae that was totally unable to hide their bodies. After coming out of the pond, the two figures immediately blended into the darkness. A brightly lit, exquisite pavilion stood in the middle of a flower garden in full bloom. It looked as if someone had scattered glitter over the colorful flowers. Each and every one of the flowers exuded a beautiful glow. It was such a lovely scene, destroyed only by a sharp voice and the sound of porcelain falling to the ground. "You trash! You can't even do such a simple thing. What's the use of me keeping you lot? Get out of my sight." Following that, two people ran out of the pavilion, only slowing down after they exited the garden. One of them sighed, "This ninth young lady is really hard to please." Clearly it was her grandfather. "Stop it." The other person looked around cautiously. After he was sure no one was around, he spoke. "Do not casually talk about the people here. You may just lose your life. Ninth young lady is still a noble lady of the Vermilion blood clan no matter what. She's not someone we can just talk about." "Alright, I understand. Let's hurry up and go." At this moment, a black figure suddenly landed in front of them. The two of them were stunned, and before they could even shout, a sudden sharp pain spread from the back of their necks. Their eyes closed, and in the next second they vanished into thin air before they even fell to the ground. After putting the two people into Ling Zhao's dimension, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao hid in the rockery in the garden. XiaoMo looked in the direction of the pavilion. This ninth young lady's status didn't seem low. She was actually able to have her own beautiful pavilion to stay in. It was obvious that she most likely was a much doted on big missy. "Who is this ninth young lady?" XiaoMo asked out of curiosity. "She's Yu Zhentian's granddaughter, Yu Yong. She's the ninth grandchild. I heard that Yu Zhentian was very fond of this granddaughter and pampered her a lot. As a result, it nurtured her condescending nature." Ling Xiao answered. He did a lot of background checks. He knew everything about the main members of the Yu family, Yu Zhentian and the old family head. Put. XiaoMo couldn't keep his laughter in when he heard Yu Yong's name. He couldn't believe someone was actually named Yu Yong, and a woman to top it off. Yu Yong's name sounds the same as swimming. He laughed for a while before saying, "Since she's his favorite granddaughter, she should know quite a lot of stuff, right?" The corners of Ling Zhao's mouth curled upwards with a hint of a smile. "We'll know after we ask her." In the pavilion, Yu Yong was having a tantrum and throwing things around. The clean floor soon became littered with countless little fragments. Everything that she could throw in the room had been smashed. Yu Yong sat on a chair angrily and slapped the tabletop with her delicate hands. "This makes me so angry. Grandpa clearly dotes on me a lot, so why can't he let me follow?" At this moment, a sound came from the door. "What is it?" Yu Yong was still irritated, and when she heard the knock on the door, she yelled. "Ninth young lady, Yu Ping and Yu He came back again. They said they have something important to tell you." The maid's nervous and scared voice could be heard. "Very good. I was worried I wouldn't have anything to vent my anger on." "Let them in." Yu Yong snorted coldly. She wanted to see what important matters they had for her. If it was the same as just now, she'd definitely pluck their heads off. Not long after, Yu Ping and Yu He walked in one after another. "If you have anything important, then say it. Don't try to test my patience." Yu Yong's questioning gaze swept over the both of them. Yui took a step forward and hinted at the maid with a look, "Miss, this matter is of great importance. No one else but you should hear of it. It best be important. Otherwise you can be prepared to be skinned alive by me." Yu Yong gave them a warning look before having the maid leave, ordering her not to let anybody disturb them if it wasn't anything important. It was at this moment a white furball jumped from Yui's body onto the tabletop beside the ninth young lady. The little furball instantly got bigger and started to roll around on the tabletop. The snowy white ball of fluff looked extremely cute. "This is?" Yu Yong was stunned for a moment. "Missy, please look at its eyes. Aren't they pretty?" He said. Yu Yong subconsciously did as she was told and looked at the furball's eyes. It was a pair of magical purple cat eyes that looked like they held the world's greatest mysteries in them. She was soon so entranced by them, her eyes started to lose focus and finally they became empty. Upon seeing this, He gave a strange smile. The ninth young lady now was completely absorbed in the illusion that the 1,000 illusions Xiao had created. Xiao's illusions were tailor-made according to the person the illusion was casted on. The most convenient bit was that the illusions could tease out memories from the person's brain and have her say it herself. Of course, he was XiaoMo, the master of the 1,000 illusions Xiao. Xiao's stagnant cultivation level finally had a breakthrough ever since XiaoMo gave his contract beasts magic pills to help them promote to a higher level. Controlling other people's illusions became even easier and now he could create illusions for 5 people simultaneously. Xiao drew the memory out of ninth young lady's mind and conveyed the information to his owner. XiaoMo digested the information for a while, but it was a pity that the ninth young lady who was rumored to be Yu Xintian's most doted-on granddaughter didn't actually know much. When it came to important information, there was hardly anything. Just as he was wondering why, an important piece of information suddenly flashed across his mind. It was the restricted area on the underground level, a place where even Yu Yong couldn't enter. This Yu Yong was a domineering person. There was one time when she accidentally walked into the region of the restricted area and was stopped outside by the guards. She had a bad temper and the more they didn't want to let her in, the more she wanted to enter. In the end, the matter blew up and Yu Xintian had to personally discipline her. It was only then that it stopped. However, this incident left a very deep impression on Yu Yong. The Great Manor was her home and there were actually places she couldn't go to. That's why she believed that the restricted area was most likely hiding some secrets that others shouldn't know. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 466. Chapter 466, Forbidden Area. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The tale of the Forbidden Area in the huge manor could be traced back to 5,000 to 6,000 years ago. According to the legends passed down in the Vermilion blood clan from generation to generation, one of the legends stated that there were treasures hidden in the Forbidden Area that the Vermilion blood clan had accumulated over the past many years. Another legend stated that the Forbidden Area had been used by the head of each successive generation to confine important figures. So on and so forth, the legends were spun till truth could not be distinguished from rumors. Yu Yong had always not been too concerned about the Vermilion blood clan's matters, so she only roughly knew about it. XiaoMo decided to scout out the Forbidden Area after having a discussion with Ling Xiao. Xiao did not undo the illusion on Yu Yong. Following his master's request, he manipulated her to sleep on her bed. Then, before leaving the pavilion again, XiaoMo used the identity of Yu He to tell the maid that ninth young lady wanted to rest and not to let anyone disturb her. The little maid did not doubt him and nodded in acquiescence. Based off to Yu Yong's memory, the two immediately seized the moment to rush to the Forbidden Area. The Forbidden Area was only half an hour away from the ninth young lady's pavilion. The two hastened on their journey and arrived in less than 5 minutes. The security of the forbidden ground was extremely tight. There were 3 layers of security, both inside and outside. According to Ling Xiao's perception, there were 2 Divine Realm experts and 10 Emperor Realm experts guarding the forbidden area. The lineup was formidable and was practically able to make those who burst in go on a one-way journey to the underworld. XiaoMo could not help but give a palpable gulp upon hearing these numbers. The Xuanyu Hotel and the Eagle Group only had 1 Divine Realm expert, and this was enough for them to leap to one of the front-ranking powers in the Tongtian continent. This was just a trifling forbidden area, and they actually dispatched 2 such experts. Just looking at this single point was enough to tell how deep the foundations of the Vermilion Blood Clan were. "How do we enter?" XiaoMo asked in a whisper. It was extremely difficult to burst in and remain unnoticed by people. The difficulty of finding Feng Qiyun in the Forbidden Ground would greatly increase if they attracted the attention of those 2 Divine Realm experts, unless there was a promising opportunity where they would not be discovered. Ling Xiao contemplated for a moment. The memory of that 9th young lady is not reliable or practical. It doesn't allow us to know who can enter the forbidden area. Just at this moment, there was movement from the transmitter stone used to communicate with Yinggu. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao only took the transmitter stone after entering their dimension in order to avoid being overheard. He asked, "What's situation like now?" "We've done a rough search, but we haven't any trace of Feng Qiyun. He should be in your area." The person who answered the question was Zhan Yuxian. XiaoMo replied, "We have found a forbidden area. It's possible that Feng Qiyun is locked up inside, but we can't get in. There are too many experts inside and we'd get caught in encirclement if we barge in it." A forbidden area? There should still be others who are able to freely enter and exit besides Yuzhen Tian. Will the 4 sons of Yuzhen Tian do? Zhan Yuxian made a guess. Ling Xiao continued the conversation. "It won't do even if they are able to get in. In the first place, we don't know where those 4 people are. It would waste a large chunk of time to find any one of them, and it is likely that their cultivation levels are high. To capture them alive under these circumstances where we have to avoid inadvertently alerting an enemy is too risky. In that case, do you have a way to search the memories of the guards?" Ling Zhao's eyebrow twitched. "I can give it a try. The guards would definitely know who usually came to the forbidden area. It would be even better if there was a fixed timing when the person arrived, as XiaoMo and Ling Xiao would only need to set an ambush on their journey here. But this was a technical job and there were already 4 guards outside the forbidden area. It was fortunately that he had already advanced to the sacred realm, otherwise there would be no guarantee on the outcome. Every Divine Realm practitioner had a domain. The attributes of each domain were based on each individual's characteristics. However, as Divine Realm practitioners were still not experts in defiance of the natural order, the odds of discovery once the domain was put to use was still relatively high. However, the same could not be said for Sacred Realm practitioners. Not only would the range of the domain expand, the attributes of the domain would also be ungraded. The probability practitioners below the Sacred Realm discovering the domain was extremely low as long as it was not an expert of the same rank. Ling Xiao began to steal the guard's memory after determining that no one would be passing by their surroundings. The domain was like a protective screen that isolated the guard from the other 3. There was absolutely no chance of their companions discovering them even if they were face to face with each other. It was in this situation that the 2 showed themselves. They used the same methods they used to deal with the 9th young lady on the guard. It took a little longer as he was stronger than the 9th young lady. XiaoMo checked the guard's memory and found that a maid would deliver things to the forbidden area every 7 days. Their luck was good since tomorrow was the day when the maid would send things to the forbidden area. In addition, only the head of each successive generation could enter the forbidden area. The others, even including the 4 sons of the head, were all unable to enter. This was the most feasible approach. There was no other choice except for them to wait for some time. Thus, during this period of waiting, Yinggu and they rehashed their plan of retreat after rescuing Feng Qiyun. They repeatedly went over it to ensure that it was absolutely safe. time slowly ticked by as they discussed, and finally, dawn arrived. In the winding corridor, a delicate maid gracefully walked towards the direction of the forbidden ground. Hanging on her waist were several magic bags of different colors. Just as she reached the sparsely populated part of the road and turned a corner, her pace suddenly slowed down and she stood in place with a dazed expression. However, none would be suspicious even if someone saw her. In reality, this was just an illusion created by XiaoMo, and the real maid was already in Ling Xiao's dimension. XiaoMo looked at the maid who had fainted and turned to Ling Xiao, who was going to impersonate her. As the level of XiaoMo's illusions was still insufficient to fool the two powerhouses, he could only change the face but not the clothes. Therefore, the person posing as a maid needed to change into her clothes for the impersonation to be a success. Ling Xiao shot a glance at XiaoMo. "If it's not you, then don't tell me it's me." XiaoMo hatefully glared at him. "Don't think that I'm unaware of you secretly laughing at me in your heart." After cursing silently for a few times, he still accepted his fate in the end and changed into the clothes. However, the removal of the maid's clothes took quite a lot of effort. It was fortunate that he only needed a few pieces of her outer garments. 15 minutes later, the delicate and charming maid who had been standing still in a daze seemed to have revived. It was just that this time, her pace was no longer graceful. Instead, it was quite awkward. Steps as graceful as a lotus were not that easy to perform. Only when the forbidden area was right in front of his eyes did XiaoMo suppress his expression of bitterness. The guard recognized the maid and was very familiar with her, so he just glanced at the plaque and let XiaoMo in. Relying on the maid's memory, XiaoMo directly passed over areas where the maid had seen and walked towards the innermost area. What was termed as the forbidden area was actually an enormous prison with a total of 10 levels. However, the levels of the prison were not built upwards but downwards into the ground. Therefore, the further down one went, the higher the cultivation of the people imprisoned and the better their treatment was. Taking the 6th level as an example, the cell was a room with chairs, quilts, and a bed. In addition, the food served was much better the lower one went. He scanned through the cells from the 1st to 6th level. Unfortunately, there was no sign of Feng Qiyun. XiaoMo was somewhat bewildered. Feng Qiyun's cultivation was not high. If the levels in the forbidden area were really separated based on the cultivation of the inmates, it was impossible for him to be lower than the 7th level, as there were already prisoners at the Imperial Realm on the 6th level. He estimated that those on the 7th floor and higher were Emperor Realm and above practitioners. Feng Qiyun's circumstances are rather unusual. It's possible that he may be imprisoned below. Ling Xiao's voice resounded in his mind. XiaoMo nodded and continued walking downwards. He had come across several guards on the way, but not one stopped him. "Hey you, come over here." Just at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. XiaoMo raised his head and discovered that the other person calling him was a middle-aged man in red armor standing in front of the passage. He had seen this man in the maid's memory. He was the captain of the guards on the 7th level. The forbidden area had a very strict hierarchical system. Each floor had a corresponding supervisor, and the so-called supervisor was the captain of the guards of each level. The captains of the guards were very strong and they seldom left the forbidden area, so if they needed something, the maid would bring it to them once every 7 days. This captain of the guards of the 7th level was fond of the bottle and he would feel itchy all over if he did not drink daily. XiaoMo removed the magic bag containing wine and passed it to him. The captain of the guard impatiently took the magic bag and waved him off. XiaoMo gave a faint sigh of relief. It was fortunate that the guard did not ask questions, otherwise, it was not guaranteed that he would have put on a good performance. Further down was the 8th level and the strength of the prisoners on this floor were at Upper Star Emperor Realm. It was possible that for them to break through to the Divine Realm at any time if they were released. Just as he was about to head to the 9th level, another person called out to him. It was not the captain of the guard this time, but a gentle-looking elderly man with a reserved bearing. Yet, XiaoMo immediately felt that he was rather disconcerting, because Ling Xiao had immediately warned him. The old man was one of the 2 divine realm experts guarding the forbidden area. He was called Yu Dan and the other was called Yu Shuang. The 2 were twin brothers and both were divine realm 5-star practitioners. Relying on the telepathy belonging to twins, even an ordinary 7-star powerhouse would scurry and flee about if the 2 joined forces. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 467. Chapter 467, The Unknown Man. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo turned to look at the elderly man. Yu Dan looked very old, but he had a well-built physique. He walked over and scrutinized XiaoMo for a moment before saying, "Give me what you have and you can leave." This was burning the bridge after crossing the river. Okay. That phrase might not be so appropriate here. T/N, to burn the bridge after crossing equals to abandon one's benefactor upon achieving one's goal. XiaoMo slowly removed his remaining 2 storage bags and handed them over reluctantly. He had wanted to go and check out the 9th and 10th floors. Feng Qiyun was most likely there, though he didn't know why they'd put him there. Yu Dan glanced at him after receiving the bags. "Why aren't you leaving yet?" XiaoMo could only go back the way he came. Yu Dan stood there, watching his figure disappear to the 8th floor before returning to the 9th floor. 5 seconds later, XiaoMo's figure, the handmaiden's figure, appeared once more at the corner of floor 8 stairs. This area was hidden from the guards' lines of sight, because they had all seen him get chased down by Yu Dan. So he couldn't go up there in plain sight. That's when footsteps sounded behind him. XiaoMo was about to enter his own dimension, but Ling Xiao pulled him into his. At his feet lay the Yu Ping brothers and the handmaiden. He didn't know what Ling Xiao had done, but the 3 hadn't woken up. 15 minutes later, a newly crafted guard left his post. Since the guards were stationed in a set place on each floor, it was risky for them to leave their positions. It was good that the guards here didn't really butt into each other's business, and the armor they wore covered over half their face. The 2 came to the entrance of the 9th floor and waited for a short while. A patrol walked by just then, and as they did, the 2 quietly followed. The guards in front didn't realize anything was wrong either. The 9th floor wasn't as large as the 8th, and there were only 10 prison cells, with 5 prisoners in total. 2 of the prisoners were divine level, and the other 3 were earth level. The prisons were as extravagant as a 5-star hotel, but the bars were made from the strongest kind of steel in this world. This legendary steel was called 9 dark steel. Legend had it that this was the material most suited for building prisons. For anyone lower than sacred level, they had no chance of escape, and it also suppressed the power of whoever was captive. Under 9 dark steel, there was also 8 to 1 dark steel. Each floor of the forbidden area had prison cells made of the respective kind of dark steel. To imprison these people, the Vermilion Blood Clan had really gone all out, because the higher the level of the dark steel, the harder it was to find. But this was just for floors 1 to 9. As for the 10th floor, only the Yu Dan brothers could go up there. After taking a look around, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao found that Feng Qiyun wasn't on this floor either. The 2 left the group and hid into their dimension to discuss their future plans. Originally, XiaoMo's dimension could move, but he couldn't do that here because there were 2 divine-level powerhouses guarding this area. At his level, he couldn't move around without being noticed. The stronger the practitioner, the more sensitive they were to sensing dimensions. If the 10th floor's prisons are also made of dark steel, then shouldn't we find a way to deal with that first? XiaoMo asked, rubbing his chin. Ling Xiao gave him a deadpan glance. What kind of person is 9 dark steel used to imprison? XiaoMo answered, divine. He hadn't even finished speaking before he got it. With a sacred level powerhouse, what trouble would 9 dark steel give them? My guess is that there'll be 3 or less people imprisoned on the 10th floor, so it'll be easy to look through them. After we successfully save Feng Qiyun, I'll distract the two brothers and you use your dimension to leave first and inform Yinggu and the others. Got it. You be careful, too. I don't need to. What? Even if I'm not careful, no one can take me on. Should he call this confidence or being conceited? After leaving the dimension, the two headed straight for the stairs to the 10th floor. As they were about to go up, a cold, reproachful voice rang out, along with a suffocating spiritual pressure. Who said you could come up? Get out! The two naturally wouldn't get out like the voice told them, charging towards the 10th floor as if they had gone crazy. You shits, who are you? The owner of the voice immediately became enraged, and anger-filled pressure blanketed over them and a dark figure appeared in front of him. XiaoMo hurriedly ducked behind Ling Xiao. A strange smile appeared on Ling Xiao's face and, pushing off with the balls of his feet, he charged forwards and quickly arrived in front of Shuang, not letting even a sliver of his overwhelmingly powerful presence leak. The other's shocked face was immediately magnified. Due to his miscalculation, he didn't have time to dodge at all. A fist, flashing with purple and red flames, impacted against his fragile abdomen harshly. Shuang coughed out a streak of fresh blood, his knees hitting the floor heavily and cracking the floorboards. The two took the chance to charge into the 10th floor. XiaoMo was almost blinded from the situation inside, able to see it clearly even at the doorway. It was more or less a presidential suite. There was a massive mahogany bookshelf with all sorts of books placed neatly. The ground was covered in a very high-quality fur carpet. Chairs, a coffee table, with a high-quality tea set. The walls had glowing pearls 4 or 5 times the size of one's fist, making the 10th floor as bright as day. However, the most eye-catching was the enormous bed against the wall. It was more than 2 meters wide. On the bed half sat a man whose feet were chained by a white chain attached to the wall. He had his head bowed, hair messily covering his face. Ling Xiao suddenly frowned, hesitating for a moment before charging in front of the man and flicking 2 embers at the chains, melting them. The sound of the chain breaking startled the man, causing him to raise his head with a shocked face. This face was clearly not Feng Qiyun's. XiaoMo opened his mouth in shock. He was about to speak when Ling Xiao abruptly sent the man into his pocket dimension and quickly said, "Let's go." This all happened in a few short seconds. Dan, having noticed something was wrong, had immediately charged up. He was shocked at seeing the injured Shuang, helping him down from the 10th floor at once. After Ling Xiao and XiaoMo left, they found that the entrance to the 10th floor had been completely blocked off. It seemed that all the guards of the 8th and 9th floors had gathered here with Dan and his brother at the front. As the two walked out, Dan and Shuang cautiously backed away. Someone who could injure them like that wasn't any normal powerhouse. This person was very likely to be over Divine 7-star. This scene also roused the 5 prisoners' attentions. Of them, a burly divine-level practitioner spat on the floor and began to laugh uproariously. This is the first time I've seen anyone dare barge into the Vermilion Blood Clan's prisons. Shuang, you old dog, you can't be injured, can you? Shut up. Shuang's face was shaking. The burly man sneered in disdain. Ling Xiao, standing on the steps, swept his gaze over everyone from where he stood high above them. Seeing everyone itching to fight, he flicked his finger and a red flame suddenly appeared in front of everyone. The temperature in the hall rose dramatically. As if remembering something, Dan's eyes suddenly widened. Could you be? Then his gaze suddenly flicked to XiaoMo. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow. Seems like you know where Feng Qiyun is? Hearing this, Dan realized who they were, but his eyes were still filled with astonishment. These two really were daring, coming all the way here themselves. Seems like they knew that the family head wasn't home. Seeing him not responding, the flame in his hand shot out. The guards that didn't dodge in time screamed in pain. The flames spread rapidly. Yu Dan and Yu Shuang didn't realize that the flames that already spread to the prisons, eating away at the 9 dark steel. Seeing the 9 dark steel slowly melt under the flames, a hint of crazed delight flashed through the eyes of the 5 prisoners. It was a mad desire for freedom. They had been trapped here for far too long. Their sanity was eroding, believing that they might spend their lifetime here. As a section of the 9 dark steel fell to the ground, the burly man roared at the sky and charged out of his prison. However, he didn't choose to fight Yu Dan and the others and instead charged down towards the 4th floor. The other 4 prisoners quickly followed suit. Hearing the sound, Yu Shuang turned and saw the 5, his eyes going red. Not good, they've escaped. The entire forbidden ground was in chaos. The burly man ran to the 8th floor and released the prisoners there. It wasn't out of kindness, but to increase his own chances. It was the same reason Ling Xiao had released him. Though Ling Xiao was a sacred-level powerhouse, there was no need for them to waste time here if Feng Qiyun wasn't here. After beating back Yu Dan, Ling Xiao immediately left with XiaoMo. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 468. Chapter 468, Arrival. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The forbidden area was in a state of chaos and the outside was the same. Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxin created confusion and chaos in the upper levels according to the plan. However, it also meant that they couldn't come to the underground level to help. Also, most of the captives had been freed, and that wasn't just a few people, it was hundreds. No matter how many helpers the Vermilion Blood Clan had, they couldn't possibly recapture them all at once. Not to mention the fact that there were plenty of strong practitioners who, like a horse without a leash, went wild. They had endured it for too long, and so the moment they were given their freedom, there was no way they were going back in again. Thus, they risked their lives in defiance. To create more chaos in the manor, before Ling Xiao left the forbidden area, he injured all of guard leaders who were relatively stronger, thus reducing the overall defensive power by half. That, of course, meant that they were no match for the prisoners, and apparently 1 or 2 leaders were killed. The prisoners escaped the forbidden area in waves of madness, all yelling as they surged to the exit. The guards who rushed over were no matter, some were even brutally murdered. Screams rose and fell in waves. Bastard. It was at this moment a force of insurmountable strength rose to the sky and came along with it a furious roar. Those prisoners who had escaped the furthest were suddenly all flipped over, and in front of where they stopped, appeared a person. The one who came had furrowed brows and a burning gaze, but also a face that XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were quite familiar with. He was one of the original 10 gods, Yuantai. After he was defeated by Ling Xiao, he stayed in the stone room of the Vermilion Blood Clan to closed door cultivated, never stepping a foot out. If he hadn't detected the uproar from the forbidden area, he wouldn't have come out early. The ruffian and the others, after noticing Yuantai's arrival, immediately gave up on their tangle with others and ran in different directions. Although Yuantai has been dropped off of the 10 god ranking, he was still a level 7 peak practitioner, whereas the ruffian was only a level 3, he wasn't a match at all. Without a sliver of hesitation, Yuantai chased after the ruffian because he was currently the one with the highest level. They couldn't let any strong practitioners escape, otherwise, they wouldn't hesitate to take their revenge on the Vermilion Blood Clan. What a big family feared the most wasn't when their enemies were lurking in the shadows, but they were in the light. The others were chased by the 2 brothers, Yu Dan and Yu Shuang. They were simply injured, but not enough that they didn't have any ounce of fighting power left. Once Yuantai left, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo, who concealed themselves, appeared in mid-air. Ling Xiao stared in the direction of their departure. XiaoMo tilted his head to look at his expression. What? You're not thinking of following them to kill them, are you? Ling Xiao let out a chuckle. You feel it's not okay? After a bit of pondering, XiaoMo said, no, not okay per se, but wouldn't it hinder our plan? We haven't found out where Feng Qiyun is yet. Ling Xiao replied, "Don't worry, as to where Feng Qiyun could be, I have a good guess. I'll tell you when we get out." XiaoMo glared at him, he really wanted to ask now. Then, the two of them followed the direction of someone's departure. Yu Taiyan was very fast, and the ruffian, since he had been captured for so long, with no improvements in his level, was caught up to after a while. A 3-star versus a 7-star, there was no suspense. With an unwilling face, the ruffian shouted in rage. He had finally been given a chance to escape, but his freedom, to his surprise, wasn't even an hour long. How could he be satisfied? "You Long, if I can catch you once, I can catch you again. And like I said before, your whole life can only be spent down in the forbidden area." As if he was Satan himself, Yuan Tai said to Yu Long with naked scorn in his tone and attitude. Yu Long was already disheartened. "Hee, Yuan Tai, you spoke my mind. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you twice," a voice abruptly interjected. Yuan Tai was taken aback. Why did this voice sound so familiar? Then, he saw a face he would never forget in his life. It was Ling Mo, who had defeated him in the June mountain ranges. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't be at the main house of the Vermilion Blood Clan but on his way to the banquet. "It's you." "Yep, it's me." Ling Xiao looked at him with half-closed eyes. But just as Yu Long looked up with bewilderment, Ling Xiao returned to his original appearance. In each hand appeared a sliver of fire, purple and red. The temperature around them instantly went up by a few hundred degrees. In his eyes, Yuan Tai saw a different fire, and as if something broke through his brain, purple and red, Xilan sacred fire and Demon Phoenix sacred fire. It was you. Yuan Tai finally recalled, Ling Mo and Yu Xiaohao were actually Ling Xiao and Yu XiaoMo, who the Vermilion Blood Clan had been searching for all along. Correct, but too late. Ling Xiao said with appreciation. Feeling his killing intent, Yuan Tai said with a cold laugh, "Although you did defeat me, it won't be easy to kill me." Ling Xiao laughed in a deep voice, "About that, we'll see after we try it." Yuan Tai opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, a vast sea of pressure rolled over and covered him, as if he was an ant crushed below a mountain. His soul force was out of his control, he couldn't even begin to resist. He had only felt this kind of feeling from one person before, and that was the old head, Yu Tian. Ling Xiao watched on with amusement as Yuan Tai's expression changed from that of composure to one of twisted fear. Then, let the show begin. 5 minutes later, Ling Xiao took Yu XiaoMo and left the underground. Yu Long stared dumbfounded at their direction. Was this the power of a sacred-level practitioner? Yuan Tai couldn't even last a few minutes and just died like that? Sensing that many people were headed his way, Yu Long finally regained his senses and, without further delay, quickly left this trouble-ridden place. This riot that happened within the forbidden area caused an irreparable loss to the Vermilion Blood Clan. Out of 100 or so prisoners, 40% of them got away, and that included a few strong practitioners from the 9th floor. But what was the most shocking was the death of the Iron Blood God, Yuan Tai. When the guard team arrived, all they saw was him with dismembered limbs in a pool of blood. Such a strong practitioner, who had run wild in the Tongtian continent for thousands of years, had died, just like that, and within the main house too. Once 2 of the masters heard the news and arrived, the chaos was already at its closing stages. Seeing the estate, as if it was run over by a horde of wild pigs, in such an unbearable condition, the masters were furious, saying that they would find the culprit and write the name of the Vermilion Blood Clan. Soon after, they quickly told others to lock down the Vermilion Blood City. However, this was to no effect. Once the main group arrived, the guards at the gate were either dead or injured. The culprits had already escaped the city. Later on, they were able to lock in on Ling Xiao and the others by their entry records. However, they were clearly using fake names, thus they had nowhere to start looking. At this point in time, Ling Xiao and 3 others were on their way to the banquet. The southern continent's north side was the headquarters of the Tsang Alliance. Here, it was not sorted by cities and towns but were instead considered to all be part of the alliance. Once in their field of influence, one had to follow their rules, even if they were from the Vermilion Blood Clan. For the little shittie's birthday banquet, it was held at Amaranthan Mountain, the same as last year. The Amaranthan Mountain was an enormous mountain from the Jialan mountain range, as well as being the headquarters of the Tsang Alliance. Only the head of the alliance and his beloved disciple could hold their celebrations here. As it became closer to the birthday banquet, the Amaranthan Mountain was busier by tens of times. Numerous flows of light arrived at the Jialan mountain range, heading towards the headquarters at the peak of Amaranthan Mountain. These usually rarely seen elites were arriving like cabbage. As they came one after another, it became a feast for the eyes for the onlookers. Since one needed an invitation to go in the banquet, many were blocked outside and could only watch and envy at those who swaggered in. For streaks of light flashed across the sky and landed at the base of the Amaranthan Mountain. The four were Ling, Xiao and the others, who arrived just in time before the banquet started. XiaoMo looked on the Amaranthan Mountain in surprise. The mountain was huge but uniquely short. Compared with the mountain peaks around it, it suddenly became the only shorty out of a group of tall people. Let's go. At that, Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian hesitated a little. Can we go in without an invitation? XiaoMo replied, it should be fine. The Tsang Alliance didn't say how many guests you could bring with one invitation. It shouldn't be a problem. With that, the two hesitated no longer. If it was as Ling Xiao said, Feng Qiyun was truly brought along by Yu Zhentian, then he must be on the Amaranthan Mountain. Yinggu didn't want to stay at the bottom, aimlessly waiting. Although the mountain was short, the distance to the peak was not short. 5 minutes later, the Flying Four landed at a spacious area on the peak. The peak was even noisier than the bottom. On the open road, only a few walked in the middle. These were the ones with status and power, and on the sides were the onlookers, here for the entertainment. Looking at them, the crowd would sporadically let out waves of whispers, although quiet, but with that many people, it quickly became bustling with noise. At the end of the road was an entrance with disciples of the Tsang Alliance who were there to enforce order. To prevent the possibility of counterfeit invitations, their inspections were quite detailed. The line was short, so it didn't take long before it was their turn. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 469. Chapter 469, Xilan Clansman. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Yu Bu was the person that Tsang Alliance sent to maintain order on site. Although Yu Bu was much weaker than Xiao in terms of power, he was more adept at handling situations and more meticulous. According to Xiao's evaluation of him, he was a person who could speak human to a human and speak ghost to a ghost. Simply put, he was an expert at doing business. Previously, XiaoMo didn't interact with him for long, so he didn't experience that. This time he was beside him, so he was able to clearly see what Xiao was talking about. The words he said to every guest, almost none of them was repeated. Even his smiling face looked especially cordial. Just as they were preparing to walk over, a figure ran out from somewhere and suddenly cut in front of XiaoMo. XiaoMo fixed his eyes upon the figure and found a youth dressed in an expensive gown with a jade guan on his head. He had looks that stood out from the crowd, but his chin was raised so high it was as if he hadn't seen them at all. With a fan in hand, he left them with his back view. T/N, guan, is a headwear worn as formal headdress. Example, link. However, what XiaoMo really cared about was the fact that that youth actually had a purple flame symbol between his brows. He remembered Ling Xiao said that this kind of flame pattern was the symbol of the Xilan clan. After the youth walked over, an old man followed behind him. The old man was like an ancient well that had settled for many years. He seemed to be as deep and unfathomable as the well itself. The both of them didn't seem to be aware that they had jumped the queue. XiaoMo thought about it and ultimately decided not to argue with them. To him it didn't matter at all if they entered first or later. Furthermore, this was the Tsang Alliance's territory. He didn't want to start trouble here. XiaoMo retreated to Ling Zhao's side and whispered, "Are they people from the Xilan clan?" Ling Xiao looked at the youth's back, narrowed his eyes coolly. Haven't seen him before. This person likely appeared after I left. He looks really arrogant. Ling Xiao lowered his head and gave him a look. The people of the Qilin clan have always been arrogant. XiaoMo nodded his head in agreement. The person in front of him was the perfect example of this. Ling Xiao lifted his hand and knocked on his forehead. How could Ling Xiao not know what he was thinking? XiaoMo covered his forehead and silently cursed at him. Arg! Even thinking to himself was not allowed? Not only was this person arrogant, to top it off he was extremely overbearing. The youth and the old man accompanying him quickly passed the security checks. However, before entering, the youth suddenly turned back and looked at them with eyes full of contempt and provocation. XiaoMo scared. Would it kill him to not be arrogant and condescending? The people of this world were really too hyperactive. Yubu, who was standing at the door, had taken in everything he saw. The Qilin clan stood at the top of all powerhouses on the Tongtian continent, so it was inevitable that the younger generation would look down their noses at everyone else. Seeing as XiaoMo and Ling Xiao didn't pursue the matter, he heaved a sigh of relief in his mind. His impression of them became much better. The two of you really came. Yubu took a step forward and smiled as he greeted them with a fist cupped in the other hand. His eyes then landed on Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian. These two are? They're my friends. They're accompanying us to attend the banquet. They should be able to enter, right? XiaoMo replied his question. Naturally. Yubu smiled and nodded. This way, please. After passing the entrance, there was a long, slightly sloping flight of stairs. As it was too long, it looked like it had disappeared into the clouds. The Amaranthan mountain range was shrouded in fog, giving an ethereal feel. XiaoMo was in somewhat high spirits. He hadn't walked on these kind of stairs before. Whatever unhappy things that had happened at the entrance was soon forgotten by him. Yinggu swiftly walked over and looked towards Ling Xiao. Let's split up here, he said. Ling Xiao knew he wanted to check if the people of the Vermilion Blood Clan had arrived, so he agreed. The two of them then went up first. Above the flight of stairs was a cluster of colossal buildings that one couldn't see the end of. In the middle was the main hall of the Song Alliance. The main hall was in the form of a pagoda, its exterior looking stately and solemn. In front of the main hall was a huge square. Currently, people from all around had gathered there together with the Song Alliance's security team. It looked especially lively right now. As today was that Shitty's birthday, the square was fully draped with festive red cloth. Quite a number of guests had already arrived before them. They stood in various corners of the square and had conversations in little groups. XiaoMo took a look inside, but Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian were nowhere to be found. Due to the large number of guests, it was impossible for the Song Alliance to attend to every guest, so XiaoMo and Ling Xiao walked towards a place with fewer people but allowed them to see where the majority of the people were. Do you see anyone from the Vermilion Blood Clan? XiaoMo asked. They probably haven't arrived yet. Then, can we grab something to eat? XiaoMo smiled shyly. The birthday banquet that the Song Alliance had organized consisted of both the appetizers and the main course. The appetizers and snacks were already laid out on the long table in the square and were giving off a delicious aroma. XiaoMo had long since noticed them. Will you look at yourself? Ling Xiao chided lightly. While that might be what he said, Ling Xiao still brought him over anyway. They were most probably the first people who expressed interest in the appetizers, as they were the only ones beside the long table. Others wouldn't even do such a thing because of their status. Furthermore, this was the best time to establish ties with other forces. Almost nobody would let this opportunity pass. As a result, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao, who appeared beside the long table, became particularly eye-catching. XiaoMo didn't care how others looked at him. Only a fool would restrain themselves and not enjoy the good stuff before them. That's why it was a burden to be obsessed with keeping up with appearances. Using the plate that the Song Alliance prepared, XiaoMo picked up a piece of fried golden dim sum and took a bite. He couldn't help but let out an excited squeal. It's really delicious. It doesn't taste like it's fried using ordinary magic fruit. That is a no-brainer. How can they use ordinary things to serve esteemed guests? Ling Xiao replied nonchalantly. You have one too. XiaoMo picked one up and delivered it to his mouth. Without hesitation, Ling Xiao opened his mouth and took a bite. The expressions on some people's faces started to become weird when they saw this scene. Although there were instances of a man being together with another man, few would show it so blatantly. Finally, someone recognized them. Hey, that man, he looks like Ling Mo, the rising star on the 10 gods list. So he really was invited by the Song Alliance. Yeah, looks like the Song Alliance has already acknowledged his position. The invitation card is proof. But I never thought that the youth and him were in that kind of relationship. I heard that even two men can dual cultivate. But, isn't the difference in their cultivation levels very large? I heard that this Yu Shaohai is a level 10 mage. The Eagle Guild's second in command, one-eyed Scarface, was defeated by him, so don't belittle him. Not only that, he's a student of Xiaoyao Institute. He came in first when he participated in Xiaoyao Institute's entrance tests. First place? He's that powerful? Of course, it's said that the Mage Guild and the Beast Transfiguration Guild's most talented individuals were no match for him. We really can't judge a book by its cover. Seeing the same scene unfold, the youth who had previously provoked XiaoMo at the entrance and sent him a disdainful look suddenly looked in Ling Zhao's direction. So he is Ling Mo, the man rumored to be a member of the Qilin clan. The youth looked indifferent, his words slightly contemptuous. There was no joy at all in meeting his fellow clansmen. Elder, what do you think of this? Is he really a member of the Qilin clan? He can't possibly be an impostor trying to take advantage of the Qilin clan's reputation, can he? This person's aura is calm/composed. I can only tell if he makes a move. The old man said. The youth closed his fan and chuckled. Since it's like this, then we'll find a chance to test him out. Anyone who dares to impersonate a member of the Qilin clan will not be let off easily. With their judgment, the powerhouses shouldn't have mistaken what they saw. This old man thinks that this matter is very likely true. The old man calmly looked at him. Then tell me, Elder, who can this person be? There are only those few people in the Qilin clan and both of us have seen them already. Where did he come from? The youth spoke slowly. The old man couldn't answer his question. Every member of the Qilin clan were in the clan. There might have been some who were wandering outside in the past, but there were close to none now. Even if there were, they would be found and brought back by the Qilin clan. As the number of members of the Qilin clan were dwindling, any clan member who was wandering outside must be brought back. If he was found to be a member of the Qilin clan in the end, the elders in the clan were very likely going to take him back. The youth must have thought of this, thus the need to confirm if what he heard was true. Of course, it wasn't because he wanted to bring Ling Xiao back, he just wanted to prove this matter wrong. However, for some reason Ling Xiao and XiaoMo just rubbed him the wrong way. With this in mind, the youth's voice rose suddenly. I reckon he couldn't possibly be a member of the Qilin clan. We don't have such disgraceful clan members in the Qilin clan. You should try harder in impersonating one of us. Everyone else kept their volume low when speaking, so when the youth spoke loud and clear, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was a legitimate clan member of the Qilin clan. If he said no, then it was highly likely there was no such person in the Qilin clan, but was it possible that everyone present at that time was blind? Clearly his words weren't convincing enough. RAI fans, please give respect to Rachel, our translator of this chap. The raw for this chapter was wrong as it merged two chaps, 469 and 470, in one, and Rachel, our lovely and miserable translator, spent her brain off only to find out she has no choice but to delete half of her effort since 470 has been done by another translator. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 470. Chapter 470, You're Really Naive. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. What reaction did XiaoMo and Ling Xiao have? Their reaction was to have none. Being a money grubber and a glutton, he felt that the trip would be wasted if he did not eat until he was satisfied, so he dragged Ling Xiao and frantically swept through the 2 long tables of refreshments. What was the youth saying? Sorry, but he didn't hear it. Ling Xiao also did not seem to have felt anything. While everyone, including the youth, was staring at them and preparing to see if they had any reactions, the person involved was only staring at the refreshments on the long tables and was automatically blocking out the surrounding words and gazes. The expression of the youth slightly darkened. He was actually being ignored. Don't make a fuss, this is the Tsang Alliance's territory. The elderly man's voice faintly resounded beside his ears. The youth snorted, but listened to his advice and did not say anything else. Just at this moment, a set of footsteps suddenly sounded from behind the youth. It was accompanied with a ridiculing voice that was incomparably clear and distinct as it drifted into the youth's ears. Other people are totally ignoring you. This is truly shameful. Hearing this familiar voice, the anger that the youth had managed to suppress with great difficulty was easily incited. He turned back for a look. Sure enough, it was a certain person which he hated the most. Ji-Feng, so the Demon Phoenix clan really sent you. The youth spat his sentence out as he gnashed his teeth. Ji-Feng was a well-known figure in the younger generation of the Demon Phoenix clan. She had inherited the beauty of the Demon Phoenix clan, and was extremely alluring. Every frown and every smile, every step and every move was enveloped with a trace of natural charm. She was clearly a phoenix, but had a slender and supple waist that was even more enticing than that of the demon serpents. As she walked over, her hips swung from side to side and the blood of many male organisms were close to boiling as they saw this scene. The youth truly disliked Ji-Feng. As the Qilin clan and the Demon Phoenix clan could be considered as mortal enemies, the elders of the 2 clans would compare their younger generations with each other from time to time, and none wanted to be outdone by the other. However, the Demon Phoenix clan currently had the upper hand within the current generation of the 2 clans. Thus, it led to him being scolded by his elders every time and saying such things as him being inferior to Ji-Feng. This made him seethe with anger and want to choke Ji-Feng to death every time he caught sight of her. Recently, he had even heard that the Demon Phoenix clan had found a long-lost clansman that came from the outside. That clansman was the same generation as them. Though his development was slower, it was rumored that his innate talent was extremely outstanding and was even higher than Ji-Feng. He had rejoiced in the beginning, as Ji-Feng was finally not the number 1 anymore. However, his training had been doubled by the elders in the clan within these few months. The Demon Phoenix clan had 1 more member, but the Qilin clan did not. The old chaps all possessed a disposition that refused to admit defeat. How could they resign themselves to fall behind? It could be taken that the youth bitterly hated the Demon Phoenix clan. Ji-Feng leisurely walked to him and gave an enchanting smile. Aya, hearing you put it that way makes it seem like I shouldn't be here. Don't forget, this is not the Qilin clan. Let me offer you some advice. You had better put away your claws and teeth here, lest you continue to shame your clan. You dash. The youth saw red. In the two's contest between words and wits, it was obvious that Ji-Feng was the one who had the upper hand. XiaoMo's attention was finally drawn away from the pastries upon seeing the 2 clans which he had an interest in appear in succession. Although he had not heard the course of events, he immediately knew who had won when he saw the two's expression. The eldest young master has met his nemesis. XiaoMo gave a smile that took joy in calamity and delight in disaster. After he had finished smiling, he suddenly said to Ling Xiao, "Oh yes, I seem to have heard someone talking to us just now." "Did I mishear it?" "You didn't mishear it." Ling Xiao expressionlessly replied, "It was just a dog barking, there's no need to bother about it." "Oh." Veins of violent rage instantly emerged on the forehead of the dog. Ji Feng covered her mouth as she let out a sinister smile and commented in a tone that wished for the whole world to be in chaos, "This description is really appropriate." The youth flew into a rage out of humiliation. "Hee, every time I see the Qilin clan and the Demon Phoenix clan, they're always so lively." Just at this moment, a light laughter abruptly cut into their conversation. Everyone looked in the direction of the laughter and only saw several people unhurriedly walking over from the entrance of the plaza. The rising sun elongated their shadows and their faces were vague and indistinct with their backs against the light. "Tai Bai, it's you." Ji Feng frowned deeply. XiaoMo leaned towards Ling Xiao and whispered, "Who is this Tai Bai?" Ling Xiao's eyebrow rose. It should be an extremely outstanding person from the current generation of the True Dragon clan. XiaoMo discovered that with the addition of Xiao Wuxing and Zhou Yi, this birthday banquet was basically the realm of the youngsters. Could it be that the head of the Tsun Alliance actually intended to let his little disciple make more close friends? But this is not seen too probable. Based off Xiong Zhao's description, that little shitty seemed to be an extremely reclusive person. It was not likely for this to be what the head intended. However, that was also a chance as he may be too reclusive. However, XiaoMo suddenly leaned closer to Ling Zhao's ear. "This Tai Bai looks really white, no wonder he's called Tai Bai." This was his first time seeing a man whose skin was so white it was nearly transparent. Not only that, but his hair was also white and it was different from Yin Ji's silver hair. T/N, Bai in his name means white. Probably. XiaoMo exclaimed in astonishment, "Really? Then he's really too pitiful to have met such an irresponsible elder." Ling Xiao leisurely gave him a look. "You're really naive." XiaoMo took a few deep breaths and decided not to stoop to his level. His gaze swept over the plaza and he discovered that 3 of the 4 divine emperor beasts had gathered together, so there was only one left. Not a single one from that black-colored clan came? Ling Xiao questioned, "Do you know what's the characteristic of a tortoise?" XiaoMo stared blankly. "Are you saying that it's slow?" Ling Xiao nodded. "Those from the black tortoise clan have this characteristic. They like to stall for time and will absolutely not appear unless it's the last moment." "Oh yes, Fang Qiyao, who we previously met in Beiyang City, seemed to have a physic black tortoise as his contracted demon beast." Didn't you say that it's generally impossible for the 4 divine emperor beasts to contract with practitioners or mages? Not all things are absolute. If it is fated, is not impossible for the 4 divine emperor beasts to set up a lifebound contract with humans. The 4 divine emperor beasts had the aptitude to break through the sacred realm from birth. Including Fang Qiyao, the fates of all who could contract with the 4 divine emperor beasts were very strong. Of course, those sort of ethereal things like fate would not follow one person forever. Time slowly flowed by, and beginning of the banquet was soon approaching. Though there were fewer and fewer people arriving, there had been no trace of the people from the Vermilion Blood Clan. A disturbance came from the direction of the stairs just as he was harboring doubts. XiaoMo had just looked over when an invisible pressure suddenly arose, attacking like a huge wave with earth-shattering pressure. It was obviously a deliberate action. His whole body froze and his soul trembled for a moment. Only the knowledge of Ling Xiao protecting him made him feel better. This was the pressure from a sacred realm expert. It was only that this person was much stronger than Ling Xiao. Besides the head of the Tsun Alliance, it could only be Yuzhen Tian from the Vermilion Blood Clan. Yuzhen Tian is here. Ling Xiao tensely frowned. He did not like this feeling. It seemed that the plan to raise his strength had to be urgently brought forward. Yuzhen Tian did not come up immediately. This pressure was just him giving an initial show of strength to the youngsters here. Everyone too did not think that Yu Zhentian would personally come. This was really big news. All the people here somberly looked in the direction of the stairs. After a moment, a figure leisurely walking appeared in the air and slowly walked over. Yu Zhentian was the only person who would climb over the Amaranthan mountain and still dare to be so arrogant. The sounds of chattering instantly quietened in the plaza. This elderly man before their eyes was a genuine pinnacle powerhouse in the Tongtian continent. Even if Ji Feng and the rest had their clans backing them, they also could not offend Yu Zhentian. Following closely behind were the younger generations of the Vermilion Blood clan. Included among them was Yu Qingshan, who XiaoMo had met in the June Mountains, and some who he did not recognize. However, what XiaoMo was more concerned about was man walking beside Yu Qingshan, which the Vermilion Blood clan members seemed to be very deferential to. He is Yu Qingyun, Yu Zhentian's second grandson. It's said that he is the strongest amongst the younger generation of the Vermilion Blood clan. He should be the grandson that Yu Zhentian truly dotes on. I've heard that Yu Zhentian's demands towards him are very strict and would often assign dangerous missions to him, so many assumed that Yu Zhentian did not like this grandson. Ling Xiao, who understood the members of the Vermilion Blood clan extremely well, explained when he saw him watching Yu Qingyun. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao and said, "Every time you introduce a member of the Vermilion Blood clan to me without the slightest hesitation, I will feel that you're the one from the Vermilion Blood clan." Ling Xiao's expression had no change. Personal attacks are denied. XiaoMo. With Yu Zhentian's status, there would naturally be someone of the corresponding status to welcome him to reflect his status as a heavyweight. But it was unfortunate that the head of the Tsang Alliance did not appear. At this very moment, he was coaxing his little disciple as his little disciple was being difficult again. The one receiving Yu Zhentian was Xiong Zhao's Dashixing Zuiyan. It is rumored that he was the most powerful practitioner below the sacred realm. However, he was not on the 10 gods ranking. His disciples from the Tsang Alliance were only ranked on the Tongtian rankings. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 471. Chapter 471, Battle of Seating. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Zuiyan was a well-built man, his features ruggedly handsome, very masculine. Though he looked young, he wasn't part of the youths anymore. Tens of thousands of years ago, he had become a disciple of the head of the Tsang Alliance. Nowadays, he held power over many decisions in the Tsang Alliance. Yu Zhentian was courteous to Zuiyan. Though he held the bearing of an elder, his tone made it clear that he didn't look down on the younger generation. XiaoMo and Ling Xiao looked at each other and went off to find Feng Qiyun in sync. If Yu Zhentian really brought him, he shouldn't be too hard to find. However, they didn't see any hint of Feng Qiyun when looking around. As they were wondering about this, Yingu suddenly walked over. "I've found him." XiaoMo was shocked and asked, "Where?" "He's among the Vermilion Blood clan, at the back, second to last." XiaoMo looked at the second to last and found that the Feng Qiyun Yingu was talking about was a emotionless young man, his eyes lifeless. The face didn't belong to Feng Qiyun either. How can you be certain that he's Feng Qiyun?" Yingu said, "I can tell." "Alright, you win." Yu Zhentian probably did something to him. Maybe some sort of seal. "It seems that Yu Zhentian is a very careful person," Ling Xiao said with a frown. "Then what do we do now? Let's see what chances we're given." Really, this was just called improvising, XiaoMo complained to himself. Afterwards, the Black Tortoise clan came at the last minute as Ling Xiao had said they would. Their habit of being slow really never changed. However, with their arrival, the celebration finally began. The long tables were removed and exchanged for many tables of food. The red table cover had beautiful and delicate patterns stitched on. Though not many people were invited, many had tagged along. The Song Alliance had prepared for such an occurrence and had tables added after confirming the number of guests. Just as he was about to ask why the main character of the celebration hadn't appeared, there was a sudden commotion. Then he heard someone yell, "The head of the Song Alliance is coming." Everyone immediately looked towards the main hall. The head of the Song Alliance, someone who, along with Yu Zhentian, was known as one of the two greats of the southern continent. XiaoMo had thought he would be a white-haired old man, but instead he was a masculine young man with a well-built physique. No wonder his first disciple was Zuoyan. They probably had more to speak about? He imagined the two sitting together talking about who had a better figure and did a spit take. Such a thunder-striking image, it was best not to think of. Ling Xiao looked at him with disgust. Even though you're a glutton, it doesn't mean you should be so gross. XiaoMo. This time, he'd rather Ling Xiao not figure out what he was thinking, so he'd let that glutton comment go. XiaoMo quietly wiped a face of blood, continuing to watch the main characters of the evening. The head of the Song Alliance's surname was Fu, his first name being Sanxiong, a very powerful name. His strength rivaled Yu Zhentian. A powerful figure like him should be attended to by a crowd, but instead he lowered himself, supporting an unsteadily walking young man. His 2-meter statue made the young man seem exceptionally fragile. T/N, Sanxiong, the Blue Dome of Heaven. XiaoMo couldn't help but widen his eyes. The young man rumored to hold Fu Sanxiong's favor had wrapped himself up tight, as expected. It was a shame that they couldn't see his face. "What's the name of this Xiao shitty?" XiaoMo asked curiously. Speaking of, he still didn't know the other's name. The invitation hadn't said, only mentioning that it was Fu Sanxiong's favored disciple. However, they were in attendance of the celebration, so it was rather embarrassing for them to not know the main character's event. "Don't know," Ling Xiao answered, very straightforwardly. XiaoMo looked to Yinggu and Zhang Yuxian. The two shook their heads as one, and XiaoMo couldn't help but sweat a little. They were probably the worst guests in history. It seems like they had to find a chance to secretly ask someone about it. Fu Sanxiong helped his disciple to the edge of the stairs and announced, "Thank you, everyone, for coming to the birthday banquet of my beloved pupil. I hope that everyone has fun. Please, sit." He didn't say much before he was done, but everyone was used to it. When it came to his favored disciple, he usually wouldn't say much. There was a method to the seating. The closer you were to the main table, the more important you were. Usually, people were very responsible and polite about this. For example, Yu Zhentian held a position equal to that of Fu Sanxiong's, so they sat at the same table. However, that table could only fit 10 people. XiaoMo, Ling Xiao, and company didn't immediately find a place to sit down. Most of those in attendance were young talents. In regards to their experience, they were nowhere near worthy of sitting with Yu Zhentian and the others. The only ones worthy were powerhouses of the 10 god rankings, because they were right below sacred level. However, not all those on the 10 god rankings were in attendance. After Ling Xiao kicked 2 people off, only 9 were left, but not everyone could arrive in time. Some were in secluded cultivation, some were too far away, and some might even be in the middle realms, so only 3 had come, with 2 of them from the old rankings. One was from the Guma tribe of Dongzhou. However, this person kept a rather low profile. The other was from the Mage Guild. As a mage, being able to get onto the rankings was more than impressive. XiaoMo didn't know either of them, but their identities were clear because they had sat down at the main table. Speaking of, Ling Xiao was a member of the 10 gods. With his position, he could sit at the main table, but XiaoMo, seeing that only one place was left at the main table, wanted to push him into going over so that others wouldn't look down on him. That was when something unexpected occurred. Yu Zhentian suddenly started laughing and led his grandson, the second grandson XiaoMo had been curious about before, to the main table, loudly introducing him to Fu Sanxiong and then telling Yu Qingyun to sit in the remaining seat. With that, everyone's expressions twisted. With Yu Qingtian's position in the Tongtian continent, he wasn't worthy of sitting at the main table. This wasn't about being Yu Xintian's grandson, but an acknowledgement from the powerhouses of the continent. Yu Xintian's actions didn't just show how much he valued Yu Qingtian, but also made trouble for Ling Xiao in front of everyone, implying that he had no right to sit there. It seemed that this old family had held a grudge for what Ling Xiao did at June Mountains to the Vermilion Blood Clan. They had been wondering why Yu Xintian had never come looking for trouble regarding Yuan Tai's defeat. He still had this ace up the sleeve. Just as the crowd was prepared to watch the drama unfold, Yu Qingtian vacated the seat voluntarily, respectfully placing his hands together and bowing as he said, "Grandfather, I just saw a few friends over there. It's better if I don't trouble my seniors sitting here, but how is your presence a trouble? I believe that you all don't mind, do you?" Yu Xintian's expression was as dark as a deep well. Not only did he not go along with what his grandson said, but dragged the others at the table down as he spoke. They were all stoic, but inside, they were cursing up a storm. As expected of an old fox like Yu Xintian, he had to pull them into his and Ling Mo's spat. If they agreed, then didn't that mean that they thought that Ling Mo, who had already kicked 2 people off the rankings, wasn't worthy of sitting with them? They weren't as stupid as to go and offend people without provocation. Ling Mo didn't have anything against them either. "I mind." That was when a cold and clear, but emotionless voice cut through the silence. The crowd was stunned before realizing that it was the star of the celebration who had spoken, the young man who hadn't said anything yet. Yu Xintian's face darkened at this. The young man seemed completely unaware of the pressure that was coming down on him, and said, "You don't think of the difference between my master's position and your grandson? Are you trying to insult my master by making him sit with a junior?" With these words, even if it hadn't been Yu Xintian's intention in the first place, it was now. Yu Xintian gave the young man a long look before looking to Fu Zhangxiong. "Alliance head Fu, your disciple is quite brave, to say something like that to his senior." The corner of Fu Zhangxiong's lips curled as he spoke with a smile. "Please excuse him, family head Yu, my young disciple here has always had a habit of speaking too fast, too bluntly, and too honestly. If he says anything, don't take it to heart. He's still a kid." Yu Xintian's face twitched imperceptibly. These words were clearly implying that his disciple was right. Don't take it to heart? Humph, Fu Zhangxiong, you've planned this, haven't you? The old family head didn't know that the alliance head Fu, hearing his favored disciple defend him and call him my master, was absolutely delighted, even though he knew that it might just be because the other was in a mood. It had been a long time since he had heard his beloved disciple say so much in one go. As they were facing off, the topic of their conversation, Ling Xiao had already found a random table and sat with his companions. After all, something like reputation couldn't be eaten. Seeing his uncaring attitude, they knew that Ling Xiao didn't care about a mere seat. With that, it seemed like Yu Xintian, the head of his family, was just petty. However, no one dared voice their thoughts. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 472. Chapter 472, Gift. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. When Yu Xintian openly expressed his displeasure, the crowd didn't even dare let out a heavy breath. The anger of a sacred-level practitioner was nothing ordinary. If they decided to fight it out, all of them would be affected too. Just at this moment, the representative of the Mage Guild suddenly stood up and, under everyone's gaze, walked over to the beloved disciple of Fu Zhangxiong, then handed his gift over. "Young Master Wei, this is just a token of regard from XiaoMo. Happy birthday. T/N-M-O, a way to prefer oneself without adding one's first name." However, Fu Zhangxiong personally took it and smiled while nodding. "I thank you for the gift on behalf of my little disciple." It was a first-grade rainbow pill. In terms of value, the Mage Guild was very generous, since no matter the star, a rainbow pill was almost non-existent in the market. Not only that, it could only be refined by a level 11 mage, and even in the Tong Tian continent they were scarce, thus this was once again a priceless treasure. Although they couldn't see the expression of the birthday boy, but if Fu Zhangqiong was satisfied, then it was still considered mission accomplished. Hu Xiao returned to his seat. With him leading off, the others were unwilling to be left behind. For things like presents, only personally giving them to the host was correct. If the host was satisfied with the gift, it would leave the host a better impression of them, and if the host didn't like it, then that type of gift would be excluded in the future. It was at this point XiaoMo realized that he had forgotten to prepare a present. At first, they were rushing to the Vermilion Blood Clan's territory to save Feng Qiyun. At that point they hadn't considered whether or not to attend the banquet, and thus he had forgotten about the gift. Quickly, XiaoMo started to recall what he had in his dimension. The most valuable item in his dimension was the spiritual water, however, he couldn't bring that out since there were people of the Vermilion Blood Clan present. If they discovered that the spiritual water was from the dimension, he probably wouldn't walk out of the southern continent alive. The second most valuable item he had were magic pills, however, with the rainbow pill from the Mage Guild, his level 10 mage pills weren't presentable anymore. Magic herbs didn't seem plausible either since, to be a present, it would have to be at least level 10 and above. His magic herb field did have level 10 and above magic herbs. However, the growth period of a level 11 herb was too long, and his herbs were only planted a few months before, thus none of them had matured. He couldn't possibly give an immature stock as a present, that would be way too cheap and it would be a denunciation. XiaoMo thought it over again and realized that there was nothing presentable. Looking at everyone running up to present their gifts, XiaoMo felt cold sweat dripping. Quietly he moved towards Ling Xiao's ear and in a not very hopeful tone asked, "Did you prepare a gift?" Ling Xiao glanced at him. "What do you think?" What did he think? Without a doubt, of course not. XiaoMo didn't bother asking Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian at the other table since they didn't plan on coming here either, so they couldn't have prepared. What were they doing to do? Going to a birthday banquet but bringing no gifts. Now they were going to make a fool of themselves in front of everyone. He could afford to lose face, but not Ling Xiao. What's wrong? At this moment, a calm and disconnected voice appeared by his ear. XiaoMo turned around to find that the one who talked was the crazy, handsome, cool, show-off Jiu Yi. He had almost forgotten about him and Xiao Wuxing. He didn't expect himself and Jiu Yi to be seated at the same table, right next to each other at that. As for Xiao Wuxing and his cousin Xiao Wuxuan, they were also seated on the same table across from his seat, and when he looked over, both brothers actually smiled in his direction. But speaking of his table, he just realized that they were all interesting characters. There were the 4 Ancient Beasts clan's young talents, Jifeng, and the other guys from their little dispute before. There was also Yu Qingyun who had just arrived, and adding the 2 of them, there were exactly 10 people. When Jiu Yi spoke, everyone looked in XiaoMo's direction. What was different was that some had a look of disdain, like Lin Haowu from the Qilin clan. No wonder Ling Xiao wasn't close with the Qilin clan, it looked like their bloodlines repelled each other. However, there were ones who looked at him with a teasing expression. Don't ask how he knew. When you had someone who looked at you like that all the time, it was impossible to ignore. With hidden bitterness, XiaoMo looked at Jiu Yi. Truly a lucky bastard. It was different when you had an elder as a companion, you didn't have to worry about presents. Not like him, all that was beside him was a worrying bastard. Jiu Yi was confused by his look and subconsciously looked at himself before saying, "Is there a problem?" XiaoMo let out a sign and answered, "Nothing, I'm just worrying over something." Jiu Yi paused before asking, "What thing?" With his elbows on the table and hands lifting his chin, XiaoMo said with sorrow, "I realized that I seem to have forgotten the name of the protagonist of the banquet." Uncontrollably, the corner of Jiu Yi's mouth twitched. After receiving the invitation and arriving within their territory, he didn't know who the event was hosted for. His nerves were not small at all. After Jiu Yi regained his composure, he lightly said, "If I remember correctly, he is called Wei Bai." Bang! XiaoMo's chin fell from his hand onto the table. This name was really familiar, super familiar. Accordingly, he had a Xiao called Wei Bai, but he went missing and no one knew if he was dead or alive. God, don't tell me this was real. It was just the same first and last name. How is there something so coincidental in this world? The above was not a representation of his true thoughts, it was a pure representation of his shock, that's all. Seeing his reaction, Jiu Yi slightly raised an eyebrow. Even Ling Xiao turned to look because of his violent reaction. XiaoMo didn't have time to be bothered by the weird looks he had been getting and quickly repositioned his chin to ask, "Is he really called Wei Bai?" Jiu Yi replied, "What do I gain by lying to you?" XiaoMo, lying obviously has its benefits. Jiu Yi. XiaoMo let out a dry laugh before saying, "I'm just joking with you." Then he remembered what Xiao said at the June mountain ranges. Wei Bai was only taken in by his master 200 years ago, which was exactly the time his second Xixian went missing. Also, when he was found by the Tsang Alliance head, he was seriously injured. Adding on all of the coincidences, he could conclude that Wei Bai was at least 80% his second Xixian, Wei Bai. Ling Xiao obviously heard their conversation and his lips slightly moved a little. "If I remember correctly, you also had a second Xixian called Wei Bai?" XiaoMo nodded his head. "He's the same one?" "Should be." "Then, have you thought of a present?" "Yeah." "Very good. Very good, your sister." XiaoMo suddenly rolled his eyes at him. If it wasn't for their luck, they would probably lose a lot of face right about now. At this point, from the main table came a small uproar with people voicing their surprise. "Wow, it's the golden stringed armor, the Vermilion Blood Clan is so lenient." XiaoMo raised his brows in astonishment, this name was so familiar, but he couldn't recall where he had heard of it. Ling Zhao's voice floated over from the side, "It's an armor made from the golden strings produced by the golden winged insect." That made sense, XiaoMo thought. Beneath his shirt hid two golden string producer, golden winged insects. Another day he would make them produce some. If he ever lacked spirit gems, it would definitely sell for a lot. The golden stringed armor was a treasured armor, supposedly not even a full hit from an emperor-level practitioner could harm it. It was super rare and precious, on the same level as that rainbow pill from that Hu guy. Normally these kinds of treasures were kept for their family's use, but Yu Tian was actually willing to give it up. You have to understand that there were less golden winged insects than even the 4 ancient beast clans. All around him was people's compliments, and even Fu Sangxiong showed a slight satisfied expression. Since he had worried over his beloved apprentice's safety, he had assigned people to look for the insects or an armor, however he never heard anything back. As for Yu Tian, the one who gave out the armor, he was calm and collected with no hint of distress from giving away something so precious. Most of the crowd had given their presents, with the best being the rainbow pill and the armor, nothing else was comparable. When Fu Sangxiong got people to take the armor away, he was ready to announce the ending of the banquet before an elder from the Vermilion Blood Clan suddenly stood up. Once he realized that everyone's attention was on him, he then turned towards XiaoMo's table. Seeing that, XiaoMo knew the Vermilion Blood Clan was up to no good, and it was probably directed at them too. It was just by a different person this time. "I'm so nervous." XiaoMo rubbed his hands together. Ling Xiao silently glanced at him. "What are you nervous about?" XiaoMo said, "What do you think he's going to say?" "Guess." Hearing this word, XiaoMo was dumbfounded and turned to him with a look of astonishment. "You know?" Ling Xiao looked at him worriedly. XiaoMo felt his mouth twitch and finally decided to shut up. His instincts were telling him that if he continued asking, his tolerance of being attacked would definitely go up. Just as he was doing some self-assurance, the elder finally decided to open his mouth and said with a pleased tone, "Alliance head Fu, you seem to have forgotten that there is one other who has not presented their gift. No doubt they have prepared something spectacular and will not disappoint." XiaoMo finally realized what the worrying gaze of Ling Xiao meant. That was a pure, unadulterated worry over his intelligence. He really wanted to say this one sentence: my IQ is already in the negatives, there is no need to worry. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 473. Chapter 473, 3 words. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. As one of the powerhouses on the 10 gods ranking, Sir Ling Mo, you must have prepared a very special gift for Wei Bai. Otherwise, you wouldn't have waited till the end. This old man is very curious. Sir Ling Mo, how about you take it out and let us have a look. As if the fire wasn't burning hot enough, the old man stroked his beard and continued to fan the flames. With that, everyone's attention concentrated on Ling Xiao. They were also curious about what kind of gift he was going to take out. Of course, there was also no shortage of people who were gloating. Any person with a discerning eye could tell that the Vermilion Blood Clan was deliberately picking on Ling Xiao. He might be very powerful, but strength alone wasn't everything. Furthermore, with the golden silk armor already gifted, if the grade of his present was too low, he was sure to lose face. Although there were some things that were more precious than the golden silk armor, there definitely wouldn't be many people who would be willing to take them out. This was definitely a trap set up for Ling Xiao. Regardless of whether he fell for it or not, the Vermilion Blood Clan would have achieved their goal of making him embarrass himself. Under everyone's gaze, Ling Xiao finally stood up. There wasn't the slightest change in expression on the man's handsome face. It was so calm that people began to find it strange. With Ling Xiao's eyes that seemed to have purple flames dancing in them focused on him, that elder felt a chill out of nowhere. At this moment, the man smiled. You must have seen my gift to know that my gift is indeed very special. I originally intended to pass it to Wei Bai after the banquet, but since you were so eager to see it, that's fine too. Having his own words used against him, the old man wore a slightly displeased look on his face. He forced out a smile and said, Sir, you must be joking, how can this old man have seen it? I'm just curious about the special gift that Sir has spoken of, that's all. The man then revealed a mysterious smile. The old man had a feeling of being seen through and his presence instantly diminished. Suddenly, Yu Zhentian snorted coldly and put down the half-empty cup that he drank from. The old man broke out in cold sweat. As the man walked in front of Wei Bai, he felt a few intense stares on him. Wei Bai, can I have a word with you in private? My present is very special and it cannot be seen by others, please forgive me. The man opened his mouth to speak. Wei Bai hesitated for a moment. Fu Sangqiong touched his head and smiled dotingly. Go ahead, you're probably curious about it too. Or do you want your master to help you there? No need. Wei Bai suddenly said coldly. After he spoke, Wei Bai stood up, but because he got up too fast, his body swayed unsteadily. Just as Fu Sangqiong was about to support him, Wei Bai steadied himself by supporting himself with the edge of the table. The man watched as Wei Bai started to pant after only taking a few steps. There was a hint of a smile in his eyes, but he had no intention of helping him, despite having everyone's eyes following them. Is it all right here? Wei Bai stopped and turned to look at the man. The man nodded and his lips moved. My gift only has a few words, As Ling Xiao's word was passed on directly to Wei Bai, no one knew what he said. All they saw was Wei Bai's body suddenly shook vigorously and he soon became agitated, grabbing the man by his collar. Who are you? He asked in a trembling voice. This was the first time Fu Sangqiong had seen his disciple giving such a strong response. He quickly walked over and wrapped him in his arms. Wei Bai seemed to have used up all his strength as he leaned on him with his full weight. Seeing as he had calmed down, Fu Sangqiong asked, What happened? Wei Bai looked at the man and replied, Nothing, I'm very satisfied with his present. I hope you can stay back after the banquet ends, are you all right with that? Sure. The man gave a faint smile that seemed to say that he had expected that to happen and went back to his seat. Although no one knew what exactly happened, it was the first time Wei Bai had expressed his like for his present. Furthermore, he even invited the other party to stay. This point alone was enough to make them burn with curiosity. In contrast, the Vermilion Blood Clan who had presented him with the golden silk armor couldn't even compare with one sentence that he said. It was very obvious which party was the one losing face. The Vermilion Blood Clan tried to give him a hard time but ended up embarrassing themselves instead. That feeling must be terrible. Just look on Yu Zhentian's face, it had already turned dark. When Ling Xiao returned, XiaoMo hurriedly asked him, "What did you say to him?" The other people around immediately pricked their ears up to listen. Even those from the next table seemed to be prepared to eavesdrop. "You guess," Ling Xiao said plainly. XiaoMo didn't get exasperated this time. He composed himself and thought for a while. "Is it 2 words or 3 words?" "3 words," Ling Xiao said. XiaoMo immediately responded with an enlightened expression. The people at the next table instantly deflated. What's with the enlightened expression? He could at least have said it out. How would we know which 3 words are they if you don't say them? Of course, XiaoMo wouldn't say it out loud. If he did, Yu Zhentian would definitely notice it. Although he didn't know if Yu Zhentian knew that name, the risk was too high. Opposite them, Lin Haowu snorted lightly, deliberately making things mysterious. But no one cared about him. At the other table, Gu took his seat beside Feng Qiyun as soon as he sat down. It was a very rude thing to do to just change seats as one wished at a banquet. A disciple of the Vermilion Blood Clan, who had originally intended to sit beside Feng Qiyun, had no choice but to pick another seat. Gu lowered his eyes as he saw Feng Qiyun's stiff, puppet-like expression up close, suppressing the raging emotions that burst forth at that instant. Why is this friend's face so stiff and why does he not talk? Zhang Yuxian, who was separated from them by one person, glanced at Feng Qiyun and asked with a smile. A disciple from the Vermilion Blood Clan looked at him arrogantly and said coldly, "My shitty doesn't like to talk to strangers. You don't have to concern yourselves over him." An opening was hard to come by and Zhang Yuxian wasn't ready to let this topic in just yet, so he continued, "I don't mean any ill will, but I feel that since he's already attending Wei Bai's birthday banquet, he should be happy. If he keeps up that stiff expression on his face, people who don't know him may think he's here too." He didn't continue, but it was enough for the other party to piece things together. As expected, the youth immediately became nervous. "Don't speak such nonsense. The Sun Alliance isn't so petty, my shitty was born like this." Zhang Yuxian rubbed his chin and smiled, "I'm not saying nonsense, take a look for yourself. Your shitty's expression is rigid and his eyes are dull and lacking in spirit. If I were to say so myself, if Wei Bai saw your shitty like this, I'm afraid he wouldn't be pleased. I heard that Wei Bai has an eccentric temper. Furthermore, who wouldn't wish that everyone is happy at their own birthday banquet?" The youth panicked at his words. As if that blow wasn't strong enough, Zhang Yuxian continued, "I also heard that Wei Bai will come over later. Even if he doesn't come to our table, it could be the table beside ours, and if he accidentally saw, but." The naive disciple of the Vermilion Blood Clan turned pale at his words. His mind was filled with horrific scenes of what would happen after the family had discovered that he had caused a huge trouble. "Then what do I do?" the youth pleaded. "The only solution is that you take your shitty and leave first before they find out," Zhang Yuxian said. "But, the elder instructed me, I can't let him, shitty to just leave their line of sight." The youth hesitated. "You can leave for a short while and sneak back in just before the banquet ends. That elder of yours is busy speaking to other people, he shouldn't notice." The youth gritted his teeth, he was still undecided and hesitant. Zhang Yuxian immediately urged him on, "Look, Wei Bai's Xixiang has come over. If he sees him and tells Wei Bai." The youth raised his head to look and as expected, Xiao was walking in their direction. He didn't dare to hesitate any longer. "I'll take my shitty outside to hide for a while. Please cover me, thanks." At the moment, everyone's attention was still on the main table and XiaoMo's table, so almost no one noticed the situation at their table. In addition, with Zhan Yuxian covering up for him, the youth easily left the banquet area with Feng Qiyun. Zhan Yuxian looked in the direction the two of them left and he picked up the wine cup to hide triumphant smile at the corner of his lips. As their statuses weren't prominent enough, it wouldn't raise any suspicion even if people at the same table heard their conversation. Ling might be anxious and didn't want to wait anymore, but for the plan to proceed smoothly, he could only suppress that impulse. The banquet had proceeded smoothly. Many people had used the excuse of toasting to get to the main table, but Weibai couldn't drink wine, so Fu Sangxiong drank the wine for him. Although Weibai didn't have any expression on his face, the crowd could tell that he was constantly looking in Ling Zhao's direction. XiaoMo didn't notice it. The dim sum that he previously ate had already been digested. The Tsang Alliance's food was not bad, so unlike the others who ate just enough, he ate till his mouth was covered in oil and he almost abandoned his chopsticks to grab the food with his hands. As a result, he had the whole table of people staring at him. Jiao Yi shifted towards the side. He didn't know this person. When the banquet reached its second half, a third of the dishes on the table had already ended up in his stomach. However, there were also some that had their appetites whetted under his influence. For instance, the Xiao brothers. T/N, a bit fun fact about the four ancient beast clan. Ji Feng of the Demon Phoenix clan, the surname Ji, pronounced the same as Ji, in chicken. Lin Haowu of Qilin clan, his surname Lin, is the Lin from Qilin. You can totally which fam they are from just by the surname XD. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 474. Chapter 474, Objective Achieved. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Zhan Yuxian's words were totally nonsense. Weibai was in poor health, so it was impossible for him to come over here. Furthermore, their people here were only able to attend the banquet by taking advantage of others' prestige. Who would notice the situation here since they were all nobodies without any fame? Zhan Yuxian merely spoke without thinking. Unfortunately, that Vermilion Blood Clan disciple believed it and even brought the person over. Instead of saying that he was simple-minded, he might as well have said that he had no brains. Zhan Yuxian guessed that it was probably because Yu Jintian and the rest were too relaxed, so they dared to dispatch just a single disciple to watch over Feng Qiyun. Furthermore, there was no need to worry that Feng Qiyun would escape with his current circumstances. Ling pretended that he had something to do and took his leave just as the banquet was about to end. Ling and Zhan Yuxian had scarcely exchanged any words, and as the two were also not sitting together, no one knew that they were acquainted with each other. Ying's departure did not arouse anyone's attention. There were people from the Tsang Alliance all around the plaza. But the guards did not stop him since the direction he was heading in was not a restricted area. Afraid that he would be discovered, the youth who brought Feng Qiyun out intentionally chose a place with less people, and it just so happened that this was convenient for Ling. When he was following along the traces left by his summoned snake and searching around, the youth walked out from the stone forest with Feng Qiyun. The youth reckoned that the banquet was about to end, so he was preparing to bring Feng Qiyun back. Ling put a hat on and walked over with a poker face. The youth did not recognize that he was the person who had sat beside Feng Qiyun previously, so he was not concerned when he saw Ling. Just as the two parties brushed past each other, a snake suddenly appeared in the underbrush by the side. It bit into the youth's leg with sharp teeth that was coated in venom. The youth cried out in fright as the snake slithered back into the underbrush and disappeared. The youth saw that there were signs of poisoning at the wound and the venom was extremely toxic. It only took a few seconds to lose all feeling in his whole leg and for it to be completely paralyzed. The youth immediately became anxious and temporarily used his cultivation to repress the snake venom. However, he knew that he would be unable to walk to the banquet, and yet he could not leave Feng Qiyun unguarded. At this moment, inspiration struck the youth as he recalled that he had brushed past Yinggu. He hastily called out to Yinggu, who was about to walk into the stone forest, "This friend here, may I request you to wait a moment?" Yinggu's footsteps stopped. He turned around and looked at the youth and asked in a low and hoarse voice, "What is the matter?" The youth entreated, "I am a disciple from the Vermilion Blood Clan. I was bitten by a snake just now. I would be very grateful if I could trouble you to go to the banquet and inform my companions of this." "Do you think I'm blind?" Yinggu asked in displeasure. The youth stared blankly. "Why do you say this?" Yinggu nonchalantly stated, "You obviously have a comrade beside you who wasn't bitten by the venomous snake. Instead of letting him go, you're asking me to help. If this wasn't you thinking that I'm blind, what can it be?" The youth knew that he had been misunderstood, yet he had no way of explaining himself. After all, he could not say that Feng Qiyun was being manipulated, and it was impossible for him to reach the banquet without the youth's personal guidance. Not to mention how it was even more impossible for Feng Qiyun to recognize people from the Vermilion Blood Clan. "There's a little problem with my comrade. You can tell that he's stupid with one look at his face, so I can't leave him here by himself. This friend here, the snake venom would spread through my whole body if we drag this on any longer. Just help me to convey a single sentence. I will pass word of your deed on to my elder at a later time. He would definitely thank you for your assistance." The youth did not expect that the snake venom would be so strong. He was only able to suppress it for a short moment with his cultivation level. At this moment, he suddenly regretted coming to such a desolate place, otherwise, he would not have been bitten by a snake. "Okay, I will convey your message since you're a disciple of the Vermilion Blood Clan," but Yinggu pretended to be moved by his sincerity. The youth could not help but feel delighted upon hearing his agreement. "But what?" Yinggu continued, "I'm just a small nobody. They may be under the impression that I'm lying if I rashly speak to a member of the Vermilion Blood Clan. I don't wish to be tagged with an unfair label. How about this, let this fellow beside you come with me? They would definitely believe me once they see your comrade. What do you think?" The youth hesitated. "I'm afraid that this." The elder had said not to let Feng Qiyun leave his line of sight. If he let him go off with this strange man, he would not be able to bear the consequences if Feng Qiyun disappeared. "We can forget it if you're not willing. I don't wish to attract a whole lot of trouble for no reason." Yinggu turned and was about to walk away. "Hold on." The youth hurriedly called out to him. If he really let this man leave, he would probably die from the poison by the time the people from the Vermilion Blood Clan discovered his disappearance and came looking. Feng Qiyun may not disappear even with no one watching over him, he might as well take a gamble. The youth took out a palm-sized jade box from his magic bag and passed it to Yinggu. "Then I will have to trouble you. Please help to pass this jade box to Elder Shi and the rest too. Bear in mind that you must personally hand this over to the people from the Vermilion Blood Clan." "Got it." Yinggu slipped the jade box into his clothes. He turned around and left after instructing a wooden Feng Qiyun to follow. The originally motionless Feng Qiyun now followed after him like a marionette. The youth sighed in relief and immediately concentrated on dealing with the snake venom in his body. As his head was lowered, he did not discover that Yinggu was not heading in the direction of the banquet when he turned. Rather, he was walking down the mountain. Feng Qiyun naturally followed after Yinggu closely until there was no one else around them. Yinggu abruptly took out two thin and delicate human skin masks from his magic bag. Fortunately, he had prepared a few pieces for the purpose of moving around more conveniently outside. He pasted one of the human skin masks on Feng Qiyun's face and pasted the other on his own face. This would prevent any inconvenience for XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Yinggu openly brought Feng Qiyun down the mountain in this manner. There were still guards from the Tsong Alliance watching over the entrance of the Amaranthan Mountain, but there were no checks when going down as the identities of those who could descend the mountain had already been verified. The figures of the two easily mixed into the crowd. At the banquet on the peak of the Amaranthan Mountain, Zhang Yuxian knew that their objective had been achieved upon seeing that Yin Gu did not return. That youth who had been poisoned had probably died from the spread of poison throughout his body. He would probably not be discovered by the people from the Vermilion Blood Clan in such a short time. Even if they wanted to find out who had brought Feng Qiyun away when the banquet was over, it was impossible. There were many who had left the banquet midway, and a few people who had to hurry on their journey also left the Amaranthan Mountain in the middle of the banquet. It was not easy for the Vermilion Blood Clan to investigate all of them. Furthermore, they could not disclose Feng Qiyun's circumstances. However, not everything was absolute. Therefore, what Yin Gu had to do now was to take advantage of this period of time to bring Feng Qiyun as far away as possible. Elder Shi, who had previously provoked Ling Xiao, suddenly thought of Feng Qiyun and that disciple when the banquet had ended. He wanted to check if the two were safe and sound but could not find any sign of the two. His heart froze. This was not good. Elder Shi immediately walked to Yu Tian and muttered a few sentences to him. A trace of fury flashed through Yu Tian's eyes. Dispatch someone to find them immediately. It's impossible for two people to disappear without any reason. You must find them. Elder Shi acquiesced and hurriedly left with a few disciples. Their actions were not particularly eye-catching before the banquet ended. At another table, Ling Xiao lifted a wine cup as his gaze appeared to sweep over the direction where Elder Shi and his group departed to. The corner of his mouth lifted in a faint smile. It seemed that they had achieved their objective. XiaoMo lazily leaned on Ling Xiao's shoulder. He patted his stomach that was plump from all the food he ate and let out an extremely inelegant belch. Ling Xiao glanced at him. This glutton had probably forgotten about all their plans. I did not expect that Your Excellency would be a glutton. Could it be that you've been starving for hundreds of years? TSK, you have such a remarkable likeness to a reincarnated hungry ghost. The leader of the group, Lin Haowu, bitterly mocked, especially when he saw the look of satisfaction on XiaoMo's face. XiaoMo lazily lifted an eyelid. How did you know that I've been starving for hundreds of years? Lin Haowu choked and he speedily rebutted, I can tell just by looking at you when you were eating. I had never seen someone who eats as disgustingly as you. Go treat your brain if you're sick. Don't you know that those who cultivate don't need to eat? Moreover, I'm not even 100-year-old, how can I be hundreds of years old? XiaoMo boldly and confidently retorted. Who did you say is sick? Lin Haowu stood up. I'm speaking of the one with the most violent reaction. Lin Haowu pointed at him in fury, yet his eyes were staring at Ling Xiao. Don't think that you can run rampant in front of this young master just because your friend is from the Qilin clan. If you offend me, I still have ways to make his life difficult even if he returns back to the Qilin clan. XiaoMo nearly burst out in laughter. What are you laughing for? Lin Haowu's rage was burning brighter and brighter from being laughed at. XiaoMo promptly dived into Ling Xiao's embrace. I'm just expressing my fear. This nearly made Lin Haowu die from anger. Your mouth is spread open from side to side and you call this fear? Do you think that he's blind? At this moment, Shen Huan, who was famous for his phlegmatic temperament, suddenly opened his mouth and unhurriedly said, Lin Haowu, let me advise you. Don't bicker with him unless you are as thick-skinned as him, since you've already lost in eloquence. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 475. Chapter 475, Father. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo was thick-skinned, that was undeniable. However, sometimes he was more easily embarrassed. This change depended on the situation at hand. To manage what he could do required Oscar-level acting. Lin Haowu cared about losing face, and he was representing the Qilin clan as well. If he was thick-skinned like XiaoMo, he'd most certainly be grounded by the elders when he got back. Meanwhile, Elder Shi finally returned from looking for Feng Qiyun and that disciple. He had looked all over, but only found that disciple's corpse, and Feng Qiyun was nowhere to be seen. Elder Shi didn't dare loiter. Getting wind of Feng Qiyun's disappearance, Yu Zhentian's fury was palpable to practically every single person at the venue. Everyone couldn't help but wonder who it was that angered this old family head this time. Alliance head Fu, a disciple of the Vermilion Blood Clan, had gone missing. I was wondering if your students could help look for him? Even though Yu Zhentian didn't want anyone knowing of Feng Qiyun's existence, he didn't have any other choice. Since that person had taken the jade box, they knew Feng Qiyun's situation. He couldn't help but suspect that the possessor of the Qishui family heirloom and his companions had set their eyes on the Vermilion Blood Clan long ago. Amaranthan Mountain was the headquarters of the Tsan Alliance. The Vermilion Blood Clan couldn't mobilize a search team to go around looking for Feng Qiyun, so they could only ask Fu Tsangxiong for help. However, keeping this old fox in the dark might be a very difficult task. Fu Tsangxiong calmly smiled, saying, "It's hard to tell that you care so much for the disciples under you. If so, I shall have some people go and look around." I thank Fu Alliance head for this. Yu Zhentian intoned. It's no trouble, you family head. After that, Fu Tsangxiong had his third disciple Feng Xiao go and investigate. Soon enough, they found out that one of the disciples of the Vermilion Blood Clan had been bitten by a snake in the stone forest and died from the venom. Observing the bustling celebration, XiaoMo found it a bit strange. Isn't the celebration over? Why is everyone still staying? He had thought things would be over and they could leave first, but he didn't think that most of the people didn't seem to have the intentions to leave. If they were to leave now, it would make them stand out instead. Haven't you heard? Zhou Yi, hearing his words, raised an eyebrow in surprise. Heard of what? XiaoMo was confused. Zhou Yi emotionlessly explained, a couple of days ago, a sacred-level practitioner appeared in Beiyang City and said that they would come to the celebration to look for an old friend. Everyone is staying to see if the sacred-level practitioner will actually come or not. Hearing this, XiaoMo discreetly turned his head towards Ling Xiao. He had forgotten about that already. No wonder Yu Zhentian stayed despite Feng Qiyun's disappearance. Thinking of this, XiaoMo immediately whispered to Ling Xiao, "What are we going to do about the sacred-level practitioner? Are you planning to reveal yourself?" "Just wait and see," Ling Xiao replied. XiaoMo frowned. Curiosity could kill people. The Tsan Alliance was as efficient as ever. It wasn't long before it was found that two suspicious people left Amaranthan Mountain not long after the end of the celebration. However, because so many people left the mountain, they couldn't find the two anymore. Yu Zhentian wanted to do a full investigation of the attending guests, checking on those who had left early. Due to Yu Zhentian's identity and the fact that someone really did die, Fu Tsangxiong had Feng Xiao, Xiao, and his other students do a full investigation. Things had gotten chaotic. Now no one could leave even if they wanted to. 15 minutes later, a name list for all those who had left was finally produced. Yin Ji's name was among them. Though there were quite a few people on that list, the Vermilion Blood Clan pointed their spear at Yingu because he came with Ling Xiao and they didn't know his background. Against the Vermilion Blood Clan's suspicion, Ling Xiao was very calm. "If you suspect me, then bring out some proof." Yu Zhentian walked out with an imposing air, his expression as serious as a judge. Hearing what the other said, he sneered, "If you had no agenda for leaving early without a reason, no one would believe you. If we want to figure out if your friend took a disciple of our family, we'd just have to bring him back and interrogate him. Since you are willing to, family head, then wait a while. He'll be back soon." The corner of his lips curled upwards slightly, not bothering to argue. He had planned for this sort of situation. I don't have the time to waste here. Yu Zhentian placed his hands behind his back, scrutinizing the other with his sharp gaze. The power of a sacred-level powerhouse pressed down against the other lightly. That was when Xiao, who had gone to investigate, walked over. Everyone turned their gazes to him immediately. Xiao respectfully bowed, placing his hands together, and said, Ling Mo's friend has returned. When Yinggu came up, he no longer wore his cloak, his silver hair cascading down his back to his waist. His face was as cold as ever, giving him a distant and chilling air. Even though he wasn't the strongest here, but his cold demeanor was very eye-catching. Seeing him, a thought flashed through Fu Sanxiong's mind. They were really two alike. Yinggu stood in front of Fu Sanxiong, taking out a large box, handing it over as he said, Fu Alliance head, this is something I gift to you and your favored student in my father's stead. He had to take care of some business and couldn't come in person, so he had me come and represent him to give your student this gift. Fu Sanxiong had Xiao receive the gift and then began to laugh uproariously. I really didn't think that old brat would have such a mature and talented son. He really hid you well. How has your father been recently? He's been well, Yinggu said lightly. In reality, my father had been planning to come in person. He had arrived at Beiyang City already, but because of some unexpected events, he was forced to change his plans. I hope Fu Alliance head doesn't take offense. With that, the crowd fell into shock. So the sacred-level powerhouse making waves recently was this man's father. But who was he? Those who were more powerful had already figured out Yin Ji's identity. Speaking of, his father, the nine-headed serpent king, truly was a level 12 powerhouse. It was just that this powerhouse hadn't appeared in millennia, so he had begun fading from people's memories. Apart from those involved, no one expected this plot twist. The sacred-level powerhouse they had been eagerly awaiting had turned out to be the long-since risen to fame nine-headed serpent king. However, he did have a history with Fu Sanxiong, and with the addition of him not appearing in public for such a long time, those words were reasonable. Why would the son of the nine-headed serpent king be with them? Yu Zhentian's sharp gaze swept over Yinggu. His eyes hid surprise as he spoke calmly. They're my friends. Yinggu replied coldly. If it wasn't for Yu Zhentian's special position, he wouldn't have spoken a word. XiaoMo, who had watched the entire thing, hurriedly pulled at Ling Xiao and whispered, Is this alright? If Yin Ji's father finds out, he'd know we're lying. Even if he finds out, it won't matter. Ling Xiao explained. Yin Ji's father knew since before that his son wanted to go to the Vermilion Blood Clan to save someone. Now that Yinggu has brought him out as a shield, then even if the nine-headed serpent king knew, he'd only help cover for his son. So that was your plan. No need to compliment me. I didn't. I know. Ling Xiao supplemented, however, Yu Zhentian is a suspicious person. We can't do anything out too attention-grabbing while he's still here. It'll be fine once he goes back to Vermilion Blood City. XiaoMo was about to ask when Yu Zhentian would be returning to Vermilion Blood City when a commotion occurred at the entrance. Then, several people ran inside. Some people immediately recognized the one in the lead. He was Yu Qingyun's younger brother, Yu Qingshan. When Yu Qingshan saw Yu Zhentian, he immediately called out, Grandfather. Qingshan? Yu Zhentian had originally wanted to shout in anger, but upon seeing that it was his grandson, he suppressed his anger. What's wrong? Why aren't you standing guard at Vermilion Blood City? Yu Qingshan immediately relayed everything that had occurred back at the estate. Of course, he only told Yu Zhentian. He hadn't even finished when Yu Zhentian's enraged voice rose, Is this true? Yu Qingshan swallowed thickly, nodding. Due to the distance, they couldn't use transmitter stones, so he could only come personally to inform the old family head. His anger was understandable. Who would have thought that the estate would be attacked right after he left, and, not only did the guards fail to defend it, half of the prisoners had escaped and Yuan Tai had been killed. Yuzhen Tian didn't have the time to pursue who took Feng Qiyun. He immediately bid Fu Sanxiong farewell and left with his people. They left in a rush, leaving everyone else confused. After they left, Xiao informed Fu Sanxiong of what had happened with the Vermilion Blood Clan. Though Yuzhen Tian's son had quickly dealt with the aftermath, the news had still gotten out. Then, with this information being spread, everyone knew that Vermilion Blood Clan had taken a significant blow, one of a gravity they had never experienced before, as well as lost a practitioner who was close to advancing to sacred level. This was unprecedented. The perpetrators, on the other hand, were still calmly being guests to the Tsang Alliance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 476. Chapter 476, Shixiang and Shirdi. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Wei Bai had no interest in that mysterious sacred-leveled practitioner, nor did he care about the stuff with the Vermilion Blood Clan. All he wanted to know was why Ling Xiao knew the name of his master. 200 years ago, he was hunted down by Qiu Ran and was accidentally struck down into the bottom of a valley. That mountain valley was extraordinarily dangerous, filled with dimensional power. Coincidentally, at the time of his fall, he was faced with a dimensional crack. Powerless, he was devoured by it. For a while Wei Bai thought he was good as dead. But at that time, his luck seemed to have turned for the better as he was thrown into a higher plane, the Tian Tian continent. That wasn't even the luckiest occurrence. What was incredible was that when he was spit out by the crack, he fell right onto Fu Sanxiong. You heard it right on top of him. If it wasn't for Fu Sanxiong's strength and level as a practitioner, the reputation of the head of the Tsang Alliance would have been smashed down into the gutter by him. What was different from the gossip was that initially Fu Sanxiong simply pitied him. Although he was lucky enough to survive, all of his meridians had been destroyed and his soul was faced with a serious injury as well. If Fu Sanxiong didn't save him back then, he was 100% dead. When Fu Sanxiong brought him back, he handed him over to his first disciple, Zuiyan. Like his master, Zuiyan was very attentive even though he didn't look like it. If it wasn't for Zuiyan helping him hang on to his last breath, he would have already been brought to see Satan. But because he was too heavily wounded, he had no hint of getting better no matter what medicine Zuiyan used. So when he ran out of options, he could only throw the problem back to his master. That was when Fu Sanxiong remembered that he had saved a little kid before. 200 years ago Wei Bai was just 24, to Fu Sanxiong he was a super little kid. Even Fu Sanxiong had a headache dealing with Wei Bai's wounds. Actually, back then, he couldn't understand why even though Wei Bai's wounds were serious enough to be life-threatening, he had survived. But no matter the reason, if he saved him then he wouldn't give up halfway. However, Wei Bai's meridians were all shattered, not crippled. If it was just crippled, it wasn't impossible to fix, as long as the meridians still existed. But, with Wei Bai's case, they were shattered, clean and simple. It was as if his body is just an empty vessel, not to mention the fact that his soul was injured too. These kinds of wounds were really too hard cure. For as long as Fu Sanxiong had been alive, he had not seen anyone who was cured from shattered meridians and a wounded soul. Even if one assumed that it could be fixed, and his life is saved, there was no way he could ever become a practitioner or mage ever again. Thus, it was inevitable that he would live his later life as a useless person. Before Wei Bai was 24, he had always been a genius when under the influence of Duan Qitian. Since he was small he had big ambitions and aspirations. Thus, when he realized that he was going to be a completely useless person, he knew his sky had fallen. Since then, Wei Bai had no more will to live. Much to his surprise, Fu Sanxiong was the opposite and took his life to heart. As if all those precious magic pills and medicines were free, they were fed into Wei Bai's stomach. Wei Bai stopped wanting to speak so he just let him do whatever. After messing around for a while, his internal injuries weren't cured but his external ones were almost fully healed, and that included his destroyed bidimensional crack face. Wei Bai wasn't bad looking, in fact he was very tasteful, refreshingly handsome, pure bright eyes. A quick look would give one the impression of a graceful young master. Even if his once cheerful and bright eyes turned dark and gray, it didn't damage his appearance at all. Wei Bai could still remember when his face first fully recovered. Fu Shengxiong even used an obscene middle-aged man tone, while tilting up his chin, and said, "Yo, didn't know my young disciple was this pretty looking before." Wei Bai's expression turned black instantly. What's the point of a pretty face? For 200 years, Fu Shengxiong searched far and wide, finding numerous rare treasures, and while Wei Bai did get a little better, the core of the issue could not be solved. Ah! The worries of Fu Alliance head. Seeing that nothing worked, the once wavering look disappeared again from his young disciple. No matter how he coaxed him, he wouldn't believe that he could cure him. By now, his young disciple had cared less and less. He was so worried that a hair fell out. Until this birthday banquet. Hearing him opening up and standing up for his master made Fu Shengxiong almost lose his self-control, that he was very proud of, to laugh while hugging him. But what even he couldn't have predicted was that there was something more astonishing waiting for him. His young disciple's heart, which had been deadly still for the last 200 years, would become excited by a single sentence. Although he couldn't know what the other had said, but he could guess that it had to do with his young disciple's past. After the banquet, Fu Shengxiong brought Wei Bai back to Bai Miao residence. Bai Miao residence was where Wei Bai lived, with the Fu Alliance head personally looking over it, making it almost the safest spot of the Amaranthan Mountain. Ling, Xiao and the others were later brought along too. XiaoMo looked at the Fu Alliance head, who dismissed his subordinates, but clearly had no intention of leaving himself. However, XiaoMo wasn't planning to speak of the Long Xiang continent in front of this alliance head, because if he searched, they probably wouldn't be able to hide the dimension for much longer. It was then when Wei Bai spoke. "You should leave, I want to speak with them." Fu Shengxiong hesitated and attempted to talk it over. "Little disciple, can't your master stay too?" With a stern face, Wei Bai said, "You can't, this is my privacy." With that, Fu Shengxiong couldn't say anything back and could only leave in disappointment. Clearly, his little disciple didn't fully trust him yet, although it was a forced disciple-master relationship. It looked like he could only ask about it afterwards. Both Yin Gu and Zhan Yuxian were outside as well, since they had nothing to do with this. At last there was only 3 people left in the room: Ling Xiao, XiaoMo, and Wei Bai. Wei Bai looked at Ling Xiao with a face of anticipation. Seeing that, XiaoMo let out a cough. "Second Xixiang, you're looking at the wrong person, the real one is over here." Expectantly, Wei Bai turned to look at him. Seizing the chance, XiaoMo spoke with deep feelings and affection. "Second Xixiang." Wei Bai frowned. "If I remember correctly, the second disciple of master wasn't you." XiaoMo figured that he would misunderstand and continued, "I'm Duan Qitian's disciple. I was taken in by master a few years ago. Master often spoke of you." Actually, he only mentioned him a few times. Towards this dead or alive disciple, the old man didn't like to say much. Abruptly, Wei Bai opened his eyes. "Is what you're saying true?" XiaoMo nodded. But Wei Bai lowered his head, and from where they couldn't see, his eyes became red. 200 years, he finally heard about his master again. When he realized that he became a useless person, he lived as if he had dead. He tried his hardest to forget all of his memories, but what he couldn't forget was his life mentor, the one who taught him, but he no longer had the courage to go back. The once high-spirited young teen was gone. He didn't want his mentor to see him in such a sorry state. "Master, how is he?" Wei Bai didn't want anyone to see his ugly side, so after his sorrow he quickly regained his composure. "Master's doing very well. When I came to the higher plane, a lot of important stuff happened in the Long Xiang continent. As for what the first Xixiang did to you, master found out and expelled him. When he escaped, he was also heavily wounded." XiaoMo quickly summarized what happened to Qiu Ran. "He's not dead?" Wei Bai asked. "No." "Good." Wei Bai's eyes sparked with murderous intent. "If I'm given the chance, I'll most definitely kill him with my own hands." XiaoMo went silent. You really couldn't tell, but this second Xiao had a fiery personality. When he had only heard of Xiong Zhao's description, he had imagined a tragic person with a flawed personality. But not to spoil the fun or anything, but with his current situation, to personally murder Xiao Ran was near impossible, unless… Wei Bai went silent after he finished and then laughed in a self-deprecating way. I know I'm talking big, right now I'm just a useless person who can't even look after themselves. It's impossible to personally kill Xiao Ran. It's not impossible. XiaoMo let out without thinking. Instantly Wei Bai looked up at him with hopeful eyes. Do you have a way? Looking at this expression, XiaoMo felt a little guilty. I was just going to say that you can have Fu Alliance head capture Xiao Ran for you and then you can stab him a few times, that way you would have personally killed him. Wei Bai. Ling Xiao smiled through tight lips. He knew his plan was going to be something ridiculous. Disappointed, Wei Bai lowered his head. There was no sense of accomplishment doing it that way. XiaoMo knew he said the wrong things, and to make up for it, he kept talking about the old man. He knew that his second Xiang missed the old man a lot, or else he wouldn't have put off being Fu Alliance head's disciple after so long. Wei Bai was in fact listening intently, but after half an hour or so, he started to show signs of fatigue. Fu Sangqiong walked in and said, if you need to say anything, save it for next time. If the two of you don't find it troublesome, then stay here for now. Xiao Bai's tired, he needs to rest. Wei Bai stared at him unhappily. How many times have he said to stop calling him Xiao Bai? Neither XiaoMo nor Ling Xiao was in a hurry to leave, so the two stayed behind. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 477. Chapter 477, He's definitely not my father. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The Amaranthan Mountain was an enchanting place with beautiful sceneries that had nurtured many talented individuals on its soil. Although the mountain peak was low, it allowed one to have a clear view of all the tall and steep peaks of the surrounding mountains. As long as you weren't a naturally gloomy guy, staying on the Amaranthan Mountain would basically keep you in a good mood every day. After the banquet event ended, Ling Xiao and XiaoMo had chosen to stay, whereas Gu and Zhan Yushan left the Amaranthan Mountains on the second day. As they had Ge's father's title, the Nine-Headed Serpent King, as a cover, almost no one suspected them. After ending the conversation with Wei Bai on that day, Wei Bai felt ill the next day, so they didn't get to see him at all. In his boredom, XiaoMo finally remembered the person in white that Ling Xiao had kept in his dimension. Just as he was about to enter the dimension, Xiao came over to look for him. Xiao was the only person who knew that they had commissioned him to check up on the Vermilion Blood Clan before. Even though he didn't know who the missing disciple of the Vermilion Blood Clan was, it wasn't difficult to guess with his intellect, but he might not have completely and thoroughly understood the situation, that's all. XiaoMo was anxious at his arrival. Ling Xiao held his hand. What's there to be afraid of? If he dares to threaten us, then we'll kill him. At most we'll just flee. Ling Xiao said casually in a way that seemed to play down the situation at hand. XiaoMo had a face full of black lines. He thought he was going to say something comforting, but his words ended up freaking him out even more. Xiao walked in from outside. When he saw them, he gave them a bright smile. Fellow Ling, fellow Xiao. Please forgive me, I wasn't able to talk to you during the banquet as I was busy. XiaoMo instantly became depressed. Can you just call me fellow you, don't call me Xiao? He said unhappily. Xiao was taken aback for a moment before he guffawed. I think your name sounds nice. The Vermilion Blood Clan's main family's surname is also Yu. If I call you like that, it will sound too general. XiaoMo couldn't find the words to rebut him. What are you here for? Ling Xiao walked to the side of the table and poured himself a cup of tea. The tea leaves belonged to the Tsong Alliance, whereas the water was the spiritual water from XiaoMo's dimension. Speaking of which, he quite liked drinking tea. XiaoMo frequently found this preference of his abnormal. This was because for someone who had lived abnormally and treated that as the normal way of living, suddenly doing something that a normal person would do one day was really abnormal. Oh, alright, he'd admit that it was because Ling Xiao was using his spiritual water to brew his tea that made him really resentful. Master told me to bring you guys out if you want to explore Amaranthan Mountain. Xiao immediately replied after he heard Ling Xiao's question. That's all? Ling Xiao gave him a look. Xiao suddenly lowered his voice and spoke with a serious expression, about the thing you guys told me to investigate on regarding the Vermilion Blood Clan. Although I don't know the reason, you can be rest assured that the investigation was done by me. No one else but me knows about it. I, Xiao, can swear that I will definitely not reveal a single thing about the both of you. XiaoMo looked towards Ling Xiao. He didn't expect Xiao to make it clear. Ling Xiao raised the corners of his lips and said, Xiong, you do not have to swear, I believe you. T/N Xiong and Xiao mean bear, and Xiong means fellow. Both Xiong if pronounced fast sounds like a cutesy way of calling a person. Boss is taking revenge for Momo lol. Put. XiaoMo couldn't help but let out a sound just as Ling Xiao finished speaking. Xiao seemed to know what he was laughing about as he had an awkward look on his face. XiaoMo held back his laughter and waved his hand. Sorry, I didn't mean it. If you don't mind, just call me Xiao from now on. As for Xiong, let's just not use it. Xiao coughed once before saying. After Xiao left, Ling Xiao knocked XiaoMo on the head and clucked his tongue. I suddenly realize you're an expert at ruining the mood. Thank you for the compliment. XiaoMo immediately replied smugly. No, this is in a derogatory sense. Ling Xiao said. No problem, I'll take it as it was said in a commendatory sense. In the peaceful and remote dimension, a person dressed in white sat quietly beside a lake. It was an ordinary lake. The water was so clear one could see the bottom of the lake and count how many pebbles were in there. The person in white had his dark eyelashes lowered, the expression on his face was calm like the surface of the lake. Even if he knew that he was taken away by a stranger, his composure was still as calm as ever. There wasn't a hint of change. It was like if the sky were to fall, it would crush the tall ones first and not him. When XiaoMo saw the back of the person in white, his expression faltered for a moment. He shouldn't have seen this man before, but why did he have the impression that he might have seen him somewhere before? Ling Xiao came over. Speaking of how he managed to guess that Yu Jintian would bring Feng Qiyun along, things wouldn't have proceeded so smoothly if not for this person in white. The person in white didn't seem to have noticed their arrival as his head continued to stay lowered, as if he was staring at the surface of the lake with full concentration. XiaoMo walked behind him. As he didn't know how powerful he was, after all he was a special person locked on the 10th floor, he didn't dare to go too close to him. He thought for a while before he said, Senior, are you also from the Vermilion Blood Clan? 1 second, 2 seconds. 1 minute, 2 minutes. XiaoMo waited patiently for 3 minutes and in the end, the person in white didn't give him any response at all. Out of curiosity, XiaoMo walked to his side and squatted down. He lowered his head to take a look and his jaw almost shattered as it fell to the ground. XiaoMo ran back to Ling Xiao's side and said in amazement, he's actually sleeping. He's already in the hands of a stranger, isn't he worried about his personal safety? He can actually sleep through this and do it so seriously, I even thought he was meditating. Is there a problem? Ling Xiao spared him a glance. He forgot that before him was also a person who equally self-centered. If the two of them swapped positions, he reckoned that Ling Xiao would be even worse. At this moment, a yawn alarmed them. The person in white was finally awake. Seeming to have noticed their presence, he turned his head around. For an instant, XiaoMo thought he saw himself. The person in white looked too much alike, it wouldn't be wrong to say they were made from the same mold except for their presence. XiaoMo had a likable face and was full of youthful energy, whereas the man in white was more steady and reserved. No one would believe that the person in white and him weren't related by blood. Seeing as he was staring at him blankly, the person in white couldn't help but touch his face and laugh softly. "Hey kiddo, even if I'm handsome you can't look at me like that." XiaoMo seemed to have been frightened as he took a huge step back. He turned around and looked at Ling Xiao in shock and pointed at the person in white with trembling fingers. He stuttered with an expression that begged for comforting. "Just resigned to fate." Ling Xiao grabbed his finger. XiaoMo shook his head vigorously. No, I already have you. I can't handle one more person, Ling Xiao squeezed his cheeks and narrowed his eyes dangerously. "What did you say?" XiaoMo hissed in pain. At this moment, the person in white who had been neglected by them spoke up. "Little fella, two timing isn't right. Furthermore, I don't like men, so it's none of my business whether you like men or not." XiaoMo slapped Ling Xiao's hand away. He was fuming from embarrassment. They made him sound like he wanted to have 3p. T/N, 3p equals threesome. The person in white choked. What a bad temper this little fella had. "Hey, what's your name?" This was the first time XiaoMo urgently wanted to know the relationship between himself and the person in white. They better not be father and son, or else he would have the urge to kill and destroy the evidence. "Little fella, I'm not called Hey," the person in white muttered. "That's why I asked what your name is." XiaoMo replied. "I'm Yusu," the person in white answered. "Why are you locked in the Vermilion Blood Clan's forbidden area?" "Because I did something wrong." "What wrong did you do?" XiaoMo decided to get to the bottom of this. Can I not say it?" The look in his eyes started to become evasive, a clear indicator that he was trying to hide something he was guilty of. XiaoMo's eyes lit up. He knew something was up, so he said, "No." The person in white started to hem and haw. Because I flirted with elder brother's wife. 5 seconds later, XiaoMo ran back to Ling Xiao's side with a smug look on his face and he laughed loudly. "You see, I told you this guy definitely wasn't my father. The truth is out now. How could his dad possibly do something as boorish as flirting with his sister-in-law?" Ling Xiao waited till he was done laughing before continuing the conversation they were having previously. "What is your relationship with Yu Zhentian?" "He's my big brother," the person in white said somewhat guiltily. That old face of Yu Zhentian instantly flashed across XiaoMo's mind. He was already so old, so his wife should probably be very old too. He sucked in a sharp breath. "I didn't expect you to have this sort of preference." XiaoMo looked at him incredulously. The person in white's face flushed. "It's not what you think. You don't have to explain anymore, I understand. Actually, with your looks, you can easily find a much younger one. There's no need to give up a whole forest of lush greenery for the sake of an old tree. I'm sure they will be more than happy to, share the pleasures of the flesh." XiaoMo patted his shoulder sympathetically. The person in white wanted to just die already. He might look young, but he was actually very, very old. And that was how the man in white got his death sentence from XiaoMo due to his incompetence in explaining himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 478. Chapter 478, Heart-Linking Goo. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The white-robed man did not get released in the end. Although he seemed to have a grudge with the Vermilion Blood Clan, once XiaoMo thought of the reason he had been imprisoned in the forbidden area, he particularly did not wish to free him. XiaoMo one-sidedly maintained that he did not have any blood relationship with the white-robed man. He put the blame on the genetics of the bloodline for why they looked exactly alike. It was just like some families where the appearance of the ancestors would be inherited after a few generations. This example was not without any basis. It was rare for Ling Xiao not to refute his AQ-style self-consolation. T/N, AQ is a character from an episodic novella written by Lu Sun, The True Story of AQ. AQ is famous for spiritual victories, an euphemism for self-talk and self-deception even when faced with extreme defeat or humiliation. AQ is a bully to the less fortunate but fearful of those who are above him in rank, strength, or power. He persuades himself mentally that he is spiritually superior to his oppressors even as he succumbs to their tyranny and suppression. They stayed in the Amaranthan mountain for 2 days. The two did not have the desire to stay longer and were preparing to bid their farewells to Xiao and the rest. Wei Bai hastily asked Fu Sangxiong to bring him over upon knowing that they were about to leave. At the junction where they were to part, Wei Bai grasped Xiaomo's hand. I don't know how many years it'll be before we can see each other again. If it's possible, I hope. That, XiaoMo interrupted him, I'm going to be in Zhongtian's Xiaoyao Institute for the next few months. If you want to see me, you can see me anytime by using a dimensional talisman. Wei Bai. The mood that had brewing after much difficulty was suddenly disrupted. Ling Xiao was definitely not wrong. XiaoMo was absolutely synonymous with a mood killer. I have something to request of the both of you. Fu Sangxiong could not bear see the disciple he doted on the most feeling embarrassed, so he stood up and said, I believe that you two know of the wounds my youngest disciple suffered. I have not been able to heal him even after more than 200 years. It was only until a while ago where I finally found a particular type of magic pill. Not only can it heal the injuries of my youngest disciple, but it can also restore him to the state before he had the injury. Wei Bai was astonished. He had not aware of this. There was no change in Ling Xiao's expression as he asked, which kind of magic pill is Alliance Head Fu talking about? It's a type of 6-colored pill. Fu Sangxiong's gaze fell onto XiaoMo as he encouragingly complimented, I've heard that you have a 7-colored soul. You're already a level 10 mage at such a young age and you shouldn't have spent much time cultivating. Your future is unlimited. I believe that you will be able to refine a 6-colored pill one day. XiaoMo could not help but be elated after being complimented by a Sacred Realm expert. Ling Xiao raised an eyebrow, the remuneration? Fu Sangxiong smiled, you won't be unsatisfied. Seeing them secretly deciding to cooperate, XiaoMo could not refrain from interrupting, with no pill recipe and without the magic herbs, I can't make a 6-colored pill if I have the ability to do so. Alliance Head Fu, do you have pill recipe for the 6-colored pill? Fu Sangxiong shook his head helplessly, I've only found that the 6-colored pill is called the Samsara pill. It is a level 12 magic pill that needs 134 types of magic herbs. I can find the supplementary herbs. But there are 8 main herbs among the 134 types that are all very difficult to find. The herbs are level 11 to 12 magic herbs. I will give you a copy of the list. All costs will be borne by Xan Alliance. I will send people to continue searching for the pill recipe. Let's collect all the magic herbs before we discuss this again. The Samsara pill? XiaoMo had never even heard of it before. However, since there was a ray of hope, it was better to prepare in advance rather than doing nothing and regretting it later even if there was no pill recipe. Fu Sangxiong had already specially picked out the 8 magic herbs and handed the jade box containing the herbs to XiaoMo on the spot. XiaoMo gave it a glance. These really deserved to be known as level 11 and 12 magic herbs. He had never even heard of a single one of the herbs and their names were also very weird. For example, there was a magic herb that grew on a skeleton called something ghost herb. Was it because there were too many living things in this world? Soon after, the two said their goodbyes and left the Amaranthan mountain. However, they did not leave the coverage area of the Xan Alliance immediately, rather they went to find Yinggu. Something strange had been done to Feng Qiyun's body. Yinggu and Zhan Yuxian could not undo it. The 3 people were hid in small village and waited 2 days in order to meet them. Humans were the only ones living in the small village surrounded by dense bamboo forests. The stretch of green was extremely eye-catching and hiding here was definitely less conspicuous. Yingu and Zhan Yuxian were surrounding Feng Qiyun while fretting when they arrived. Feng Qiyun was still the same, with a lifeless face and the empty eyes. However, the only change was that Yingu had taken his mask and the mask put on by the Vermilion blood clan off Feng Qiyun's face, restoring his handsome features. Sure enough, handsome guys were still easier on the eyes. How is he now? XiaoMo inserted himself between the two. Looking at the wooden Feng Qiyun, he could not help but stretch out his hand to poke his cheek as he randomly asked in concern. Yin's gaze fell onto the finger that was poking Feng Qiyun's cheek. Zhan Yuxian took out the jade box that Yingu got from the disciple from the Vermilion blood clan. He's still the same. I think it should be related to goo inside this jade box. T/N, as per Wikipedia, goo is a poison from a legendary venomous insect created by sealing several venomous creatures, e.g., centipede, snake, scorpion, inside a closed container, where they devour one another and allegedly concentrated their toxins into a single survivor. Goo was used in black magic practices such as manipulating sexual partners, creating malignant diseases, and causing death. Imagine goo as parasite that will live feeding on your mind. XiaoMo was about to take the box. Once he heard the word goo, he immediately pulled his hand back and clicked his tongue. No way. A goo. From behind him, Ling Zhao's hand stretched out. He accepted the box and opened the lid. There really was a glittering white goo lying inside, looking just like a fat worm about the size of a thumb. It exuded an ice-cold air. XiaoMo stretched his head out. What's the purpose of this goo? You can control Feng Qiyun's actions by using this goo. So we suspect that this is the mother goo and the one inside Feng Qiyun's body should be the child goo. However, we have tried countless methods to draw it out to no avail. If there's too much activity, the child goo will feel uneasy and this would be life-threatening for the host. Zhan Yuxian explained. Let me see. Ling Xiao said as he passed the jade box over to XiaoMo. Yingu and Zhan Yuxian immediately got out of the way. Feng Qiyun's body suddenly trembled as Ling Xiao approached. Immediately after that, his fingers began twitching and then it was followed by his body. It was as if Feng Qiyun was feeling restless. Ling Xiao retreated a few steps back. Feng Qiyun's body calmed down again. What is going on? Yingu desperately asked. Zhan Yuxian pondered, could it be that the child goo was afraid because it was able to perceive Ling Zhao's strength? Ling Xiao stated, it is not a child goo. It should be a type of goo king called the heart-linking goo. There are generally two halves that make up a heart-linking goo, one male and one female goo. They are not classified as demon beasts as they were created by humans. In addition, the requirements for creating the heart-linking goo are extremely harsh, but they will become a powerful weapon if it succeeds. Other than being controlled, a person implanted with the female goo will have their cultivation slowly devoured by it. The female goo will pass on the cultivation it swallowed to the male goo through the heart link. Finally, their master is able to forcefully take possession of the cultivation as their own through the male goo. When the cultivation is completely swallowed up, the female goo will continue to devour the vitality of the host until the host is dead. If there were any disadvantages, it was that the person who the female goo was planted in could only follow the male goo. It had to follow wherever the male goo goes unless it was taken in. However, once it was taken in, it can never be removed. Therefore, this is probably the main reason why the damned Yuzhentian was willing to let a disciple carry the male goo. XiaoMo swallowed, this was too horrifying, is there any way to remove it? Ling Xiao, as long the male goo is present, we can draw the female goo out. But? Yingu hastily asked, but what? The heart-linking goo is actually a great supplement. As long as two people who really love each other each take in one heart-linking goo and engage in sexual intercourse, it would lead to a refinement of the heart-linking goo, and one would be able to reach an unimaginable realm. Ling Xiao had occasionally heard about the existence of a heart-linking goo. Hearing these two words sexual intercourse, XiaoMo and Zhan Yuxian subconsciously looked at Yin Gu. Yin Ji's expression had no change, as if had nothing to do with him at all. Ling Xiao calmly advised, in my opinion, it is best to refine the heart-linking Gu as soon as possible. If this was created by Yu Zhentian, it is likely that he left an imprint on it. Maybe he can't find it now because he's too far away, but this will not necessarily be so in the future. The atmosphere became gloomy in a moment. Yin Gu croaked in a hoarse voice, how should I do it? Ling Xiao walked to Feng Qiyun and grasped his shoulder before he trembled. This time, Feng Qiyun did not move about restlessly. I will think of a method to control the female Gu in his body and let him awaken. You can discuss it with him at that time, but both of you will only have 15 minutes. Yin Gu nodded. The female Gu was afraid of fire. It was especially afraid of Jiyang's sacred fire. T/N, Jiyang equals the peak of Yang. Yang is the positive energy, and fire are most often seen as yang energy, the energy that bring life. Opposite to that is Ying, aka negative energy. Cold stuff are often seen as Ying energy. Ling Xiao used the Qilin sacred fire to draw the female Gu to a corner of Feng Qiyun's body. Then he used a portion of the fire to surround it and prevent it from escaping from the time being, so that it would have no choice but to retreat. How is it? XiaoMo tried his best to sound less excited. Ling Xiao did not reply, as Feng Qiyun, who was on the bed, suddenly let out a groan. XiaoMo immediately craned his neck out for a look. Ling Xiao directly picked him up and walked out. Don't hinder them from doing things. If you really want to see it, I'll let you personally experience it later. XiaoMo's blood that had been surging passionately immediately fell back to zero, and he was crestfallen as he was carried out by Ling Xiao. Zhan Yuxian followed behind them and shut the door of the little wooden house behind him. Inside the wooden house, Yin Gu gazed at the person he had been yearning for day and night. Feng Qiyun had finally appeared in front of him after they had been separated for ages. He was not a person who was good at expressing his inner feelings, but on the contrary, the excitement in his heart calmed down at this moment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 479. Chapter 479, Let's Go to Your Dimension. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Feng Qiyun's frozen face slowly regained life. When he opened his eyes, it was like his soul had returned, his empty eyes shining. The first thing reflected in them was the handsome face of a young silver-haired man. The silver-haired young man had a stoic face, but Feng Qiyun could see the emotions swimming in the other's eyes and couldn't stop his mouth from curling into a slight smile. You're here. I'm here. The silver-haired young man hesitantly nodded, his voice raspy. When their gazes met, their once confused and hazy feelings seemed to disperse into the wind. Feng Qiyun moved the body he had just gotten back. His memory ended at when Yu Zhentian took him from the estate. Prior to that, he had been living relatively freely on the estate. Yin Gu walked to him and sat beside him. There's something I need to tell you. Feng Qiyun tilted his head. What is it? About the female Gu within your body. Yin Gu explained what Ling Xiao had told him to Feng Qiyun in brief. Afraid that Feng Qiyun might be unwilling, he purposefully twisted a few words. The more Feng Qiyun heard, the more tense he became. Though he liked Yin Gu, he wasn't at that point yet. Seeing his lack of reaction, Yin Gu knew he wasn't very willing. If you don't want to, that's fine. I'll have Ling Xiao remove the female Gu from your body and then destroy both. He stood as he spoke. Feng Qiyun subconsciously grabbed the other's robe, his handsome face tinted red. But you said that the heart-linking Gu was a powerful supplement, and it could help with our cultivation. Is it a waste if we destroy it just like that? For a moment, Yin Ji's stoic face broke out into a gentle, but barely there smile, like a melting iceberg. Unfortunately, Feng Qiyun, his head bowed, didn't notice and missed the moment. Yin Gu gripped his hand. His own hand was naturally cold, but Feng Qiyun's hand was like a blazing sun in the summer, transmitting a simmering warmth, not only warming his hand but his heart as well. Returning to his position on the bed, Yin Ji's hands caressed Feng Qiyun's face as he leaned over to give the other a chaste kiss. The clumsy kiss moved two hearts. Outside of the hut, XiaoMo, peeping on the two, saw Inge take off Feng Qiyun's robes. Hey, he had a pretty good figure. Probably because of embarrassment, Feng Qiyun was red from his chest to his ears. As for Inge, this guy usually wore a cold expression, and barely ever spoke more than 10 sentences a day. XiaoMo thought he would be very cool about it, but instead, the other's ears were burning red. He never would have expected it, but it seemed that they were both virgins. There was some sort of indescribable excitement to watching others from this perspective, but he definitely wasn't a voyeur. Have you had enough yet? Ling Xiao's voice rose behind him. XiaoMo immediately turned to look at him. I'm good. If only he could watch everything. Ling Xiao glanced at the inside of the hut. XiaoMo hurriedly dragged him away. If they kept watching, he couldn't be certain if Ling Xiao would be affected or not, and if he was, then XiaoMo would definitely become his victim. For the sake of his health, goodbye, real life AV. T/N, AV equals adult video equals porn. Let's go to your dimension, Ling Xiao suddenly suggested. XiaoMo's footsteps faltered for a moment and then he let go, running for his life as he yelled, "No way! Don't think he doesn't know what Ling Xiao was thinking. That asshole was definitely thinking of what was happening in that hut. But since circumstances prevented it, what with their current surroundings, their dimensions were left empty and therefore, free game. He knew what Ling Xiao wanted them to do in their dimension. There was no way he'd let him. Ling Xiao didn't expect for him to react so fast, falling silent for 2 seconds before giving chase. As the two ran after one another and into the bamboo forest, Zhan Yuxin sighed, looking skyward. Even these two had to display so much PDA in front of him. Loners like him really got the worst end of every stick. What XiaoMo and Ling Xiao didn't know was that, at that very moment, the Qilin clan was looking for them. Lin Hao might not like Ling Xiao, but he was a member of the Qilin clan, so they couldn't just let him go like that. Thus, regardless of Lin Hao's personal feelings, the others all wanted to find and talk to Ling Xiao to persuade him to go back to the Qilin clan. However, the two hadn't expected that they would be asked to stay behind by Fu Changxiong, so they could only wait outside of Jialan Mountains. They hadn't expected that Ling Xiao and XiaoMo would be so careful leaving Jialan Mountains. It wasn't long before they managed to lose them. Lin Hao was getting progressively more irritated. Uncle Hang, that Ling Mo is very suspicious, there's definitely something fishy about him. I think he might have played some sort of trick, he can't be a member of the Qilin clan. Then how do you explain that purple fire? Lin Hang asked. Lin Hao didn't back down, saying, there's nothing to explain. Not all purple fire has to be Qilin's sacred fire. I think he simply did something to try and trick everyone. Plus, Uncle Hang, think about it. If he really is a member of the Qilin clan, then hasn't he come home to where he belongs? If this isn't suspicious, then what is? Lin Hang's eyes flashed. Your reasons aren't inconceivable, but I promised the elders. If we don't personally confirm this, then what will we say to the elders? Lin Hao said, but we don't even know where he is, where will we even go to find him? Never mind, let's go back for now. Lin Hang frowned a little, but it soon was released as a soft sigh. They couldn't stay outside for too long, so they'd have to leave things at that for now. Lin Hao was delighted. The Qilin clan had sacred level experts too, so they didn't lack dimensional talismans. A mid-grade dimensional talisman was enough to take them back to the sacred grounds of the Qilin clan. After Lin Hang sent Lin Hao off, the first one he went to meet wasn't the elders in the clan. Instead, he went through a small path, the surroundings getting progressively quieter, and the sound of birdsong and water getting clearer. At the very end, there was a tower built on the surface of a lake with overhanging eaves, like a moving painting. Entering the tower, Lin Hang hadn't even announced himself when a voice echoed out from inside. Lin Hang pushed the door open and entered, met with a thin, obscuring curtain. A blurred figure reclined behind it, cup held in their right hand. Hearing his entrance, the other didn't even look up. Beside him were two beautiful handmaidens, their heads bowed. "So?" A lazy and bewitching voice rang out slowly. Lin Hang respectfully replied, "Lin Hang has disappointed the young master and was unable to meet with that person." The man behind the curtain tossed the cup onto the floor, wine splashing across expensive carpets. The two handmaidens bowed their heads further. Lin Hang thought he was angry and quickly bent down on one knee. "Please punish me as you see fit, young master." "What are you afraid of? I'm not angry." The man chuckled, muttering, seemingly to himself, "Lin Xiao, oh, Lin Xiao, don't think that just because you changed your name, I don't know who you are. T/N, Lin and Lin Xiao here is Lin and Qilin, not to be mistake the old Lin Xiao of Tian Xin sect." A flash of doubt flashed through Lin Hang's eyes. Who was this Lin Xiao? If he was a member of the clan, then why wasn't he actually in the clan? If he wasn't, then why would the young master always say his name like he was a thorn in the side? "Young master, should I continue to pursue him?" Lin Hang shook away his thoughts and asked, hands placed together. "No need, I've already made arrangements." The man waved a hand. "You're dismissed." Lin Hang left the tower and then went to report to the elders. Yin Gu and Feng Qiyun's joining transduced the heart-linking Gu, and, like Ling Xiao had said, it was a great supplement for the two. Their cultivation levels skyrocketed. Feng Qiyun was originally a level 8 low-grade mage. While being imprisonment, Yuzhen Tian didn't do anything further to confine him. During that time, he had calmed himself and cultivated, allowing himself to improve quite a bit. Then, with the heart-linking Gu, he had thought he would at most advance a grade or two, never expecting that it would end up a level or two. He was now a level 9 high-grade mage. XiaoMo was extremely jealous. He had cultivated for a year or two. Yet Feng Qiyun managed to achieve this so quickly. This was karma, he guessed. The vermilion blood imprisoned him, but ended up giving him an advantage. As for Yin Gu, his cultivational level was already very high, so compared to Feng Qiyun, he hadn't advanced such. He had originally been an Emperor level 3 star, but now he was 7 star. However, the most envious was Zhang Yuxian. They had all gotten stronger, but he was still stuck here at Imperial level. In the Tongtian continent, power was everything, so after this, he parted with Yin Gu and Feng Qiyun. On one hand, he didn't want a third wheel, on another, he had his own place to be. Yin Gu always knew that Zhang Yuxian wouldn't stay by his side long. "Where are you two going?" "Back to Xijing?" Before they parted, XiaoMo asked casually. After saving Feng Qiyun, another burden had been lifted off his shoulders and he felt much lighter. No, Yin Gu held Feng Qiyun's hand. "My current strength isn't enough to face my father, so I've decided to travel with Feng Qiyun to train and improve until I can defeat my father." XiaoMo discreetly wiped away some sweat. That sure was savage. After they parted, the two began their journey back to Zhongtian, and then XiaoMo remembered something heartbreaking. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 480. Chapter 480, A Huge Mistake. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. If there was something that could break XiaoMo's heart, then this was time. He thought that half a month wasn't enough to get back to Zhongtian, thus he applied to remove his name off the list. However, there were still a few days before the half a month was over, meaning that it was very possible he could make it. Really, such a waste of his point. Still, they did not immediately return to Zhongtian as they had used up all three-dimensional talismans. If they didn't use a talisman, then it would take a month to return, thus XiaoMo ordered Ling Xiao to learn how to make them. If they learned how to make these talismans, just one could earn them up to 10 million or more spirit gems. Ling Xiao looked into his eyes and delivered these 4 words, "I love spirit gems." It might as well have been imprinted on his face. After staring at it silently for 2 seconds, he shifted his gaze away. A dimensional talisman was a very thin jade that was cut 1 cm thick and was just about 1/3 of XiaoMo's hand. Although it took very little materials to carve the dimensional power into such a thin and small jade talisman like a formation array was very difficult. XiaoMo used his soul power to cut the black jade into thinly sliced jade pieces. The whole jade was just about the size of a basketball, so as to not waste materials, he cut it according to proportions. Thus, he cut about 500 pieces. There's a lot of jade pieces, you can take it slow. XiaoMo took a piece and shoved it into Ling Xiao's hand, as he said with a smile. But just half an hour after saying that, he couldn't have regretted it more. The result of taking it slow was that a pile of blade jade scraps had accumulated beneath Ling Xiao's feet. It had grown to about 1-2 cm thick, wasting a good 23 pieces of jade. Calmly Ling Xiao blew off the jade scraps on his hand and picked up a new one. XiaoMo stopped his hand and with a piercing gleam looked at him. "Tell me truthfully, how many more do you have to waste before making one-dimensional talisman successfully?" Rubbing his chin, Ling Xiao thought about it and said, "If I use all 500 I might get one, but..." With a fiendish expression XiaoMo said, "I'm going to pummel you, spendthrift." 10 million spirit gems for one-dimensional talisman, he might as well have bought it from Xiao, at least he could have gotten a discount. "Don't get angry so quickly, hear me out." Ling Xiao pulled him over, embracing him as he said smiling, "Think about it, if I need to waste 100 or 200 pieces before making on talisman, aren't you going to feel the same heartache? If I told you 500, you would feel more pain, no? So your purpose is to make me feel more pain?" XiaoMo's mouth twitched a little. "No." Ling Xiao rejected, "If we flip it around and I use 200 to make one talisman, then you feel glad it was 200 and not 500, correct? So, I'm just preparing you for the worst possible outcome." Preposterous. XiaoMo wanted to pummel him even more. Ling Xiao continued with his annoying speech, "Actually, I have an even better way of making you feel more balanced." Hurriedly, XiaoMo covered up his mouth. Okay, don't say anymore, I get it now." Even using his little guy he could figure out what he was going to say. But, creating the dimensional talisman was indeed a complicated task. It took them a while to find a spot where the dimension was weak, only then could they extract dimensional power from it. The reason that Ling Xiao failed so many times was because dimensional powers were very violent, and since jade talismans were very fragile things, it was normal to fail. If XiaoMo inquired more, he would know that when Fu Changxiong first made dimensional talismans, he also wasted many jade pieces and the amount was tens more than 20. Of course, he might be more heartbroken. Indeed, there was a direct correlation between what one gave versus what one got. Currently they were at a canyon that was filled with rampant storms. Due to the fact that the weather was unstable, the dimension was weak. With a wave of his hand, Ling Xiao ripped open a dimensional crack that was 5 cm long. Rampant dimensional powers came out of the crack. Although it was only a little, it increased the danger level of the canyon by 3 to 4 more folds. Ling Xiao guided the dimensional force to sketch out the outline of the formation array on the jade piece. During this time, due to inexperience or the repellency of the dimensional force, the result was that a few more jade pieces were destroyed. Every time a piece broke, XiaoMo's heart bled more. Once again 20,000 spirit gems went down the drain. Ling Xiao remained firm and with an unchanging expression, he took another piece to continue trying. What he didn't tell XiaoMo was that the one that just broke, the formation array, was close to completion. At this point XiaoMo no longer held much hope. Looking back, he had always thought that even if Ling Xiao failed while trying, it would be too bad. For example, within 10 pieces, 9 would succeed, etc. Oh, how foolish he was to think that. Now, if there was 1 out of 10 that succeeded, he would thank the heavens, God, Lord, and whatever else in between. Just as XiaoMo wandered off thinking, a black thing suddenly flew straight towards him. Subconsciously he caught it, and after taking a look, he realized that it was a jade piece. Staring at him, he said, "What?" Seeing that he wasn't paying attention, Ling Xiao glanced at him and replied, "Focus." "Focus what?" XiaoMo puffed up his cheeks. How dare he throw a jade piece towards him? He raised his hand, thinking about throwing it back, but then stopped. "Forget it, seeing that you are putting your all into making dimensional talismans, a man such as myself will not stoop so low as to be petty. I'll let you off this time." XiaoMo squeezed the talisman with both hands as he stared at it intensely. This thing, was it really that fragile? Seeing the talisman's Ling Xiao made continuously exploding, as if tofu crumbs. As he thought, he couldn't help but put more pressure to bend it. As a result, with a crack, the jade piece split in half. Ling Xiao abruptly looked up, only to see a certain idiot's big mouth open wide in surprise as he was swallowed by dimensional forces. With an expression that could almost swallow 2 eggs and the egg of what it represented, he let out too much force into the jade piece. With a boom, it exploded into sprinkles. That dumbass. A dimensional talisman was a random transportation. All that one could be certain of was the direction one faced would be the direction they were transported to. XiaoMo was facing the east, and the east was the headquarters of the Vermilion Blood Clan. Even if one was seeking death, this wasn't how one should go about it. Taking in a deep breath, Ling Xiao grabbed a new jade piece and in lightning speed made another talisman. This time, because he was in such a rush for success, he actually got it in one try. After that, he quickly gathered up all the other pieces and started his wife-chasing adventure. At the same time, the knew he did something stupid XiaoMo was lying within a flourishing tree, crying tears of sadness. "I realized my mistake, so come and save me, Ling Xiao." XiaoMo had no idea where he was, because he seemed to be in a huge and dense forest. His surroundings were so quiet, and that in itself was alarming, sending chills down his spine. Who knew what direction he had to look to find people? Also, if he didn't use a dimensional talisman, it would probably take him months to get to Zhongtian. By then, maybe the 3rd round of the challenge match would have started. Thinking about the results, XiaoMo once again found himself in deep repentance. He shouldn't have broken that talisman. Since the appearance didn't change at all, he thought it was just a normal black jade. XiaoMo let out a huge sigh. This did not change the fact that Ling Xiao couldn't come find him immediately. At first, he thought of staying put, since Ling Xiao may use the talisman to transport to the same spot as him. However, thinking it through again, he realized that the chances were as good as winning the grand lottery, or even worse. Since it was impossible, he gave up. After all, the mistakes one made could only be solved by oneself. XiaoMo sat up from the tree branch, and his beasts, the metal-swallowing beast plus the golden-winged insects, who had stayed hidden in his shirt, as per his request, came running out. The metal-swallowing beast barked at him non-stop, making a gia sound. Raising his hand, XiaoMo slammed it down on its head. "Don't think I can't figure out that you're laughing at me. You deserved it, laughing at my expense." The ga of the metal-swallowing beast came to an abrupt halt. The 2 insects instantly laughed at it. Displeased, the beast sneered back. XiaoMo ignored them. Right now he needed to figure out where he was, otherwise it would take forever before he found Ling Xiao, not to mention going back to Zhongtian. At this moment, a series of hurried footsteps could be heard. Since it was already quiet, before they were even close, XiaoMo could hear the noise clearly. As he didn't know what kind of people they were, he didn't dare get down and just stayed in the tree, watching. There was 3 people in total, 2 males and 1 female. The female walked in front, as if she was opening the way. With only a look, XiaoMo could tell that the female was the strongest of the 3, and the other 2 were following her closely while carrying a sandbag. The 3 walked past the tree XiaoMo was hiding in, not sensing his presence. After a moment of hesitation, XiaoMo followed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. Please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 481. Chapter 481, Complete Makeover. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The three of them walked for a while along a winding path, clearly familiar with the forest. They went on till they reached a tree with an extremely thick trunk that even three fully grown adults couldn't wrap their arms around. What was odd was that the soil that this huge tree had covered seemed to be more moist compared to the surrounding soil. "This is the place," the woman said. The two men immediately put down the sandbag and it landed with a thud. The thing inside appeared to be very heavy, and judging from the shape, it looked like a human. XiaoMo's eyes went wide. Could it be that he just witnessed a murder scene? The two men worked together to dig a pit. As the soil wasn't very hard, they managed to do it quickly. The woman immediately ordered the two of them to bury the sandbag because one of them accidentally ripped a hole in the sandbag and a pale white hand fell out. There were still traces of blood on the fingertips, but it had already dried up. Good for nothings. Can't even do a simple task right. Bury it quickly. The woman cursed. The two men immediately threw the sandbag into the pit and swiftly covered the pit up with soil. Clearly, they were habitual offenders as they were very skilled in what they were doing. After all that was done, the three of them returned using the original path they took. XiaoMo immediately leaped further into the tree and hid himself with the leaves. He waited until the three of them were out of his sight before he summoned his male golden-winged insect. "You follow them and find the way out of this forest. Remember not to get caught, or else you can be prepared to chop your head off when you return." Unwilling to part with his wife, the male golden-winged insect called out to his wife reluctantly before flapping its wings and flying away. It's not like they were parting forever, XiaoMo thought to himself. When he was certain the three people were already very far away, XiaoMo hopped off a tree branch and walked over to the place they buried the dead body. It was only after seeing the soil up close that he realized that the soil was dark red in color. Even by smelling, he could feel the obscurity atmosphere in the air. This definitely wasn't a good thing. It seemed like many dead people were buried here. Could it be that every time they murdered someone, they buried the corpse here? No wonder it suddenly became very weird here. The surrounding soil wasn't wet, only this patch of soil was. The tree probably grew so healthy and strong because it absorbed nutrients from the dead. Despite his curiosity, XiaoMo didn't dig up the soil to take a look. He had no intention of seeing a huge pile of rotting flesh lying in a pit. Furthermore, since the blood of the person who was just buried had already dried, he or she must have died for quite some time already. When he thought of all the dead people beneath his feet, XiaoMo turned tail and ran. Due to the contract and his other half with XiaoMo, the golden-winged insect quickly returned. XiaoMo only found out that his current position was at the edge of the forest as he walked along the path. He only had to walk for 1,000 meters west to leave the forest. To think that he thought himself so smart before. As for the three people, the golden-winged insect only followed them till the edge of the forest and he returned. Luckily, he also saw the direction in which the three of them were leaving, or else XiaoMo would really be tempted to drag him over and pummel him. How unprofessional. A populated place was also very important. After walking for about 40 minutes, he finally saw some people. Smoke was spiraling upwards from kitchen chimneys into the azure blue sky, a clear sign that someone was preparing a meal. XiaoMo remembered what time it was now. The sun was high in the sky and shining bright. It was time for lunch. He couldn't help but touch his belly. Hungry. XiaoMo quickened his step and he finally saw a small village. It was surrounded by lush green fields from all around, but the village didn't look like a big one. There were only 5 streets and it wouldn't take more than 10 minutes to walk around the whole village. The villagers weren't in the fields. When XiaoMo entered the village, he saw a few families eating around tables in their homes and the doors to their homes were wide open. It wasn't a very sumptuous or rich meal, but they all ate with great relish. XiaoMo started to miss Ling Xiao a little. He had no idea where he was teleported to, so the most important thing to do now was to find out where he was at. He remembered he was teleported to the west. XiaoMo suddenly froze. Could this west be the west side he was thinking of? Reaching this conclusion, he didn't dare to delay anymore. XiaoMo randomly found a house and broke into it. It belonged to an old couple, and when they saw him rushing in, they were in shock. The old woman who was closest to him saw him as a robber and immediately shifted her aged body towards her partner. The two old people looked at him in fear. XiaoMo was embarrassed. Did he look very much like a robber? "See, sir, we haven't harvested today's magic herbs," the old farmer stood up and said in a trembling voice. XiaoMo felt embarrassed again. They must have mistaken him for someone else. He took a step forward and said earnestly, "Old man, I am not the sir you speak of. I'm just lost, so I'm here to ask for directions." The old couple exchanged looks with one another. They found it weird too. They hadn't seen him before among the people who used to come collect the magic herbs, but because their village rarely had visitors from outside, they mistook him for a person from that group initially. "You really aren't?" Feeling uneasy, the old farmer asked again. XiaoMo nodded, "I really am not." According to their words, it seemed like this small village specialized in growing magic herbs. Could it be that the magic herbs were planted in the fields outside? The old farmer was finally at ease. In fact, his face didn't look like a bad guy's. "Young man, if you have any questions, just feel free to ask. I will tell you everything I know." The old farmer reassured his partner and said, "May I know where is this place and what is the nearest city called? And which direction is it? Please tell me clearly." XiaoMo asked delightedly. Hearing this, the old couple felt even more at ease and finally truly believed he was only here to ask for directions, so they answered XiaoMo's questions. This was the Hu village, and the forest he came out from was called the Forest of Death. It was very famous around this region. There were all kinds of dangers inside the forest, and if there wasn't a person who was familiar with the forest guiding you, you'd most likely lose your life when you go deeper into the forest. That's why many people who were heading to the Forest of Death only wandered around the edges. XiaoMo felt his scalp go numb when he heard this. Luckily he was teleported to the edge of the forest, otherwise just walking out of this forest that carried the smell of death would be another extremely troublesome matter. As for the nearest city to Hu village, it was Xingluo City. Although they said it was the nearest city, he still needed to travel more than 2 hours to reach it, and this was assuming he was running there at full speed. Xingluo City was the largest and most prosperous city on the west side, even larger than Vermilion Blood City itself. Why compare it to Vermilion Blood City? Vermilion Blood City was only 2 days away from Xingluo City. In other words, he was on Vermilion Blood Clan's territory right now. Fell right into the pit. His luck finally went downhill. As for the people who came to collect magic herbs, they were from a faction in Xingluo City called the Qingfeng sect. 10 years ago, the people from the Qingfeng sect discovered that Hu village was very suitable for growing magic herbs, and it was the only village that was not attacked by the demon beasts from the Forest of Death. As a result, they got the villagers to plant and harvest the magic herbs in bulk and then bought the herbs from them. However, the higher the grade of the magic herb, the longer it took to grow. Furthermore, the villagers were only ordinary people, so there were only low-grade magic herbs growing in the fields of Hu village. The people from Qingfeng sect would then come by and collect the herbs once every year. However, if that was the case, the villagers wouldn't be so afraid like they were now. Qingfeng sect didn't have a good reputation. Although they were buying magic herbs from the villagers, the price at which they purchased the herbs was lower than the market price by half. Sometimes, they would even find excuses to delay their payment. There were originally more than 1,000 people living in the Hu village, but because of how overbearing Qingfeng sect had been these past 10 years, there were only fewer than 200 people living there now. Those who stayed behind didn't move away because they had no means to, for example the couple that XiaoMo asked for directions from. They were getting old and they had no kin, so they could only remain in Hu village. Standing at the mouth of the village, XiaoMo looked in the direction of Xingluo City and remembered what the old couple said to him. It was a complex situation when it came to the factions in Xingluo City. Recently, the struggles and disputes had become constant and anyone who had a little bit of power was dragged into them. This was because these forces were trying to recruit powerful people. If it was only a normal competition for powerful recruits then it would still be fine, but this involved the Yinyang Valley and Yuxian City. Xingluo City happened to be located right smack between Yinyang Valley and Yuxian City. As at the only point of intersection, Xingluo City had always been the place where the two powerful forces competed for the top spot. In the past, the competition wasn't as fierce as it was now, but recently for some reason, Yinyang Valley and Yuxian City were suddenly going head-to-head with each other. It was as if they were fighting over something which resulted in many people being affected. The old couple saw that XiaoMo didn't seem to be a bad guy, so they decided to warn him. XiaoMo also didn't want to go to Xingluo City. He hadn't forgotten the animosity that Yinyang Valley and Yuxian City had developed for him at Beidong. If he was seen by those people, whether he could leave safely would be a problem. However, he must go, otherwise God knew when would he ever find Ling Xiao. Furthermore, even if he wanted to return to Zhongtian, he must also go to Xingluo City to find a dimension teleportation portal. XiaoMo scratched his head in frustration. It looked like he had to change his appearance and name first before going to Xingluo City, and Ling Xiao must be able to recognize him. The appearance part was easy. He only had to get Xiao to change into a familiar person's face. As for the name, it was much harder. It must be something that Ling Xiao found familiar and also not let the people from the Vermilion blood clan know that he was XiaoMo or Xiaoha. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 482. Chapter 482, A Blessing in Disguise. Translated by, I forgot how to English, Rara of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Hu village had nearly 1,000 fields of magic herbs, in which most were level 2 and level 3. Since the level 1 magic herbs didn't have much value and the level 4 magic herbs had a long growth period, the profit for both of them was very low. The magic herbs in the fields had been planted the previous year, and it would be 1 full year in the next 2 months. The level 2 magic herbs had already matured, its lush green color and fresh fragrance gave a very relaxing ambience. Meanwhile, the level 3 magic herbs still needed a few more months to mature. XiaoMo swept his eyes across the fields. The quality of the magic herbs weren't good, they were all low grade. This was all within his expectation. The villagers of Hu village were ordinary people. Using their ability to grow a mid-grade and high-grade magic herbs was definitely impossible. Not to mention, unless they were mages, there was no way they could dig out a magic herbs without damaging them, so their only option was the low-grade one since its roots weren't deep. XiaoMo took back his line of sight after passing his judgment. Out of the blue, the metal-swallowing beast who was chilling inside his clothes suddenly became agitated and immediately jumped out from his clothes. His forepaws lightly landed onto the ground and soon after his mini-body was enlarged. The once docile beast now suddenly rushed toward another direction and started howling, however running down from the corner of his mouth was a suspicious drop of saliva. XiaoMo raised his brows in surprise. He walked over and picked up the beast, then shifted his eyes toward the small hillside direction. Lying in the north of Hu village was a small hillside. The village's magic herb field was 100 meters away from the foot of the hill. For the metal-swallowing beast to suddenly become agitated, could it be there was something up the hillside? Follow his doubt, XiaoMo carried the metal-swallowing beast in his arms and walked to the hillside. When they reached the foot of the hill, the metal-swallowing beast quickly jumped down from his arms and ran hastily toward the hillside. His tail was wagging in extreme excitement. XiaoMo couldn't do anything but follow it. Since the hill was high, the whole village could be viewed from the top of the hill. However, due to the loose soil condition of this terrain, it was impossible to grow magic herbs here. The metal-swallowing beast happily jumped to the other side of the hillside, then stopped in front of a crack. On the hillside facing the Hu village, there was a crack formed by lava rocks. The crack opening wasn't big, only enough to fit one person. The metal-swallowing beast howled to the inside 2 times, then turned to his master and called 1 time, as if he was urging him to speed up his pace. XiaoMo, on the contrary, became hesitant. What if there was danger inside there? But the metal-swallowing beast didn't allow his idiot master to hesitate. He ran over and pulled his clothes, and wanted to drag him in. What a tremendous force! XiaoMo feared his clothes might end up ripped, so he had no other option but to follow his steps. Inside the crack was a 3 feet of wide space, covered in lava rocks. The metal-swallowing beast jumped onto the lava rock. His sapphire blue eyes sparkled in the darkness as he looked at the innermost part of the cave while his saliva kept pouring out faster. As soon as he stepped in, XiaoMo immediately discovered the spiritual energy inside the crack was much more concentrated than the outside. When he looked at the innermost part of the cave, he was stunned. He didn't walk into the wrong place, no? To think that what inside this cave was a field of magic herbs. Not only so, every single one the magic herbs were healthy and vigorous. Even though they weren't mature yet, he could feel the fluctuation energy of the magic herbs was much stronger than any stock of magic herbs he had met before. Their level was definitely above level 10. The 2 golden-winged insects also flew out of his clothes. Unlike the metal-swallowing beast who was constantly drooling from the sight of the magic herb field, they only behaved a bit restless. However, they didn't try to come close to the field, only flew around him. The sight of fortune suddenly lit up his wit. Looking at the metal-swallowing beast's situation, although he seemed very longing for the herbs inside, he stood still on the lava rock in hesitancy while anxiously flicking his claws from time to time. The golden-winged insects were obviously the same. They wanted to but didn't dare to come closer. XiaoMo remembered what the old couple told him before. Hu village was located near the Forest of Death, and once in a while there would be a demon beast's tide coming from the Forest of Death, but the old couple told him, the demon beast's tide had never approached their village. On theory, it was impossible for Hu village to be that lucky, unless there was a secret hidden within the Hu village. Had he not discovered this field of magic herbs and the reaction of the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects, it would definitely never, ever come across his mind that level 11 and 12 magic herbs could be used to suppress demon beasts. XiaoMo rubbed his hand and smiled slyly. What a blessing in disguise. I'm here, my lovely magic herbs. The size of the field wasn't big, around 3 to 4 meters in width and length. However, the field was divided into 20 to 30 small squares very precisely, like a check pattern. Each square was planted 1 stalk of different type of magic herbs. Those magic herbs seemed like they had been implanted for many years. The youngest ones were also in their seedling stage. Luckily, none of them had matured yet. XiaoMo wandered around and couldn't find any fallen seeds. This cave didn't look like it was naturally formed. There were traces of artificial chiseling on the wall, but probably due to it being abandoned for too long, moss had grown all over the wall. XiaoMo couldn't see the cave's original appearance. No matter who the owner of this place was, it was obvious that this person had vanished like smoke into thin air, or else they wouldn't leave this cave full of level 11 and 12 magic herbs without any sort of preventive measures. This idea came to his mind while he was digging the magic herbs. No matter what the outcome, he must take all of these magic herbs. Even if there weren't any magic herbs for the samsara pill recipe, they could still be used at a different time. About the villagers of Hu village, he had already come up with a way out for them. The reason the villagers chose to stay back at the village without moving away was simply because they didn't have any spirit gems, and spirit gems was something he had. He could give them the spirit gems as compensation for taking away these magic herbs, or else his guilty conscience would leave him uneasy. The level of the magic herbs was too high. XiaoMo feared that he wouldn't be able to finish digging them all out by sunset. After he had dug out the 6th herb, XiaoMo stopped his hand and looked at the sky. The sun had started to set. Looked like he should stop here for today and continue tomorrow. XiaoMo picked up the metal-swallowing beast and walked out of the cave. The golden-winged insects flew onto his head by themselves. Back to the village, the old couple heard that he wanted to stay. Despite being surprised, they still warmly gave him a room. This room was their daughter's, who was killed unexpectedly by a demon beast. It was left empty since. The old couple even wanted to give him some food and water, but XiaoMo told them not to. He wasn't in the mood for dinner as he had so many things to do. After closing the door, XiaoMo took out a jade bottle from his dimension along with a small dish. The jade bottle was filled with a bright golden liquid. This was the stuff he took from the underground palace back in the June Mountain. The metal-swallowing beast's food was metal, and its favorite dish was this golden liquid. XiaoMo poured out half the bottle onto the plate. The metal-swallowing beast immediately ran over. He stuck out his tongue and licked it with gusto, just like a husky. The golden-winged insects also flew back and forth in front of his face. XiaoMo waved his hands. The two quickly dispersed. Okay, I didn't miss your turn. He talked as he took 2 stalks of hidden dipper herbs out of his dimension and tossed it toward them. When he had made sure they were eating in silence, and wouldn't run out to scare the old couple, XiaoMo sat down cross-legged onto the bed. He took a few sips of spiritual water and started to cultivate. The next day, XiaoMo woke up early. But the old couple had woken up earlier than him. When he out of the room, he saw the old couple had worn the straw hats and were ready to walk outside. XiaoMo guessed they must be heading to the magic herbs field, so he called them back. "Uncle, can I come with you?" The old man was caught in surprise. He showed a smile soon after. "Young man, if you don't dislike it, feel free to come with us." XiaoMo immediately returned back to his room, took the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects outside and then went with them to the magic herb field. Their field of magic herbs wasn't big. After all, they were both too old. Even if they wanted to, they couldn't plant too many. This field of magic herbs was the best they could do. Among the level 2 and 3 magic herbs planted on this field, level 2 had the highest percentage in amount, almost 2/3 of the total, and they were all mature. The old couple had been digging out those level 2 herbs for a few days now, but since their movements were too slow, it took them several days only to dig out less than 1/10 of it. XiaoMo looked at the area that had been dug, bumpy and full of potholes. It was obvious that they directly used the small shovel to dig them out from inside the soil, although this way could guarantee the root of magic herbs stay intact, but it was too troublesome. Thinking about his intention, XiaoMo walked over and said to the old couple, "Uncle, don't busy yourself with it. Using your speed, to dig out all of them would take you a month. How about this? I will lend you guys a hand." "Young man, how is it okay?" The old man raised his head and smiled. "This is our job and you are our guest. How could I bother you with something you have no relation with?" XiaoMo answered, "Uncle, I'm a mage. This business is as easy as lifting a hand. Moreover, I want to talk with you about buying magic herbs." The old couple finally stopped their hand, looked at him in astonishment. Did they hear it wrong? Here lies Roscorp's. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 483. Chapter 483, Persuasion. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Though the elderly couple were normal people, they had heard of the miraculous existences that were mages, and, seeing that they were unsure whether to believe him or not, XiaoMo decided to show them some tricks. With his current strength, digging up a patch of low-level magic herbs was easy. His soul force enveloped the area and a large patch of magic herbs dug themselves out of the ground before neatly laying themselves at the feet of the old couple. After seeing it in person, the elderly couple finally believed what he said. XiaoMo didn't just want them to believe him, but to confirm he was a mage, because he didn't just want to buy their magic herbs, but all the herbs in the village. The elderly couple were elders of the Hu village. They had lived there for several decades, so no one was more worthy of respect than them. With the elderly couple on his side, the rest of the village almost immediately believed him. Within 2 hours, everyone was gathered at the empty grounds in front of the old couple's house. The dark crowd of people was comprised at least 400 to 500 people. Hu village very rarely had visitors, so all of them were stretching, trying to catch a glimpse of the person who was buying magic herbs. Seeing that they had mostly gathered, XiaoMo walked out. The sounds of doubt rose. They probably didn't expect someone so young, and were even more doubtful. The village head was a middle-aged man of about 40 or 50 and had an honest, straightforward look about him, walking towards XiaoMo respectfully. "Young gentleman, I hear from old Hu that you want to buy all the magic herbs that we have, is this true?" XiaoMo cleared his throat. "I was passing by and saw that you were raising magic herbs. I just happened to need a large amount of herbs, so I made this choice. If you are willing to sell them to me, I will buy it all at a high price. I must inform you that the magic herbs of our Hu village have been reserved by the Qingfeng sect. If we sell it to you, I'm afraid that after the Qingfeng sect comes calling, our villagers will be in trouble." Though the village head was tempted by XiaoMo's buy it all at a high price, he was more worried about the safety of the people in Hu village. They were only normal people and couldn't fight the Qingfeng sect. XiaoMo said, "Your elder has already told me. I hear that the Hu village has been oppressed by the Qingfeng sect for 10 years. If I give you all a chance to leave this place, will you be willing?" They immediately looked at each other. They were, naturally, willing. There were plenty of villages just like theirs. If it wasn't for the fact that the Qingfeng sect still owed them a debt that they still refused to return, resulting in them being too poor to move, they'd have long since left. The village head was moved. "Please, tell me more." XiaoMo pinched his fingers together, acting dramatic, before saying like a charlatan, "I've been observing Hu village's surroundings recently, and have found that Hu village's destiny has been approaching its end. If you don't move soon, the next beast tide will trample the village to the ground." The village head sucked in a breath. Trample? They were all normal people, and didn't know much about things like destiny, and operated on the idea of if there is then there is, if there isn't then never mind. But, "Young gentleman, it's best if you don't sprout nonsense." That was when a white-haired old man hobbled out with his walking stick, back hunched. He was so old that his eyelids seemed to sag and he could only open his eyes by a sliver, but the villagers all looked at him with respect. XiaoMo didn't expect that halfway through a troublemaker would appear, and it seemed that this one had quite the position in Hu village. A person like this would be hard to deal with. XiaoMo thought for a moment and asked, "May I ask why you think it's nonsense?" The old man slammed his walking stick against the ground, creating a loud noise, and the villagers immediately quietened. "I'm already 110 years old, I've lived here for 110 years. In this century, I've personally seen 83 beast tides, but never has one even touched the village. Occasionally there'll be a demon beast or two that wanders away from its group, but they only move around outside the village and have never entered the village. It has been so ever since the village was built, yet today you say that the village will be attacked by the next beast tide. How is it not nonsense?" The elder's words immediately sent uncertainty through all the villagers. He was a really stubborn old man, XiaoMo thought to himself, but the other's words were reasonable. Hu village seemed to have a history of a century or two, and was always perfectly fine. If someone suddenly told them that the village would be attacked by a beast tide, then very few would truly believe it. XiaoMo had expected this sort of situation and wasn't surprised upon hearing the elder's words. "Elder, I know you don't believe it, and there's not much of a point in my explaining. Only time can prove who is wrong and who is right. Let's deal with the magic herb situation first." XiaoMo switched the topic and immediately turned everyone's attention to the other problem at hand. The elder said, disgruntled, "Our village head has already talked about this. Our herbs have been reserved by the Qingfeng sect. If we sell it to you, then what will we sell to the Qingfeng sect when they come?" XiaoMo felt that this old man was really overbearing. This question wouldn't be easy to answer because it had something to do with the problem they had just discussed, so he decided to avoid the question for now, pretending to not hear the old man's words. If you are willing to sell me your magic herbs, I'm willing to buy them at a price of 1 spirit gem per 500 level 2 magic herbs. In addition, I need your fields. I'll buy 1 acre of farmland plus the immature magic herbs for 100 spirit gems. XiaoMo had calculated things with the old couple beforehand. 1 acre of farmland could be used to grow over 1,000 magic herbs, mostly level 2 magic herbs. When filled up, it was only 2 spirit gems. He had accidentally dug up the thing keeping the village safe, so just 2 spirit gems didn't seem enough. Therefore, he decided to make up a nicer tale and buy their fields as well. In the morning, he had asked the elderly couple about the living conditions here. 1 spirit gem was enough for the villagers to live off of for several years. 100 spirit gems was enough to make sure they would want for nothing for several lifetimes. He knew that the villagers had never seen so many spirit gems in their lives, and some had never even seen what a spirit gem looked like. Many people would be tempted. As for those who weren't, he'll think of something later. The villagers were already struck dumb by his words. 500 magic herbs for a spirit gem? An acre of farmland for 100 spirit gems? In their memories, the Qingfeng sect had only given them 5 crystal coins per 500 magic herbs, and the exchange rate between crystal coins and spirit gems was 1,000:1. Don't trust him, everyone. He must be scheming something to have set such a high price. The 100-year-old man once again came out to provoke things. XiaoMo didn't bother replying, simply fetching a table from inside the old couple's home. Then he took a handful of sparkling spirit gems from his magic bag and placed them on the table, sweeping his gaze over the gathered villagers as he said calmly, I will keep my word. I trust that you all must want to leave here and live your lives away from the oppression of the Qingfeng sect. I'll say this now, those who want to sell their magic herbs come and find me, I'll give them their spirit gems right here. As his words fell, so did silence. Not long after, the elderly couple walked forwards first. They had interacted with XiaoMo before, and it was him who had helped them dig up all the magic herbs in the morning. The old couple decided to trust this good-natured young man. The elderly couple only had 800-something level 2 magic herbs. XiaoMo first gave them 1 spirit gem, and then used crystal coins to calculate the rest. It was a good thing he still had some unused crystal coins. He put all the spirit gems and crystal coins into a magic bag and gifted the magic bag to the couple as well. Magic bags were very common items, and normal people could use it too. For them, it was like a bag of treasures. When they moved, it could be used to store all their furniture, making things much easier for them. Some observant villagers saw this and all ran back to grab their magic herbs. They had long since heard of the treasure that was a magic bag, but the price was too expensive for them. Now, seeing that this young gentleman was willing to gift them a magic bag, if they don't act now, they might regret it in the future. The hunched old man was so angry his mustache was fluttering. XiaoMo, seeing this, smiled and said, Elder, I know you only want to make sure everyone is alright, afraid that the villagers would get tricked, but I really have no ill will. If you don't believe me, you can bet with me and see if the next beast tide is really as I say. Either way, you won't lose out, no? The hunched old man didn't seem to have bothered listening, turning away and leaving with a huff. An older farmer came over here and said, in an attempt at comfort, young gentleman, please don't take offense. Wangong is the oldest and most experienced elder in Hu village. He's a little stubborn. If he still refuses to listen, we'll try to persuade him. XiaoMo nodded and smiled. In the next 2 hours, 20 or 30 families had come to barter with XiaoMo, but his magic bags quickly ran out. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 484. Chapter 484, Sex Robber. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo didn't have a habit of buying magic bags, so the reason he had so many was from the trades he had done before. He could have never imagined a day where he would need so many magic bags. Seeing the anticipation the villagers had towards the magic bags, XiaoMo decided, in the end, to personally go to Xingluo City. It only took 2 hours for a round trip, so he could come back in the same day. Bidding his farewell to the elderly couple, XiaoMo went on his way. Seeing his diligence, the elderly couple decided to help him persuade some of the more stubborn villagers. After leaving Hu village, XiaoMo made Catcho conjure a different face and, after making sure there was no flaws, he headed full speed to Xingluo City. He was 15 minutes quicker than he predicted, but, by the time he reached the outskirts, he was slightly out of breath. Xingluo City was like a monstrous beast, one of entry points to Vermilion Blood City. Being one of the biggest cities in the southern continent, its prosperity was unimaginable. It was a good thing that there were a lot of entrances by the gate, or else just lining up would have taken half an hour. After paying the tolls, it didn't take much for XiaoMo to find a store that sold magic bags. By the looks of it, it was for fabrics. If he hadn't asked around, he would have believed that only magic herb shops sold them. In the fabric store, most of the customers were females, only a few were males who accompanied their partners. All of the females were chattering away at which fabric looked the best, and the workers there were extremely busy. XiaoMo realized that no one was paying attention to him, so he went to the front desk to find the shopkeeper. It was probably the first time he had seen someone buying over 100 magic bags and couldn't help but took a few glances. "Customer, how big of a capacity do you want of your magic bags? We have here 200, 400, and 600 square meter sizes, XiaoMo answered thoughtfully, "Just give me 200 square meters sized magic bags." The villagers didn't have much furniture, 200 was more than enough. The manager instantly started to calculate, 1 is 5 spirit gems, so 200 is 1,000. For shops like them that primarily sold fabrics, 100 spirit gems would be the highest they made in a single transaction. It was very rare for one to go over 1,000. Thus, the manager gifted XiaoMo a 400 square meters sized magic bag. XiaoMo paid without hesitation, took the magic bags and left. Not knowingly, his leniency with money was observed at full length by those outside, and when he left, immediately 2 people followed. Coincidentally, the shopkeeper by the front desk also saw this, but he didn't get anyone to warn XiaoMo since, at moments like this, one could only fend for themselves. Just a few meters after, XiaoMo realized that he was being followed. He almost thought his identity had been found out, but then quickly realized that the people following him were pretty weak. If his real identity had been found out, they wouldn't have sent just weaklings over. XiaoMo didn't worry about it any further and quickened his pace to leave. Although the 2 following him weren't very strong, their speed wasn't bad. Actually, they didn't fall behind and instead closely tailed him to the gates. Without a trace, XiaoMo took a look at them and discovered that it was 2 guys, one tall and one short, who followed him. Clearly, he had a face of someone easily bullied. Once he left the city, XiaoMo slowed down. Obviously, the 2 caught up, and the tall one, with the face of a creep, said, "This is a robbery, take off your clothes." XiaoMo was dumbfounded. "Why do I need to take off my clothes for a robbery?" The tall one spit out, "That's because we are here for money and sex." XiaoMo was disgusted from inside out, tightly holding his fist. Fuck, did he look like a woman? To rob for both money and sex, were their minds kicked by a donkey? Couldn't they tell that he was a man? Say it again, what are you here to rob? The tall one had an expression of "You're annoying." The short one suddenly pulled him. Just as the tall one was about to ask, a black shadow reached in front of them faster, and with it came a kick from the bottom up, ruthlessly hitting his chin. The tall one made a free-fall exercise move and crack, his spine seemed to have broken. The short one was so scared his legs started to shake. Seeing that XiaoMo was walking towards him, he immediately fell on top of his comrade and played dead. XiaoMo was highly amused at this guy's reaction and finally vented out his anger. Brushing off the dust, he turned to leave. By the time he reached Hu village, a lot of villagers had already dug up the magic herbs and were waiting for him by the elderly couple's place. Seeing that he was back, none of them could contain their glee. They were actually worried that XiaoMo wasn't going to come back. Most families in the Hu village only had 1 acre of field, with only a dozen or so with 2 or more. For those, they took longer as digging up the magic herbs took a lot of time. Also, only those magic herb fields had level 4 to 5 magic herbs because they couldn't harvest it themselves. They were specially left to the Qingfeng sect members. Taking it all to consideration, XiaoMo told them to count how many stalks they had, otherwise it would take days before they were all harvested. That was clearly easier, and some villagers who were in a rush almost jumped in joy at the opportunity. By the time the sun was about to set, 200 or so families in the Hu village, except Wang Gong, all sold their magic herbs and fields. All of them went back happily. By the looks of things, it wouldn't take 2 days before they all moved. In the afternoon, the elderly couple even came to say that a lot of villagers were merrily discussing which village to move to. Now that they had money, even if they didn't work for a few years, they wouldn't starve. As he thought of this, a heavy weight was dropped off his shoulders. All that was left was that stubborn Wang Gong. How could he persuade him? He really had no idea on how to deal with such a stubborn old man. In his previous life, XiaoMo had a grandfather that was very doting, and his friends cared deeply about him too. He never had a chance to meet an old man as stubborn. Just as he was thinking this, the old farmer knocked and came in. "Young gentleman, I want to talk to you about Wang Gong. It might offer you some help." XiaoMo raised his brows in question. Could it be that his past had some sort of story behind it? Actually, there was. Initially, Wang Gong's family was a wealthy family in Hu village, with lots of grandchildren. He was considered the luckiest old man in the village. That was before Qingfeng sect came to this road. His 2 sons were displeased by Qingfeng sect's oppressive behavior and caused their whole family to be brutally murdered. Wang Gong was in his old age and wasn't there at the time, so he escaped. Ever since then, Wang Gong's attitude became weirder and weirder. He vowed to always guard the Hu village and personally see to Qingfeng sect's end. Wang Gong was already 100 years old. For an ordinary human, that was very old. Supposedly, it was because when he was younger, he had accidentally consumed a magic herb and luckily a mysterious powerhouse saved him. Since then, his body had always stayed healthy. Hearing that, XiaoMo realized that to make Wang Gong leave was going to be harder than ascending heaven. However, he changed his mind. If Wang Gong wanted to stay, then he could stay, since the beast tide wasn't going to come anytime soon. After XiaoMo organized his thoughts, on the second day, he went to cave behind the hillside and dug at the rest of the magic herbs. By the time he returned, 1/3 of the villages had left. On the 3rd day, another group left. On the 4th day, the elderly couple left too, leaving their room for XiaoMo. On the 5th day, after the last group of people left, the Hu village had finally become empty with only XiaoMo and Wang Gong left. Wang Gong was very old and had no survival abilities left, so the villagers all left him some food. His cellar became jam-packed with food, more than enough for a few years. XiaoMo had seen the food and questioned the ability of the old man to chew them. Thinking about it, he left Wang Gong some spirit fruits. In his dimension was a lot of food, all of which he accumulated when he couldn't finish them. All of them were mostly vegetarian, and, hence, perfect for Wang Gong. At first Wang Gong didn't accept it. He could accept the villagers' gifts, but XiaoMo was someone completely unrelated. He couldn't take, without reason, a stranger's charity. All XiaoMo said was this: eating these will make you live longer. After that, Wang Gong willingly ate it. Spirit fruits could nurture the body, increase one's lifespan, and after eating one, you didn't have to eat again for a whole day. When Wang Gong realized this, he didn't reject it anymore. The old man treasured his life greatly. He must live till the day Qingfeng sect met its retribution. There was once when XiaoMo forgot to give him spirit fruits, and although the old man didn't ask about it, he would wander around his house periodically. Since the village was full of empty houses, the old man simply moved to a house near him and passed by his house every day. XiaoMo had nothing to say. He didn't want the old man to find out the cave's secret, so he used a magic bag and gave him some spirit fruits. After using 5 days, he finally dug up all of the magic herbs in the cave. He also inquired Wanggong about the beast tide. Hearing that it was an annual event until the next beast tide, there was still a month. The village at least would be saved till then. XiaoMo wanted to leave after he finished digging, but he couldn't leave Wanggong alone. Just as he was having difficulty, Xingfeng sect's members arrived. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 485. Chap 485, Don't Judge a Book by Its Cover. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. In previous years, the people from Xingfeng sect always came to collect the magic herbs just when the level 3 magic herbs had matured, which was 2 months later. However, this year they were 2 months ahead of the schedule. XiaoMo was a little surprised. Wanggong became very agitated when he saw them. His eyes were narrowed into a thin line, making it impossible to tell what he was thinking, but XiaoMo felt a murderous gleam in his eyes. The people of Xingfeng sect were very shocked when they saw Hu village with only 2 people left. At first they thought that the villagers of Hu village must have fled because they heard that Xingfeng sect would arrive ahead of time, but seeing that the magic herbs were still in the fields, they felt even more puzzled. There were about 200 households left in Hu village, and almost every household had moved out completely, leaving nothing behind. With the actions of mere mortals, it would have been impossible to move so fast if they hadn't been prepared long beforehand. Furthermore, orders about the decision to bring forward their visit were only given yesterday. However, this doubt they had only briefly flashed across their minds before it was soon forgotten. The people that Xingfeng sect had sent immediately had their attention drawn to the magic herbs in the magic herb fields. It was even better now with the ordinary people of Hu village gone. They only needed to bring the magic herbs back and they would be done with their task. They didn't even have to lay down a single crystal coin. The Hu village was a human village. There was no need to send a lot of people to deal with a few ordinary humans with no fighting power, so this time Xingfeng sect only sent 5 people, including 1 low-level mage. As there was no one in the village, they had to dig for the magic herbs themselves. As the saying went, someone who hadn't worked before would never know how tough work was for the working people. The people from Xingfeng sect finally experienced it this time. They only dug for 1 hour and their tempers had already flared. Except for that mage who had it easier with the help of soul force, the rest were already suffering from backaches and sweating buckets. Their mouths never stopped cursing and they began to blame all they were going through on the villagers who had left. XiaoMo and Wanggong, who were hiding in the house, heard their voices clearly. Wanggong peered through the window and saw the magic herbs in the fields being dug up by them one by one. He turned around and looked towards XiaoMo. Are you not going to stop them? Those are things you bought with your spirit gems. Don't you feel angry that the magic herbs are just dug up and taken away by them? He asked. XiaoMo let out a laugh. It doesn't matter. Wanggong looked at him for a few seconds before suddenly saying, I understand now. Your objective from the very beginning wasn't these magic herbs, that was just an excuse, right? XiaoMo's lips curled up. He didn't try to hide it, otherwise he wouldn't have said a single thing. That's right, my objective was to get the villagers to leave Hu village. Why? Wanggong stared at him with burning gaze. Don't you already know? XiaoMo replied calmly. Wanggong shook his head. You are not related to Hu village, so how can it be that you're doing this to help our villagers? You must have some other motives, right? XiaoMo smiled but didn't speak. Wanggong knew he guessed right, but he only sighed softly. No matter what objective you have indeed helped us out. Otherwise, we definitely would have been beaten up and scolded by the people from Qingfeng sect when the time came had we not be able to dig up the magic herbs in time. I thank you on behalf of the rest of the villagers. Wang Gong, you don't have to thank me. You just have to treat it as we are taking what each of us need. Don't mind it. XiaoMo said. Wang Gong was just about to open his mouth to speak when a sound came from the door. It sounded like it was the doing of the wind, but not even a second later, a loud bam was heard. The door was kicked open and a booming voice could be heard. Wang Gu, there's someone here. Hearing this, the people in the magic herb fields immediately dropped what they were doing and ran over. Wang Gu was their leader, but this Qingfeng sect was only a small fry. They were so weak. TSK, XiaoMo couldn't even bear to look at them straight. Wang Gu walked in and saw an old man and a young man inside. He recognized Wang Gong because he usually came to collect the magic herbs, but he didn't recognize XiaoMo. However, he also didn't recognize every villager who lived in Hu village, so he thought XiaoMo was one of them. So there's still people hiding here. Tell me, where have the villagers moved to? Wang Gu kicked the nearest chair to the ground and stepped on it with one foot, his attitude extremely arrogant. Every year, the villagers of Hu village would plant a few 100,000 magic herbs for them, and although the amount wasn't much, it was a source of income for Qingfeng sect nevertheless. If the villagers were to all run away, they wouldn't have a next batch to collect after this one if they couldn't find people to plant the magic herbs for the next year. They had already checked out the neighboring villages, and only the plot of land that the Hu village was on was suitable to grow these magic herbs. Wang Gong snorted coldly and didn't say a word. Wang Gu didn't plan to ask that old fella anyway. Every time he looked at them, it was like they were the enemies who had killed his father. He also knew about the old fella's situation, but he wasn't the person who came to collect magic herbs 10 years ago, it was his superior. His superior was promoted afterwards, so this job landed on him. Wang Gu looked towards XiaoMo's completely unfamiliar face and said, "Hey kid, I'm asking you something, so answer me truthfully. If I so much as smell a lie, I'll make your life a living hell." XiaoMo's eyes moved. Wang Gu, is it? Sorry, I don't know. Wang Gu pulled out his sword immediately and slammed it on the table. Now do you know? No one told me, how would I know? XiaoMo exclaimed in shock. Seems like talking nicely doesn't work. Wang Gu picked up his sword and smiled sinisterly with a dangerous gleam in his eyes. Wang Gong immediately retreated behind XiaoMo. This was the first time someone sought him for protection, so XiaoMo was rather shocked. Usually he was the one who sought protection from others. Wang Gong thought he was unhappy about it, so he started grumbling. What, shouldn't an able-bodied young lad like you protect a weak and vulnerable old man like me? The corners of XiaoMo's mouth twitched. Oh please, you're still moving around so quickly, he thought to himself. Yo Wang Gu, it seems like this person wants to fight us. Looks like if we don't teach him a lesson, others will think we are pushovers. Wang Ji's underling immediately started to laugh mockingly before continuing. Wang Gu, just leave it to us to take care of this type of small fry. We'll easily deal with him. Alright, but don't kill him. Wang Gu said indifferently. His underling immediately patted his own chest as a gesture of reassurance. In the end, he was easily beaten by XiaoMo. XiaoMo even had the underling's head under his foot. With this kind of presence, Wang Ji's opponent was clearly stronger than him. Wang Gu was frightened by him, and he suddenly wasn't as confident as before. Nevertheless, he was still a member of Qingfeng sect, and he didn't believe anyone would dare to go against Qingfeng sect. Who are you? A passerby. XiaoMo raised his head and puffed out his chest. Do you know the consequences of going against Qingfeng sect? Wang Gu glanced at where the door was and said at the same time. XiaoMo shook his head. I don't know, but what I do know is that if you continue to move back, I will let you know the consequences of going against me. Now you should consider whether to continue moving back or return to your original position. Wang Gu stopped taking steps back and glared at him menacingly. What do you want? XiaoMo looked towards Wang Gong. Wang Gong, how do you think we should punish him? Wang Gong stared at Wang Gu for a moment before suddenly turning his head away. You caught the person. How you want to punish him is up to you. XiaoMo touched his nose and suggested, well, what about killing them? Wang Gong's eyes went wide. At his words, Wang Gu immediately shot up and roared. He drew his sword and charged all out at XiaoMo like he was willing to die doing that if he had to. I'll fight you to the death. Wow, what a short-tempered man he is. XiaoMo finally understood why Ling Xiao always liked to say that to him. It was a very subtle feeling. However, Wang Ji's power was only at the moon level. There was no sense of accomplishment in defeating him. XiaoMo, who had easily dealt with Wang Gu, didn't notice that when Wang Gong looked at him, his eyes were wider than ever before. When XiaoMo finally turned his head, he retracted his gaze as if nothing had happened. XiaoMo took care of the other 3 people together and then locked them all up in one house. Side by side they lay together, all knocked out by XiaoMo. Although he said that he would kill them, he really didn't want to kill people for no reason, especially people much weaker than him. XiaoMo got Wang Gong to wait for him while he ran back to the old couple's house to retrieve the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect. As they had a huge reaction when he brought them to the cave, he decided to just leave them in the house. When he returned to Wang Gong's house, a bloody smell drifted out from inside. As he walked in, he saw Wang Gong lifting a walking stick high up in the air before striking down hard on Wang Ji's head. Bam! Blood splattered everywhere. XiaoMo could feel his view of life exploding into pieces. Such a withered old man with a whole head of white hair actually killed without batting an eye. He even picked the head to strike. If not for his lack of strength, Wang Ji's head would have been smashed like a watermelon that had fallen to the ground. How much hatred must he have to make such a decision? Seeing that he had returned, Wang Gong quietly wiped away the blood on the walking stick and limped as he came over, looking extremely lonely and pitiful. Hey, old guy, isn't it a bit too late to act pitiful? XiaoMo looked at the horrible state the 5 people were in. What was odd was that he felt nothing at all. He clicked his tongue. As expected, Ling Xiao had badly influenced him. Closing the door, XiaoMo walked out of the house. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 486. Chapter 486, Xiao Ran. Translated by, I hate you, Addison Seti, but we love you, Rara of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. Hu Village wasn't a place fit to live anymore. With Wang Gu and the people's disappearance, the Qingfeng sect would realize something was wrong and would definitely send people over to find out. Moreover, there was no more reason to stay at this place. XiaoMo turned his head around to Wang Gong. He had totally lost his speech because of this old man who still couldn't give people a peace of mind even at the age of 100. I'm not leaving. Wang Gong ignored XiaoMo's hand, but didn't cast it away. XiaoMo reluctantly said, Wang Gong, don't be so stubborn, Hu Village is not safe anymore. Wang Gong sat on the ground, I won't leave Hu Village until I get my revenge. XiaoMo gritted his teeth. All I saw was you trying to win my heart over. But he really couldn't stand seeing this old man withering away in Hu Village. After those few days living together with this old man, XiaoMo could see how stubborn Wang Gong was. Every morning Wang Gong would always visit his son, his wife and grandson's graves. There was no happiness or sadness in his expression, his tears had already dried out. Fine, you win. Let's go. XiaoMo couldn't do anything but help Wang Gong get up. Wang Gong flinched, his narrowed eyes widened a bit. You will help me get my revenge? XiaoMo replied, I promise to help you, but I won't guarantee I can pull this off. I can only try my best. If I am to face danger, I'd put my safety as top priority. Good enough. Wang Gong was not a win an inch, want a foot type of person. The other party had agreed to help him. If he still couldn't acknowledge his own influence, then it would be trying to take advantage of his own seniority. Therefore, even if this was his only hope, he would still try to grab it by any means. Thus, one old and one young man finally left Hu village. More than an hour after they had left, the emptied Hu village was visited by a bunch of unwelcome visitors with rough manners. They didn't look like they were just passing by. Odd, why does this village not have even one person? I still clearly remember there were hundreds the last time I visited. The baldy touched his shiny head, face full of surprise. A man who was dressed neatly beside him, with a slightly vicious look on his face, took a few steps forward, before coldly saying, "Ignore the villagers, where is that place you found last time?" The baldy immediately pointed toward the hillside on the back of Hu village, over there. And then he led them to the specified place. Slow down. When they walked past a house, the man suddenly stopped and looked at the tightly shut door. I smell a strong stench of blood coming from inside. The baldy took out the iron mace that was behind his back and walked silently to the door. He raised the mace and smashed the frail part of the door. With a big bang, the two door panels were smashed into pieces and the situation inside the house was revealed to everyone. It was Wang Ji's party who had been killed over 2 hours ago by Wang Gong from being bludgeoned on their heads. The baldy looked at the man. "Young master, I know them, they are Qingfeng sect's men." "How did the Qingfeng sect's men die at this place?" the man asked, expressionless. "I'm not really sure, but I heard that the Qingfeng sect likes to make some small profits. They often send their disciples to find regions that are suitable for growing magic herbs. This Hu village is one of those places. This must mean some unforeseen event has occurred here," the baldy explained. The man's complexion suddenly changed. "Quick, lead me to that area you have discovered." The baldy didn't know why the young master suddenly changed his tones, but when they entered the cave that he had found before, he suddenly understood. The small field of thriving young magic herbs had now disappeared. How could this be? The baldy was shocked. The man went pale. Who would have thought that by being 1 day late, all the magic herbs had vanished without trace? The man didn't doubt the baldy's word since he knew the baldy didn't have that guts to lie to him, which meant there was someone who was one step quicker than them and dug out all the magic herbs. To be able to dig high-level magic herbs, the other person must be a mage, a high-level one as well. The baldy nervously looked at the young master. Seeing the young master have no intention to scold him, he sighed in relief. "Young master, in my opinion, the one who took all the magic herbs is also very likely the one that killed the Qingfeng sect's man, and the sudden disappearance of he villagers is also very odd. Quickly send someone out to investigate. You must find out who's responsible for taking all the magic herbs." The man showed a gloomy glare. "Roger, young master." "Right, do you want me to tell the Qingfeng sect about their dead men?" The baldy felt that if he could borrow a hand from the Qingfeng sect to investigate. This was based on the fact that they were more familiar with the villagers of Hu village, and therefore the investigation process would be much faster. "Do it, but you must not let them know about the magic herbs that were inside this cave." "Yes, sir." Although XiaoMo had agreed to help Wang Gong get his vengeance for his family, Wang Gong was, after all, an old man and bringing him along would be quite the inconvenience. After giving it some careful thought, he decided to find a place for Wang Gong to wait first. Wang Gong had distinctive features. If the Qingfeng sect really chased after them, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't be found. Hence, XiaoMo intentionally found a village far away from Hu village, helped him settle down temporarily and then left. Before he left, Wang Gong held his hand, unwilling to release him. Only when XiaoMo had reassured him over and over again that he would help him get his revenge did the old man let his hand go. Wang Gong stood still for a long period of time, staring at his departing figure. By the time XiaoMo turned his head around, he could still see the hunched silhouette. If it was him, he would also doubt if whether such complete stranger would grant his wish. There was neither obligation nor responsibility between him and the old man. Walking alone on the road. The metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects were acting like they had ADHD, jumping and flying around back and forth in front of him, scurrying here and there. XiaoMo suddenly felt too sad to even walk. Speaking of this, he had waited at Hu village for 6 to 7 days and Ling Xiao should have found him by now. But then who would have thought he would stay in such a small village that anyone would ignore? Thinking, XiaoMo decided to take out the transmitter stone and tried, but there was no reaction from it. It looked like he wasn't at Xingluo City and their distance still exceeded the transmitting range. XiaoMo sighed and put back the transmitter stone. All of a sudden, the clattering sound of horse hooves came to his ear. When he turned around, he saw that a very imposing cavalry squad was coming his way, leaving behind a trail of dust. Xiaojin, Xiaoping, Xiaopeng, someone is approaching, quickly come back here. XiaoMo immediately called those jolly beasts back to his side. The 2 golden-winged insects were called Ping Pong, the male was Xiaoping, the female was Xiaopeng. He was afraid that someone would recognize them, so when there were people around, he wouldn't let them outside. T/N, metal swallowing is Tunjin, so Momo called the metal swallowing beast Little Metal, Xiaojin. The metal swallowing beast quickly shrunk himself to the mini version and then climbed into XiaoMo's clothes. The golden-winged insects were small originally and so they also snuck in his clothes one after another. At least in crucial moments, those jolly beasts still listened to him. The cavalry squad quickly arrived in front of him, and XiaoMo covered his mouth and nose while withdrawing to the side. He thought they would just pass by him. Who would have thought that the leader of the squad would suddenly pull the bridle and stop in front of him, looking down at him while sitting on top of the horse. "Lift your head up," the man on the horse ordered. A hint of surprise flashed through Yu Xiao's eyes, but he didn't want to make any trouble, so he listened and raised his head up. The man frowned. "What's your name?" XiaoMo replied, "I'm Ling Xiao. I can't ha. Ling, in Ling Xiao, the middle Xiao, in XiaoMo and the third Xiao, in Ling Xiao. This husbando couple and their name switch ha. The man suddenly reached his hand out to his subordinate behind him. The subordinate immediately gave him a scroll, then he opened it up in front of XiaoMo. On the scroll was a portrait. "Do you know this person?" XiaoMo tried to hold back his mouth from twitching with all his might and answered with a stern face, "I don't know this person." "Can I ask what happened?" The man raised his brows. 7 days ago, this person caused a chaos in Yuxian City. The name is Lin XiaoMo. That person's name and yours are quite similar. Are you sure you don't know this person? T/N, Lin, in Lin Xiao, that unfortunate guy of Tian Xi insect. XiaoMo in XiaoMo. Lin and Ling are both pronounced quite similar. XiaoMo, I'm sure my mom and dad only have me as their only son. The man suddenly opened his mouth. I haven't mentioned Lin XiaoMo as a guy. How do you know this one is a man? Were they trying to nitpicking every details? XiaoMo silently cursed inside his mind, then replied, "You have misunderstood my words. I am the only son, as I have no brother or sister. Moreover, this name sounds quite masculine. Many people would subconsciously assume it's a man. The real XiaoMo is here. Okay, open your eyes, I'm a man." The man stared at him without blinking for a few seconds before taking back his gaze. After that, he put his strength into his leg to press the horse's belly and urged the horse on. He then left abruptly. The cavalry squad behind also quickly followed him. XiaoMo was stifled from all the dust left by the horses. He couldn't hold himself back from cursing. "If you want to leave, then say something." Not until the cavalry squad became a little dot silhouette did he tumble down into the underbrush. 7 days ago, Lin XiaoMo, and the familiar portrait. XiaoMo's mouth twitched. If this man wasn't Ling Xiao, he'd kill himself immediately. So Ling Xiao was teleported to Yuxian City, and in order to inform him he had come, he caused such a big ruckus. Lin XiaoMo, more like Ling XiaoMo, wasn't it? But he didn't expect Ling Xiao would come up with the same trick as him. Switching to some names they both were familiar with, even the faces were switched to someone they both knew. And Ling Xiao just had to choose such peculiar, deceitful face. Xiao Ran's face. If it wasn't thanks to this Lin XiaoMo name, he would definitely suspect that Xiao Ran had come to the Tongtian continent. What XiaoMo didn't know was that this action of Ling Xiao's had dug a hole for Xiao Ran sometime in the future. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 487. Chapter 487, An Impossible Presence. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. The second time XiaoMo went to Xingluo City, the security was much stricter than the first time. The reason for it was precisely because of the chaos Ling Xiao caused in Yuxian City. XiaoMo was interrogated for a long time before he was finally let inside. Xingyun Avenue was one of two most prosperous streets in Xingluo City. All sorts of hotels, restaurants, general stores, patisseries, etc. were open on the sides of the avenue. Though the sellers were all normal people, Xingluo City was much busier than expected. Squeezed in the bustling crowd, XiaoMo felt dizzy just looking at all the shops. In the end, he went for a rather eye-catching hotel. With his personality, he was good with anywhere, so long as it was habitable. However, Ling Xiao was different. That guy had high standards, and anything that didn't meet them would be met with enough disdain to shut them down. XiaoMo, walking into the hotel, had forgotten that if Ling Xiao had enough spirit gems or not was a very serious problem. After getting a room from the owner, XiaoMo shut himself inside. He could only wait for Ling Xiao to come to Xingluo City for now. Otherwise, by the time he got to Yuxian City, Ling Xiao might have already left. Plus, it was easy to deal with the golden-winged insects' food supply since they only ate hidden dipper herbs. However, the metal-swallowing beast was a little trickier to deal with since it was picky. The metal-swallowing beast loved the golden liquid they had found in the ancient well the most. However, since there was a limited amount, XiaoMo set some rules for it. Every month the metal-swallowing beast was only allowed one meal of the golden liquid. All other times the metal-swallowing beast could only have the minerals he had dug up from the underground palace. If the metal-swallowing beast objected, then it wouldn't be fed. After giving them their food, XiaoMo walked to the bed and sat down. He took out a transmitter stone and tested it, but it still did not work, so he put it back. "I'm going to be cultivating now. You two had better behave yourselves. Don't you dare go out and cause trouble, otherwise, when we regroup with Ling Xiao, I'm throwing you guys to him," XiaoMo informed the three small demon beasts that were currently eating. Now, Ling Xiao had become his go-to method of threatening them into behaving. He was effective, after all. Watching them nod with satisfaction, XiaoMo felt some measure of relief. While he was digging up magic herbs in the cave a few days ago, he had suddenly gained a sliver of enlightenment. Recently, he hadn't been cultivating much, so his cultivation level was stuck at level 10 low grade. Though he was already much faster than usual mages, he found the pace too slow for his liking. He wanted to refine rainbow pills for Ling Xiao, and he had agreed with Fu Sangxiong to refine a grade 6 rainbow pill for his second Xixiang. He had quite a lot to do. XiaoMo took out a jade vial with a red magic pill inside. The magic pill was the level 10 burning sun pill. It was a kind of pill made for emperor-level practitioners. Ingesting it would increase their cultivational level by 1 to 2 stars, and it had the same sort of effect on mages. However, XiaoMo very rarely used pills to increase his strength. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that Ling Xiao has said before that growing too much too fast wasn't a good thing. After XiaoMo ingested the burning sun pill, a warmth immediately rose within his abdomen. He folded his legs as he sat down, forming hand seals to begin to absorb the power of the burning sun pill. The metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects burped after they finished eating. Turning their heads, they found that their master had already begun to cultivate. Since they had just been threatened, they didn't dare go outside, simply playing around inside the room. 2 days passed like that. The metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects had stopped playing by then, lay on the bed around their master. They had gotten bored of playing in the same room. 3 pairs of round eyes stared deeply and meaningfully at their master. "So hungry, when are you gonna wake up, master?" When XiaoMo opened his eyes, he immediately understood what they were trying to convey. His first thought was that he had really spoiled them rotten. They were totally fine foregoing food and drink for decades, centuries, or even millennia, but now it had only been 2 days and they were already begging for more food. XiaoMo felt that he would have to set down some rules for them. He ignored them, checking his cultivation level. XiaoMo found that he was already at mid-grade, and bore the hints of breaking through to high grade. It was probably because he very rarely used magic pills, and that he was mage himself, allowing him a better control over the power of the burning sun pill. Some cultivators, wanting to increase their cultivation level, would always be in rush to ingest magic pills. The result of their impatience was that they couldn't effectively use the power of the pill. That was why some would be able to increase their cultivation level by 1 star while others would be able to increase it by 2 stars. This was a difference caused by personality. XiaoMo jumped off the bed, delighted. He didn't plan on using magic pills to increase his cultivation level in the future. Though it felt great to have his cultivation level swell like that. However, the more that this was, the more he had to control himself, otherwise the foundations he had built up would be for nothing. Grabbing the metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insects, XiaoMo settled them snugly in his robes before going downstairs. It hadn't gotten to mealtime yet, so only a few people were in the lobby, chatting casually. XiaoMo found a corner from which he could keep an eye on the door. He had only just sat down when the sound of footsteps came from the entrance. Soon enough, a group of people walked inside. The few people at the front wore fresh, bright clothing. They didn't seem like your average peon. The owner, having been falling asleep where he stood, was immediately startled awake. XiaoMo glanced over casually. But then his face froze. He subconsciously wanted to hide, but then he remembered that his face had changed. This person wouldn't know anyone from Xiao Academy. But what had he just seen? He had seen someone whose presence in the Tongtian continent was impossible. If he was a member of Xiao Academy, it would make sense, but he wasn't. XiaoMo always felt rather conflicted about him. How did this person walk down the wrong path like that? At first he seemed pretty good. It wasn't anyone else, but the long-since missing Zhang Lu. XiaoMo remembered that Zhao Dazhou had said before, Zhang Lu had disappeared not long after the people from Yinyang Valley had come. No one knew where he went. If this person really was Zhang Lu, then he had probably left with the people from Yinyang Valley, otherwise there was no chance he would have been able to come to this plane. Aren't those people from the Yinyang Valley? Someone sitting to the right of XiaoMo suddenly spoke up after Zhang Lu and company entered. His companion replied, "They are from Yinyang Valley." Though Yuxian City and Yinyang Valley might seem like they get along as well as cats and dogs, they are both branches of the Vermilion blood clan in the end. Since Yuxian City was met with quite some trouble, Yinyang Valley wouldn't just leave things be. What's the use of sending some kid? What do you know? He isn't just some kid. What do you mean? You know how the Vermilion blood clan had that disaster a while ago? Because of that, the Vermilion blood clan lost a lot of powerhouses, so they decided to push forward their qualifying contest. It's being held right here in Luoxing City. I know that, but what does that have to do with him? Of course it has something to do with him. That guy is called Zhang Lu, he's the most talented disciple of Yinyang Valley. I hear that a few months ago he had been given a place by the Vermilion blood clan. Think about that. How many people would be given a place by the Vermilion blood clan beforehand? There isn't even one for Yuxian City, but if that's true, then that really is amazing. That person looked at Jian Lu, surrounded by Yin Yang Valley's people, in surprise. He couldn't figure out the other's strength, so it was clear that the other was stronger than him. Young people truly had quite the futures ahead of them. Hearing their words, XiaoMo was 100% certain that he was Jian Lu. At first he had just thought they looked alike. Now, they even had the same name, then it was definitely the Jian Lu he was thinking about. It was just that, if he recalled correctly, Jian Lu's soul was blue, not even purple. Even if he really did break through, he would only be able to get to level 10 at most. How would he receive such attention from the Vermilion Blood Clan with that? XiaoMo was suspicious. Vermilion Blood Clan was a huge force. They would only give such attention to someone who was at least purple soul. Jian Lu's strength was currently level 9 high grade. That speed almost rivaled his own. For someone who only had a blue soul, it was practically impossible. However, level 9 high grade was already above the limits of a blue soul, so Jian Lu's soul had very likely evolved into a purple one. That was the only explanation. Reminder note, PSSH, remember the guy who kept backstabbing Momo the entire time he was in Tian Xin sect? Yup, that's Jian Lu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 488. Chapter 488, Give It a Try. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Just as XiaoMo was lost in thought, the person he was thinking about suddenly turned their head, with their luxuriant eyes smashing straight into his vision. The once young and innocent face was replaced by mature and ruthless features. Recognizing him, Jian Lu's eyes flashed over a hint of displeasure. Is something wrong? On his right, a middle-aged man asked, seeing that Jian Lu kept looking at a young man in the corner. Jian Lu took a sip of tea before replying with an unmistakably sinister tone, I don't like how he looks at me. Then let's gouge his eyes out. The man on the left let out a weird chuckling noise. Never mind, Jian Lu said, the selection competition of the Vermilion Blood Clan is starting in 2 days, I don't want to cause unnecessary problems. The man licked his lips and said with a disappointed smile, that's too bad. The group did not lower their voices and there weren't that many people in the lobby in the first place, so their conversation was heard crystal clear by everyone, including XiaoMo who sat in the corner. Hearing that the man was talking about killing, the crowd actually gave XiaoMo a sympathetic look. That's what one would call an unexpected calamity. XiaoMo covered his face as the corner of his mouth twitched violently. So, he was supposed to thank Jian Lu's generosity, but... Speaking of which, he already knew a few people from Yin Yang Valley, but he knew none of the ones that came with Jian Lu. They were all decently powerful, especially the one that spoke of killing him. He emitted an uncomfortable aura. This person's quite interesting. The man's bloodthirsty eyes shone with excitement. Just then he clearly heard me talking about killing him, yet he's still there, composed. His words caught the attention of Jian Lu and the middle-aged man. There was truth to his words. Normally if someone heard that, their first reaction would be to leave the godforsaken place, regardless if they intended on killing. However, XiaoMo didn't, and that got their attention. There is something odd about his strength, the middle-aged man said thoughtfully. If he couldn't see through their level with his strength, then there were only 2 options. The man stood up with an eerie smile, we'll know if we give it a shot. Jian Lu said, don't overdo it. Heh, don't worry, I'll be careful. After saying that, the man walked over to XiaoMo. His movements were so obvious that the others in the lobby couldn't ignore it even if they tried. What they didn't know was that XiaoMo was simply lost in thought. Also, he didn't think he was worse than them, so he didn't need to run. Much to XiaoMo's surprise, the man came over again. Could it be that he turned back on his decision and wanted to kill him again? The man stood still in front of XiaoMo and said with an evil smile, I'm Tang Lang, remember it, 'cause it's going to haunt you forever. A mantis? T/N, his surname is Tang, and he uses Lang, a very old-fashioned way to call oneself without giving name. But Mantis is also pronounced as Tanglang, which is why Momo, who came from the modern world, got confused. Even I got confused, Addis. XiaoMo thought to himself, well, he's not going to forget that. Then suddenly the man attacked and a dark eerie light was directed at XiaoMo's face. Usually it was difficult to avoid a close-ranged attack, but it was a good thing that XiaoMo was prepared for it. The eerie light was a strike of light blade. When it was avoided by XiaoMo, it landed on the walls of the hotel instead. It didn't cause a big commotion, but the wall was sliced through by it. XiaoMo, who backed to a corner, frowned at the man. It looked like he was a bloodthirsty fighting maniac with a despicable personality too, attacking someone who he has no grudge or hatred towards. If it wasn't him standing here today, anyone else would have probably been killed by him. Looks like you have a pretty quick reaction. The man raised his hand to reveal a thin blade between his fingers, hidden by his sleeve. The thin blade shone chillingly. It appeared to be his weapon. XiaoMo didn't talk, and instead an unusually fierce soul force erupted between his eyebrows, tearing through like a hurricane. XiaoMo's soul force, after countless training, could appear as sharp as a knife even without the need of hand seals, while keeping its destructive powers. Not only that, his soul was already stronger than most mages, thus with this attack, the tides instantly turned. Everyone's expression changed. With a thud, Zhang Lu stood up from his chair and said with an astonished expression, "A level 10 mage?" Although on top there was still the rainbow level, it was already a rare level in the Tongtian continent, with infinitely stronger reputation than a level 9 mage. Zhang Lu had thought that his level was high enough for him to be proud of, but to think that out of nowhere would appear a mage stronger than him. And that mage didn't look like an old monster wearing a facade either. The middle-aged man's face didn't look good either. To think it was a level 10 mage, now it's become troublesome. Although the man was surprised by his level as well, what flashed over his eyes was excitement. It was only fun if they were on the same playing field after all. He could feel his blood boiling. From the man's body exploded a tremendous soul power that, with his hand gestures, formed into a roaring black leopard. With an angry battle cry, it charged into the incoming soul force, ripping at each other with neither backing down. Seeing this, XiaoMo quickly formed a new hand seal, and suddenly a golden seal slowly took form in his palms, causing turbulence in the natural spiritual energy around him. "Tang Yi, be careful!" Zhang Lu, who saw everything happen from the sidelines, warned. Tang Yi showed a smile of contempt, clearly not worried about XiaoMo. The thin blade in his hand started to spin rapidly, causing a strong light to erupt and flew towards the golden seal. When the thin blade and seal slammed against each other, sizzling sounds occurred, and after a few seconds of stalemate, the spinning golden seal suddenly cracked open. XiaoMo raised his brow. It looked like a golden seal wasn't enough. Although he really wanted to test out the earth seal, if he did, the hotel would probably be destroyed, and the guards of Xingluo City would come out. His power wasn't strong enough to take on the divine-level practitioners of Xingluo City, thus he couldn't be like Ling Xiao and make trouble so openly to raise his reputation. The thin blade spun around once more before returning back to Tang Yi's hand. With a look of contempt, he said to XiaoMo, "That's all you got? If that's so, then it's my turn now." With that, he once again spun his blade, and with even quicker speed it turned, creating a small tornado. XiaoMo glanced at him before shifting his gaze to what was outside the entrance. Before the others could be surprised at his lack of reaction, from the door came another commotion. A group of guards flooded in. "Who dares make a ruckus within Xingluo City?" The captain at the front walked in briskly and shouted. With a lance in hand and a suit of armor, he looked very intimidating, and the lobby instantly quieted down. With displeasure furrowing his brows, Tang Yi still put away his thin blade. The middle-aged man casually took out a plate to show the captain, "Nothing happened here, you can go now." With one look the captain could tell it was from Yin Yang Valley and instantly gestured politely before answering, "Yes." In the next second all of the guards were gone without a trace. However, when everyone's attention returned, they realized that XiaoMo had disappeared, quietly without a sound, with almost no one noticing. Tang He let out a cold huff. He sure runs fast. After that he returned to his seat. The middle-aged man looked at him to say, "This might not have been his actual strength, you better not look down on him. Some mages are even more powerful than practitioners." Tang He didn't take his words to heart. Still with a face of arrogance he let out a laugh with disdain, then explained to me why he ran away. If he was stronger than me, then why run? The middle-aged man was about to refute. Jiang Lu replied, "Tang He, you're from the Yin-Yang Valley, but at most he's a solo mage. You think the guards of Xingluo City would be on his side? Don't make me laugh, I think he's quite realistic." From his comments he seemed to be on XiaoMo's side, but in reality, he was looking down on him, putting them at different levels completely. XiaoMo didn't actually leave the hotel, instead he was upstairs. He also heard Jiang Lu's comment. A sudden feeling of alienation washed over him. However, the problem of his still didn't change and instead got worse in the Tongtian continent. XiaoMo was really curious as to how he got to the Yin-Yang Valley to train and invest in him seriously. Once he closed his door, XiaoMo let out the metal-swallowing beast as well as the golden-winged insects. Just as he expected, Jiang Lu and the others stayed in the same hotel, but unluckily, their room was right across from his. In the evening, after the three ate in the lobby, they returned to their rooms. Around 7:30 p.m., the middle-aged man and Tang He went to Jiang Lu's room at the same time. XiaoMo thought of listening in, however, he realized that they had set up a restriction barrier. Once he got close, he would be instantly discovered, and just as he was troubled, the golden-winged insects suddenly flew out of the room. We are sorry to say that with an overload of work in school, the next chapter will be Rachel's last chapter with us. She may come back in the future to help out again, but for now, we hope her RL calms down enough for her to take a breather. We will miss you. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 489. Chapter 489, Man in Black. Translated by Rachel of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. It was said that the golden-winged insects could devour anything, including restrictions. And so, before XiaoMo's eyes, the two golden-winged insects easily bit a hole in the strong and sturdy restrictions. Without even waiting for XiaoMo to recover from the shock, Xiaoping and Xiaopong crept in without alarming anyone on the inside. This was the first time XiaoMo realized that they had other uses apart from eating. 2 hours later, Xiaoping and Xiaopong flew back. Not long after, the middle-aged man and Tang He came out and returned to their own rooms one after another. Through the mind link he shared with his contract beasts, XiaoMo was able to learn about their conversation. What he didn't expect was that there was a part of it that was related to him. Although they didn't go into the details of the situation during their conversation, XiaoMo was already able to guess the gist of it. Regarding Jiang Lu's disappearance, he was indeed taken by people from Yin-Yang Valley, but not because they saw his talent and wanted him. They took him because he surrendered and pledged allegiance to them. Otherwise, how would Yin-Yang Valley even know about a small fry like Jiang Lu? As to how Jiang Lu got Yin-Yang Valley interested in him, it probably had something to do with XiaoMo. XiaoMo pieced the previous events together and easily guessed that Jiang Lu had betrayed him in exchange for a position in Yin-Yang Valley. Only a fellow villager like him who left Peach Blossom Village together with XiaoMo would be so clear on his matters. This time, they were indeed here to participate in the Vermilion Blood Clan's trials. They were the first batch to arrive. There were a few other batches after them, but they would be arriving later because Yuxian City had met with a disaster a few days ago. Apart from that, there was another event going on that had also received a fair amount of attention. That event was the Vermilion Blood Clan's trials to recruit talented individuals. This grand event was a competition that was held once every 10 years. The minimum criteria for registering for the competition was that the person who's registering must at least be an emperor level. Although the criteria was extremely strict, there were as many as several hundred people signing up for it in previous years. Furthermore, they would only take in 5 people at the end of it. XiaoMo was not interested in that, but he felt that Ling Xiao was likely to come here after hearing about this news because it was sufficiently lively here, so it would also be sensational enough too. At this moment, XiaoMo still didn't know that he already had 2 groups of people investigating him. One of the groups was the Qingfeng sect. The Qingfeng sect was one of the 3 major forces of Xingluo City. In their sect, they had one divine-level powerhouse called Qinzhen, who was also their sect leader. That was the reason why few dared to go against the Qingfeng sect. However, since Wang Gu and the other 4 people's ranks in the Qingfeng sect weren't high, the Qingfeng sect didn't pay much attention to it. They just sent Gao Maiyuan, Wang Ji's superior who was sent to Hu village 10 years ago and caused harm to Wang Gong's whole family, to investigate the matter. Wang Gu, formerly known as Wang An, was Wang Qianyu's younger brother. Wang Qianyu was Gao Maiyuan's concubine. She was very pretty and she was Gao Maiyuan's favorite. When she learned that her only brother was murdered, Wang Qianyu wept. Wanting to cheer her up, Gao Maiyuan promised to find the killer and dismember him by using 5 horses to pull him apart to avenge his brother-in-law. In order to make good on his promise to his woman, Gao Maiyuan immediately sent people to investigate Hu village when he received the news. Although the villagers of Hu village had already moved away, clues could still be found if one looked closely enough. A few hundred people couldn't just disappear like that. Someone must have seen them when they moved. In just 2 days, they really found something. When the villagers were about to leave Hu village, XiaoMo once warned them not flaunt their wealth. Otherwise, they might bring harm on themselves. So when Gao Maiyuan's men came to search, the villagers had already hid their wealth well in storage bags, leaving only a few crystal coins on themselves. As for information regarding XiaoMo, Gao Maiyuan's men couldn't get a single word about him when they asked around. It wasn't because the villagers were unwilling to speak, but because they didn't know XiaoMo's name. XiaoMo considered this point at that time, so he purposely didn't tell them his name. As a result, the villagers only knew it was a youth with fair and clear skin. The youth bought their magic herbs in fields and then got them to leave Hu village. Gao Maiyuan suspected there were some secrets in Hu village when he heard that, so he sent his men to search. In the end, they found nothing and the clue led to a dead end. The other group of people investigating him consisted of that young master and that baldy underling. They were from Yuxian City. The reason why they arrived at Hu village a few days late and consequently missed him was because of Ling Xiao. In order to get famous, Ling Xiao went to Yuxian City and caused a big ruckus. Although the villagers of Hu village didn't know about XiaoMo, that batch of magic herbs was too important, even if they hadn't matured yet. After investigating, they finally heard from the villagers that after they moved out of Hu village, there was another person that stayed behind in Hu village together with XiaoMo. That person was Wang Gong. As to where he was, the villagers had no clue. However, someone was bound to recognize such an old man like him. Following the clues, they finally found the village Wang Gong was residing in. The village was surrounded by mountains from all around, isolating it from the rest of the world. Its population was smaller than Hu village and it was indeed a good place for the elderly to live out the rest of their remaining lives. Before XiaoMo left, he even specially built a simple house for Wang Gong. That was why he left a deep impression on the villagers there. When the man and his underlings came over to find him, Wang Gong happened to be on the top of a mountain looking in Xingluo City's direction. This was something he had to do every day. Early in the morning each day, Wang Gong would wait at the mountain top for 4 hours, looking forward to seeing XiaoMo on the road once again and telling him the good news that his revenge had been taken. It was this belief that had kept the lonely man going. The man and his group walked up to the mountain top. Wang Gong happened to have his back towards them. When he heard the footsteps, Wang Gong thought it was just the villagers. He only realized that it was a group of strangers he hadn't seen before when he turned his head around. "Who are you people?" "You are Wang Gong?" The man scanned him up and down. "Who are you people?" Wang Gong repeated his question. The man took a step forward, his towering figure giving people a sense of oppression. Wang Gong was already old and he was only an ordinary person too, so he instantly crumpled to the ground. The man looked at him condescendingly as if he was looking at an ant and said, "I'm asking you, what is the name of the youth who brought you to this village? What does he look like? Where has he gone and what is his objective? Answer my questions honestly." Wang Gong gave him a look but didn't say a word. A hint of ruthlessness flashed across the man's eyes. "How dare a mere mortal like you go against me? I'll give you one last chance. Are you talking or not? Wang Gong looked at him contemptuously. Words like this, he had heard Gao Maiyuan say them before. This time was the same as that time. They all set themselves high above the masses, but this time he had nothing that he cared about anymore. "I won't tell you people, even if you kill me I won't tell." The man laughed. "Did you think I'll let you die a quick death? If you're not willing to tell, I have my own ways to make you speak." Wang Gong's mouth moved. Baldy suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Wang Gong's chin. He used so much force that it forced Wang Gong to open his mouth. "You want to bite your tongue and end your life?" He spat out viciously. "Young master, how do we deal with him? Take him away first. The man took the lead to walk down the mountain after he was done talking. Baldy escorted Wang Gong and followed after, but when they reached a cliff, Wang Gong suddenly had an outburst of strength and pushed Baldy aside. Baldy didn't expect that old man to still have the strength to resist, so he got pushed away because of a moment's carelessness. Wang Gong jumped off the cliff. Baldy was furious. When he was finally able to react to what had happened, he realized that he was basically slapped in the face by an ordinary person. He immediately followed Wang Gong and jumped off. He was a practitioner, so the height of the cliff didn't matter to him at all, but it wasn't the same for an ordinary human. An ordinary person would definitely die if he fell off from the cliff. Just as Baldy was about to grab the falling Wang Gong, a black shadow came out from somewhere and cut in between the two of them, taking Wang Gong away first. "Who's that?" Baldy shouted angrily. The black shadow and Wang Gong landed on the mountain top opposite him. When the black shadow turned around and allowed everyone to see his face clearly, the man's expression quickly changed. He turned and ran in the opposite direction without a second word. However, he was still too slow. The black shadow snapped his fingers and smirked at the man's back. "Since you're already here, don't leave, you Xian City's young master." Red flames shot up from their feet and they were instantly set on fire. Pain screams rang through the entire mountain, amplified by a few dozen times. Startled birds flapped their wings frantically and took to the sky. The man's burned and twisted face could somewhat be seen in the flames, staring at the black shadow in fear. He never expected him to show up here. Soon after, a few burned corpses fell from the sky and into the valley and disappeared. That was how Xian City's young master died. Wang Gong looked at the man who saved him in shock. Who that young master was, he didn't know, but he had heard about Xian City and their name had long resounded in his ears. This man actually killed the people from Xian City. If he didn't look at the man's face and just looked at his figure, Wang Gong would have thought that he was a cool and handsome man. However, he had a face that had been ravaged by time. His face also gave people the feeling that it didn't go well with the rest of his body, but at the same time Wang Gong couldn't tell which part was the problem. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 490. Chapter 490, I Found You. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Many thanks to you, my mysterious God, your life-saving grace is unforgettable. Wang Gong immediately placed his crutches down and knelt on the ground. He cowed out in thanks after the black-robed man put him down, showing his great sincerity. The black-robed man indifferently glanced at him. Don't misunderstand. I did not intend it to save you. I only saw a friend and just snatched you in passing. Whether you live or die has nothing to do with me. Wang Gong was not surprised in the slightest. Regardless, great sir did save this old fogey's life. The black-robed man did not reply, and just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Wang Gong. You are just an ordinary person. Why were the people in Yuxian City looking for you? Unexpectedly, Wang Gong's expression immediately gained a trace of subtle alertness. Although he was being very covert, the black-robed man had noticed it. Originally, he was just casually asking about it, but he quickly felt a little interested upon seeing this reaction. The man smiled and asked in reply, "Is this the attitude you have towards your savior?" Wang Gong calmly replied, "My God, to be quite honest, this old fogey doesn't know why they were looking for me too." This old fogey had never met them before this. "You're lying." The man mildly commented, "The last sentence is true, but the front part is all false. Those 10 people were clearly asking about the youth who sent you to the village. Old fellow, you're already a fully fledged adult, it's not good to lie." "You heard everything?" Wang Gong had assumed that the man had abruptly appeared. Never did he expect him to have been present while they were speaking. So, what did that youth do to make the people of Yuxian City keep thinking about him? The man asked about what he was more interested in. The Yuxian City had just encountered a great catastrophe. Though he was eldest young master, he ran over to such a remote place. From what he knew, XiaoMo City would be holding a selection trial in the near future. He should not have been out here at this sort of time unless there was something more important than the selection trial. The man knew that the enigma was related to the youth they mentioned. "Nothing." Wang Gong denied flatly. "It seems that you don't want to say it," the man said in regret. Wang Gong hurriedly replied, "My great God, I really don't know why they were looking for that person. I only knew him for a few days. He suddenly appeared in the village 10 days ago. I really don't know what sort of gratitude and grudges he had with Yuxian City before he appeared." 10 days ago? The man suddenly injected, "What is his name? What kind of clothes was he wearing at the time? How did he look like? Were there any small animals around him?" Wang Gong could not figure out the man's objective. However, it did not appear as if he was here to carry out a vendetta, so he hesitatingly answered the questions one by one. As he did not know XiaoMo's name, he was only able to vaguely describe him. He did not see any small animals, but there was once he passed by and heard a sound from inside, yet XiaoMo was out at that time. "Finally, I've found you." The man gazed into the distance with a brilliant smile. He was already convinced, although he did not have a name. Wang Gong's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. Could it be that he was really here to carry out a vendetta? Otherwise, why would be he smiling so strangely, as if he was about to capture a criminal who ran away from home? "Old fellow, tell me what happened after you came across each other." The man added. "What are you going to do with the information?" Wang Gong was wary. "What am I going to do?" The man narrowed his eyes and said in a pampering and despising tone, "I've finally found this dunce after much difficulty. Naturally, I have to properly make him understand what sort of stupid things he did again. Alright, time for some spanking, laughing face." Wang Gong was stunned. At this moment, XiaoMo still did not know that he had already been found by a certain person. Moreover, the other party was apparently quite angry. One could foresee what kind of punishment he would receive after being found. Nevertheless, he was not in the mood to think about these now, as he had overheard something from Jiang Lu. Other than wanting to enter the internal core of the Vermilion Blood Clan, the most important reason why Jiang Lu came to Xingluo City to participate in Vermilion Blood Clan's selection contest concerned dragon blood. Dragon blood was the blood essence taken from a dragon's body. A dragon's blood essence was the equivalent of a marvelous supplementary pill. Not only could it improve one's cultivation, it could also increase the strength of the body. Yet, the most important thing was that it could enhance the grade of a magic pill. The dragon blood the Vermilion Blood Clan was offering was taken from a silver dragon. The silver dragon was a type of demon beast that was second only to the golden dragon. The golden dragon was a true dragon from the 4 divine emperor beasts, and its standing within the dragon clan was extremely sacred and prestigious. Legend has it that Yujin Tian's wife was a silver dragon. Although it was not known whether the dragon blood was from that particular silver dragon, it did not hinder everyone from coveting it. XiaoMo had overheard that Jiang Lu wanted the dragon blood to refine a magic pill. It was said to be an unusual magic pill for the soul that was very important to him, so he had to be the first in the selection trials. XiaoMo decided to steal the dragon blood since it was so important and destroy Jiang Lu's plan. Therefore, he has been planning on how to enter the city master's mansion to steal the dragon blood the past 2 days. The selection trials were held by the city master and the rewards were stored in the treasury of the city master's mansion. There were so many experts guarding it that not even a fly could get past. It is impossible to steal the dragon blood without alarming anyone with his current cultivation, unless Ling Xiao was by his side at present. But he did not even know where he was now. XiaoMo scratched his head in agitation and suddenly remembered that it had already been a day since he had last tried to contact Ling Xiao with a transmitter stone. When he thought of this, he immediately fished out the transmitter stone and tried it without hoping for anything. Ah! XiaoMo looked at the flickering and shining transmitter stone in shock. He actually managed to connect and was so excited that he started bouncing around. This was great. XiaoMo quickly calmed his excitement and firmly grabbed the transmitter stone. He had opened his mouth and was preparing to say hello when the flickering transmitter stone suddenly darkened. XiaoMo seemed to have been struck by thunder, and incredulity was written on his face. Ling Xiao actually cut off the connection with him of his own accord? The metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect looked up and stared at their fossilized master in puzzlement. XiaoMo was unwilling to give up and tried again. The result was still the same. The stone was clearly shining, but after a few seconds it cut off again. This immediately confirmed his conjecture. It seemed that Ling Xiao was angry. XiaoMo discovered this fact in hindsight. He had forgotten that Ling Xiao and him had separated because of that mishap incident. If he was found by Ling Xiao, he was afraid that he might not come to a good end. XiaoMo was terrified once he thought about it. It looked like he would not be able to contact Ling Xiao in the near future. But this was wrong. XiaoMo was about to prepare to put away the transmitter stone when he stopped again. Ling Xiao should be yearning to find him now, so it was impossible for him to take the initiative to cut off his connection, unless Ling Xiao already knew where he was. He had a bad premonition. XiaoMo used the transmitter stone and continued to silently call Ling Xiao with a big attitude of, "If you don't pick up, I won't let it drop," hoping that this persistence could make a difference and that Ling Xiao would be more lenient in his punishment based off how unrelenting he was. Ga. The metal-swallowing beast laughed till his whole body was convulsing. Sure enough, the stupid master was also afraid of boss. XiaoMo gave him a head chop with his hand as shouted in a bad mood, "Laugh my ass, what's so funny?" The laughter of the metal-swallowing beast abruptly ceased. The 2 golden-winged insects surrounded them and unceasingly took joy in calamity and delight in disaster. XiaoMo glared at them, "Continue laughing and I'll sew each and every one of your mouths shut." But his threats did not have any effect. The golden-winged insect flew to the roof and mockingly flew in circles. XiaoMo was so angry that he pulled up his sleeves and rushed over to catch them. He did not notice that the transmitter stone had already stopped flickering and the surface was shimmering with a faint glow, which was a sign the connection had been established. On a bustling street, Ling Xiao was holding a transmitter stone as he listened to the rowdy sounds that were unceasingly transmitted over. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up in a slight curve. To be able to laugh even at this point, it seemed that someone's sense of crisis is not strong enough. Several people walked directly towards him at this moment. Ling Xiao casually glanced at them. His gaze fell onto the youth walking in the middle. A feeling that the youth was familiar looking crossed his mind, and he immediately found the name corresponding to the person in a corner of his memory. Oh, he seemed to be called Jiang Lu. It was the person who sold out the Tian Xin sect and sold out his fellow villagers. This would be interesting. Jiang Lu's steps suddenly stopped and he stared in shock at the man across them who was slowly walking over. That sloppy walking posture and those pitch-black smiling eyes seemed to carelessly sweep over the people around him and immediately met Jiang Lu's eyes. The smiling expression in those eyes appeared to be increasing unabatedly. Jiang Lu immediately appeared to have suffered a thundershock. It's really him. It was really you. XiaoMo's the most admired de Xixiang, Fang Chenyue. Otherwise, why would he smile at him? But why did Fang Chenyue appear in the Tongtian continent? What's wrong? The middle-aged man, called Tang Zhonghua, noticed his strangeness and followed his line of sight to the man opposite them. The man had a gentle and refined face, but the most peculiar thing was that this face gave off a different feeling from others, as if it should not be this way. Jiang Lu finally reacted. A wonderful idea was formed in his mind as his shock gradually turned into joy. He pointed at Ling Xiao and excitedly exclaimed, "Quickly catch him. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 491. Chapter 491, Eyes. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Jiang Lu's thoughts weren't hard to guess. He had guessed that XiaoMo had come to the Tongtian continent. Since Fang Chenyue was the other's respected de Xixiang, XiaoMo definitely wouldn't be able to sit by if he knew that Fang Chenyue had fallen into Jiang Lu's hands. Jiang Lu couldn't help but feel excited at the thought of capturing XiaoMo so soon. He didn't know why the Vermilion Blood Clan wanted XiaoMo, but he was certain that XiaoMo had something they needed. However, Tang Zhonghua and Tang he didn't immediately understand what he was thinking of. Though Yinyang Valley had forces in Xingluo City, randomly capturing a stranger without knowing the other's background wasn't a wise choice of action. Plus, the selection trial was tomorrow. It might be affected. Seeing that they seemed unwilling to act, Jiang Lu realized the reason for their hesitation and said in a low, rushed voice, "I recognize this person. He's someone from the middle-level realm. His identity is pretty special. Capturing him will only do you good." If he was a person from the middle-level realm, then that meant he had no background. Though they didn't know why Jiang Lu wanted to capture this person, he didn't seem like he was lying. Tang Zhonghua walked up to Ling Xiao, half doubtfully. Ling Xiao swept his gaze over the three, smiling, before stopping at Jiang Lu. After some contemplation, he had managed to figure out what Jiang Lu wanted to do. He had a good idea, but luck was important. However, Jiang Lu's cultivation level was rather surprising. It seemed that he had been given many opportunities these few years. It was just unfortunate that he seemed a little weird. Was this the aftereffect of forcibly increasing his cultivation level? Seeing that Fang Chenyue seemed unfazed and was even smiling, an unsettled feeling rose in Jiang Lu's chest. It was especially strong when those eyes looked at him. It felt like even his soul was being looked through. He hurriedly reassured himself. That was impossible. Fang Chenyue was just a mage. No matter how strong he was, he wouldn't be able to match up to them. In his delight, he had neglected something, Fang Chenyue's temperament. Fang Chenyue was like the older brother you never had, and interacting with him would give you a warm feeling inside your heart. As for Ling Xiao, even if the entire higher realm collapsed, he wouldn't be able to even fake that. Tang Zhonghua surveyed Ling Xiao, hands grasped behind his back. "Do you need me to force you, or will you come quietly?" He thought nothing of a person from the middle-level realm, his tone clearly superior. "Are all people in the Yinyang Valley so unreasonable?" Ling Xiao asked, smiling. There was no hint of anxiety on his face at all. "Since you know we're from the Yin Valley, I advise you to come quietly. We won't do anything to you, we just want you to come with us for a while, so don't force us to use violence. Nothing good will come of it for you." Tang Zhonghua really did hope the other would listen. That way, he wouldn't have to go through the trouble of fighting. "Uncle Tang, why bother wasting so many words on him? Let's just get him." Tang He, tired of their talking, unsheathed a thin knife and said, "Bloodthirsty, if you don't want to, then I will. I didn't get the chance to fully enjoy myself back in the hotel." "No need, I'll do it." Tang Zhonghua rejected his offer, raising his hand and revealing his arm from under his sleeve. His hands had a silver, metal sleeve over them. Amusement appeared on Tang He's face. He was going to use his ace immediately? He didn't realize his Uncle Tang viewed this with such importance. It seemed like he wanted to get this over with as soon as possible. However, Tang He looked towards Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but feel that there was something wrong with the whole situation, but he couldn't grasp why. Tang Zhonghua's metal hand was already darting towards Ling Xiao, yelling, "If you refuse to take the easy way out and insist on the hard way, then eat this, Ghost Claw. Take this as a lesson and remember it well." Ling Xiao took one small step forward with his left foot. His fist, which looked completely normal without any metal sleeve, seemed to weigh tons, slamming directly against Tang Zhonghua's Ghost Claw. The two forces met, creating a shockwave that spread out. A few of the passing people didn't dodge in time and were blown off their feet. 2 seconds later, a cracking noise sounded out. Before anyone realized what had happened, Tang Zhonghua was flying back, screaming, and slammed into the ground. His right arm was twisted at an unnatural angle, dangling to one side. His face was pale, eyes reflecting pain and shock. The area was silent. "No, you aren't Feng Qinyue." In this strange atmosphere, Jiang Lu's high-pitched voice rung out, piercing through everyone's ears like a bewitchment, waking them all up. Ling Xiao side-eyed him, using a surprised tone to say, "Ah? Who's Feng Qinyue?" Jiang Lu's expression immediately twisted. He only just realized that, apart from the other's face, he wasn't like Feng Qinyue at all. Could it really be that he had gotten the wrong person? "This isn't something that can be overlooked with just the excuse of getting the wrong person," Ling Xiao said, timely. His voice was playful but clearly was unwilling to let the matter go. Jiang Lu soon calmed. He wasn't inexperienced. Though he had gotten the wrong person, Xingluo City was within the Yin Valley's control. He didn't believe that this guy dared to do anything to them. This was all a misunderstanding. "I trust that you don't want Yin Valley as your enemy, sir." Though he said this, addressing the other with respect, Jiang Lu still maintained a threatening tone. Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes. This Jiang Lu didn't seem as weak and soft as he was before. Could it be that because he had the Yin Valley's support, he had gotten so confident? This feeling was like someone who used to be even lower than an ant suddenly changing into a person with backing, acting all superior and looking down at people. This was exceptionally unsatisfying. Ling Xiao didn't like his expression, so he backhanded him, the sound of skin hitting skin extremely loud and clear. Jiang Lu might be a level 9 mage, but he couldn't take Ling Xiao's slap, thrown to the ground by the force. When he raised his head again, half his face was swollen, and he wore an expression of disbelief. You dare hit me?" Jiang Lu's hands were trembling, his eyes red as he glared. Ling Xiao ignored Tang He and walked up to Jiang Lu, crouching. Staring into the other's hateful eyes, Ling Xiao smiled softly. "I don't like your eyes. How about I dig them out?" Jiang Lu felt a chill spread through his body, beginning to shake. He knew that this man wasn't joking. He didn't want to have his eyes dug out, yelling at Tang He in terror. No. Tang He. Save me. Hurry and save me. Tang He was rooted in place. It wasn't that he didn't want to save Jiang Lu, but that he was helpless to act. This guy had an aura that could only belong to an emperor-level practitioner. He wasn't the other's opponent at all. If he stayed, then he might be killed as well. Thinking of this, Tang He backed away, yelling, "Zhang Lu, hang on, I'll go find people to save you." After that, he ran in the other direction. Zhang Lu felt anger consume him. His only savior had abandoned him. Though he knew that neither Tang He or Tang Zhonghua were this man's opponent, he couldn't help the rage that rose in his heart. Realizing that if he kept stalling, all of Xingluo City's powerhouses might arrive soon, Ling Xiao decided to get this over with. It wasn't that he was afraid of those people, but the idiot was still in Xingluo City. He didn't use his fingers, that was too dirty. Using fire, the other's fragile eyes couldn't stand the heat, melting bit by bit. It was far crueler than just digging them out. Zhang Lu screamed with all his might, veins bulging and nails tearing at his own face, creating lines of blood. He'd rather die right there. By the time Ling Xiao retracted the flames, Zhang Lu didn't even have the energy left to scream, twitching as he lay on the ground. He seemed like he was on his last breath, as if he had lost half a life. The people around had all ran off. It was too terrifying. Just hearing Zhang Lu's screams made them feel like it was their own eyes being burned away. Though it was a terrible fate, no one sympathized with Zhang Lu. If it wasn't for the fact that he was dead set on attacking that man using his connections with the Yin-Yang Valley, he wouldn't have ended up like this. Seeing several figures approaching, Ling Xiao lowered his head and said to Zhang Lu with a delighted smile, looks like your saviors are here. Then let's stop here. Next time, remember to chill out a little." It wasn't until he left that those people arrived. Amongst them was Tang He. Seeing Zhang Lu's state, he couldn't help but inhale sharply. Both of Zhang Lu's eyes had become black holes. If they had been dug out, then there was a chance of healing them, but like this, it would be impossible. Shock flashed through the eyes of the city master of Xingluo City, but it was drowned in rage. Someone dared to murder people in his city, and the victim was someone chosen by the Vermilion Blood Clan, too. Unforgivable. On my orders, give everything we have to apprehend the perpetrator. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 492. Chapter 492, Night Raid of the City Master's Manor. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Since Jiang Lu's identity was special, he was directly brought back to the City Master's mansion. The master did not call a doctor but instead brought the most powerful mage from his manor to oversee his injuries. The intense pain was to the point that Zhang Lu couldn't even make a sound, and all those that saw his wound were alarmed by it. Truly it was too sad, blood covered his face and his eyes became two empty black holes, sending a chill down everyone's spine. "Gualao, how's his wound, can you cure him?" The senior who was tending to Zhang Lu's eyes came out of the room, and just as he arrived at the lobby, the city master of Xingluo City went up to ask. Behind him was Tang He and Tang Zhonghua. Tang Zhonghua also faced serious injuries, the bones in his hands almost shattered. However, compared to Zhang Lu, his was so much better. Maybe, in his heart, he had a sigh of relief for it just being his hand. Gualao shook his head. This old man could not do anything about young Master John's situation, it's too serious. Not only that, the flame that burned him doesn't seem to be normal either, almost all the vitality in his eyes had been burned clean. No matter how great the magic pill you find, it is probably not going to heal. There's really no way? With a solemn expression the city master asked. In the Xingluo city, underneath his watch, the one candidate secretly chosen by the Vermilion Blood Clan was to face such disaster. If the clan followed up on it, he would be held responsible too. Gualao once again shook his head. There's really nothing I can do, but... With concern Tang Zhonghua asked, Gualao, Zhang Lu, as he is now, will that affect his ability to refine pills in the future? Technically speaking, no. Walao explained, we see with our eyes, but when a mage refines pills, they rely on their soul and senses. Not only that, you can see with your soul powers too, so there shouldn't be much of an issue. However, it all depends on his ability to overcome this. For someone so young to lose their eyes, for most, it was nothing insignificant at all. For someone like John Lu, they'd probably need a lot of heart to accept it. If he couldn't come to terms with it and adjust by the next day, he probably wouldn't be attending the selection trials. Of course, that was Tang Zhonghua and the others' perspective. In reality, there was more to him losing his eyes. All those backlashes from quickly gaining levels would one by one show themselves. That was the true intention of Ling Zhao's actions. With that, the news of his eyes quickly spread throughout Xingluo City. If he was just a nobody, then no one would care. However, he was the representative of Yinyang Valley, then that was something. No one had seen someone ask openly against the Yinyang Valley before. However, after that incident at Yuxian City, Jiang Lu's eyes wasn't that shocking. It was just that these were one after another, making people wonder who dared start such a thing. When XiaoMo heard of this, he was in the lobby and his mouthful of tea almost flew over to the other table. He choked to the point that tears almost fell. Jiang Lu got his eyes poked out? He still hadn't forgotten that image from his mind of meeting him in the hotel that day. How high and mighty, how confident. He just looked away for a second and his eyes got gouged out? He hadn't heard it wrong, right? XiaoMo perked up his ears to listen again, and the facts prove he had not heard wrong. Almost everyone was talking about it, and they even mentioned the one who'd done it. Let me tell you, I was there when it happened. No one saw it more clearly than me. I had a view of everything. The man looked civil and gentlemanly, with a smile the whole time. To think someone like that would be so ruthless. That's the outcome of underestimating your opponent. Why did that man poke Jiang Lu's eyes out? Could it be that they had a grudge? A grown man with a loud voice shouted as he slammed the table, what grudge? It was clearly the young Master Zheng finding faults out of nothing. I was seated beside them and they didn't share a word with each other before young Master Zheng suddenly pointed at the man to capture him. I can't be, they knew each other? At first I thought so too, but later on, it seemed to be a mistake. I remember young Master Zhang shouted out something. What did he say? He said, no, you're not Feng Qinyue. The loud-voiced man said as he mimicked Jiang Lu's surprised expression and manner of speech. It looked ridiculous. This time, XiaoMo couldn't hold it in his mouthful of tea. It went everywhere, all over the table. He also choked and as if coughing up his life, his face went flushed red too. That huge reaction gained a lot of people's attention, and many inquiring gazes fell on him, pausing before retracting 2 seconds later, continuing with their gossips. With that, there was another round of laughter, and no one paid attention to his shocked expression. Feng Qinyue? That couldn't be the Dishixiang he knew, right? Slowly, Yuxiaomo's look of shock was replaced by logic. It couldn't be Dishixiang, and didn't Jiang Lu say he wasn't Feng Qinyue? But, for Jiang Lu to be mistaken, that means he at least looked someone like Dishixiang. Similar looks, merciless and cruel, poking Jiang Lu's eyes out. XiaoMo made a face. Why did it sound more and more like a certain someone? At first it was Qiu Ran, now at Feng Qinyue. What's next? How many faces does that guy want to change into, unless he was planning to use all of the faces from Longxian continent one by one? No, that's not right. It's not the time to be worried about this. The main point is that Ling Xiao had arrived at Xingluo City. He was so screwed now, should he stay low for the time being? XiaoMo quickly ran up to the second floor, picked up his 2 parcels, the metal swallowing beast and the golden winged insects, then swiftly proceeded to run out the hotel. No, he was definitely not running away, he just remembered something important that he had to do, that's all. The God to honest truth. After Jiang Lu's incident, the city master, to give an explanation to Yinyang Valley, committed everyone to capture the culprit. Since the culprit's level was very high, the elites of the city master's manor must also be involved. At this point, the ones guarding the manor would be reduced, a perfect situation for him. His plan was already completed 2 days ago. To make sure the plan was flawless, he even investigated. Thus, he found out that the gatekeeper to the manor liked gambling and because of that, had a huge debt. The next day was his deadline for his repayment. If he didn't pay it back soon, not only would he be kicked out of the manor, he would also be sold as a slave for eternity to pay them back. XiaoMo would help him pay his debt, and in return, he would provide him with a map of the manor as well as servant clothing, and when he wanted, the man would open the door to let him in. The gatekeeper didn't want to be sold, so he agreed. The time of their agreement was tonight. But before he left for the city master's manor, XiaoMo very unctuously called Ling Xiao through the transmitter stone. Not to his surprise, there was no response, and after that he hurried to the manor. Using the time between shifts, XiaoMo hid behind a pillar and pulled out the map given to him by the gatekeeper. With his 3 small beasts, they double-checked the city master's room as well as the treasury before putting it away. Xiaojing, Xiaoping, you guys go check the treasury to see if the dragon's blood is there, and I'll go with Xiaopeng to check the city master's room. Guys, remember, if you were found out, if you know you can escape, then grab the dragon's blood first, if you don't, then just run. You guys hear me? After that, XiaoMo hung a magic bag onto the metal swallowing beast's body, because the bodies of Xiaoping and Xiaopeng were too small. Hanging a bag like that would hinder their flying, thus, he had to pair Xiaoping with Xiaojin. Although it looked weird, it was the only option, otherwise even if they found the dragon's blood they wouldn't be able to carry it back. If they don't find it, then they could just throw it away. It was after seeing them fly off that XiaoMo walked out of the pillar and left with Xiaopeng to the city master's room. Although, from what they gathered, the dragon's blood was in the treasury, but for a prize that important, it could be in his room or on him too. When the night was quiet and still, soundlessly in the city master's manor appeared a few little mice. In the dark, 2 tiny figures finally found the treasury, without gathering anyone's attention. A treasury with many guards guarding it, like a bastion of iron. Outside the doors were even 2 Emperor peak-level practitioners, 1 white, 1 black. T/N, like a bastion of iron equals impenetrable defense. The metal swallowing beast sat behind a rock, and at an unnoticeable angle, quietly focused his attention on the safe with his sparkling gem blue eyes. Xiaoping, on the other hand, was on top of his head, with his head tilted, as if thinking about how to get in. That was when the beast suddenly stood up, and a few minutes later, they arrived at the roof of the treasury. Also, the only place without a guard. The metal swallowing beast opened his mouth and chewed a hole in the roof. The walls of the treasury and roof were made of extremely hard metal pieces, however, to the beast, it was just like tofu, 1 bite and it shattered. Xiaoping then jumped off to chew out a hole that could fit the beast through the restriction barrier. With that, the 2 little beasts happily jumped down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 493. Chapter 493, Commotion. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. The treasury was almost 1,000 square meters big and displayed many orderly rows of shelves. The shelves were full of rare treasures that the Xingluo city's city master had plundered from various places, such as magic herbs and magic pills, technique scrolls, skins of high-level demon beasts, and uncommon spirit fruit or spirit wine, etc. The metal swallowing beast jumped deftly onto a shelf, and its sapphire blue eyes reflected the treasures inside the treasury, as if they were being filtered through its eyes. Dragon blood was a kind of fluid that could only be contained by jade bottles, but it could also possibly be stored in jade boxes. This was what their idiot master told them to do, so their goal were jade bottles and jade boxes. However, in the metal swallowing beast's eyes, even if there weren't 200 jade bottles and jade boxes inside the treasury, there was still at least 100. There were too many, and if they had to check each one, then it would be daytime before they were done. Since it was like this, then Xiaoping found a magic bag from a large pile of treasures and flew to a shelf while carrying it in its mouth. It arranged the magic bag before placing the treasures on the shelf one by one into the magic bag. Although its figure was small, it still had a lot of strength. Seeing its actions, the metal-swallowing beast's eyes lit up. Its figure was pretty big, so its treasure-packing speed was faster than Xiaoping's by quite a bit. Since searching one by one was too slow, they would put all the treasures into magic bags, and the idiot master would definitely be very pleased. Their movements were lightning fast, and not even an hour had passed before half of the things in the treasury were stored into magic bags. When one magic bag was almost full, they would take another one from the treasury, set the full magic bag down, and continue packing. Ga. Their idiot master definitely couldn't have thought of such a strategy. At this moment, XiaoMo was still worrying about how to sneak into Xing Luo City Master's bedroom and didn't know that his two little demon beasts were currently having an intimate relationship with the treasury, preparing to completely empty it. If he could see them, he would definitely feel completely ashamed, because his education was too successful. However, as the saying goes, just as humans can make mistakes, horses can also stumble. Just when the two were extremely happily filling bags, a vase that the metal-swallowing beast had disliked and placed on top of a shelf wobbled and fell down. Crash! The beautiful vase smashed into pieces. The metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping looked sharply at the broken vase before gazing at each other in dismay. The scene was frozen for half a second before the metal-swallowing beast quickly used its hind legs to leap towards the exit in the ceiling. Xiaoping didn't fall behind in the slightest, and it rapidly flapped its wings and followed closely behind. "Who's there?" The sound of a hoarse, angry shout came instantly from outside the treasury, followed by the sound of the door bursting open with a boom. A crowd of people quickly surged inside, including two peak emperor-level practitioners. When they saw the treasury that had pretty much been emptied, everyone sucked in a breath of air. The two practitioners instantly discovered the hole in the ceiling. "Bastards, chase them!" The metal-swallowing beast and golden-winged insect ran extremely fast, one after another. Since Xiaoping and Xiaopong had an extremely strong mental awareness of each other, they ran entirely according to the direction the idiot master was in. After the treasury was plundered, the entire city master's mansion was alerted almost immediately. XiaoMo was crouched outside of the city master's bedroom. An hour had passed and he was still outside feeding mosquitoes, but this was also something that couldn't be helped. On such an important day, rather than searching for the culprit, that old city master actually decided to populate with his concubine in his room. The most shameful thing was that he was still so vigorous. It was already an hour and it still wasn't done. He had listened to the sounds of lovemaking for so long he could almost imagine it. Just when he was worrying if he should give up, a large crowd of people suddenly ran over while shouting things like not good, something's happened. Quickly, Xing Luo City's lord ran out from his room with his clothing in a mess. "What happened?" "Not good, master, the treasury was plundered." The captain of the guards rushed in. Hearing this, Xing Luo City's master grabbed the captain's clothing, eyes burning with fury. "What did you say? How could the treasury be plundered? Weren't there people watching it?" After finishing, he didn't even wait for the captain's response before hurrying out. Rapidly, everyone else withdrew until not one was left. XiaoMo walked out from his corner. The treasury was plundered? Did Xiao Jin and Xiaoping succeed in stealing the dragon blood and escape from the Lord's mansion after that? But it was also likely that they had been discovered while stealing. XiaoMo pondered for a bit before finally still deciding to go in and take a look. "Xiaopong, you stay here and keep watch. If someone comes, notify me immediately." The golden-winged insect instantly took off from the top of his head. XiaoMo pushed open the doors to Xing Luo City's master's bedroom and tiptoed in before closing the door again. The city master had left in a hurry, and the light in his bedroom was still on, illuminating sleeping quarters that were as beautiful and imposing as an emperor's. The tables, chairs, vases, and plants all looked very expensive. XiaoMo swallowed, and moved his eyes to look towards the inner bedroom. The beaded curtain was suddenly thrown to the side by someone, and a stark-naked young woman walked out, draped only in a thin robe, wearing an expression of unsatisfied lust. From XiaoMo's perspective, he could see her clearly without obstruction. "Who are you?" Upon seeing a stranger appear in the bedroom, the woman shouted out loud at once, although her first instinct wasn't to conceal her exposed skin. XiaoMo quietly covered his eyes and shot his soul force from his finger towards the woman. The woman had opened her mouth as if she still wanted to say something, but in the next second she collapsed, except her posture on the ground wasn't quite appropriate. The thin robe basically didn't cover her body. XiaoMo sighed sorrowfully and pulled off the tablecloth in order to cover her body. Only after that did he walk into the inner bedroom and start flipping through chests and drawers to look for the dragon blood. Dragon blood was a kind of treasure that contained power. If it was truly in the room, he could definitely discover it by using his soul perception. But after he had gone through all the places that could hide dragon blood and even knocked along the wall to discover if there was a hidden mechanism, he still hadn't found the dragon blood. XiaoMo scratched his head. Where exactly could it be hidden? Did Xingluo City's master carry it with him? At that moment, Xiaopeng hurriedly flew in. Without waiting for it to open its mouth, XiaoMo instantly grabbed it and jumped out the window. Half a minute after he left, a big crowd of people barged in, and leading them was the city master who hadn't been gone all that long. When he saw the room that had been flipped upside down, his face blackened until it was like the bottom of a pot. The city master of Xingluo City's eyes were ice cold as they swept over the woman who lay on the floor before him, and he broke the table with the slap of his hand. "Go search right now, you have to find this person no matter what." "Yes, Lord." The captain of the guards immediately led the people out again. The city master stamped his feet a few times where he stood before he suddenly took out a jade bottle from his robe. A drop of red liquid laid impressively inside the clear bottle, rolling back and forth like a sparkling dewdrop. This was the dragon blood that XiaoMo was looking for, but it was too bad that he couldn't see it with his own eyes. However, he had guessed correctly. The city master's mansion was tightly enforced by security. XiaoMo was a big living human, unlike the metal-swallowing beast in Xiaoping, and himself as a target was really obvious, so he painstakingly hid. He finally broke free with difficulty from the heavy encirclement, but yet he unconsciously came to a place that he didn't recognize. He was surrounded by extremely quiet buildings in pitch-black darkness, and not even a shred of light could be seen. XiaoMo ran through the corridor and discovered several wing rooms. The wing rooms were all left unoccupied, so only a few guards were assigned to patrol it, allowing him to sneak in easily. When he turned the corner of the corridor, he finally saw some light radiating out from a room. Two of the mansion guards stood watch outside the room. At this moment, the door opened with a creak. Two people walked out one after another. It was Tang Zhonghua and Tang He. "What happened? What's with all the noise?" Upon coming out, Tang Zhonghua saw that besides this area, everywhere else in the mansion was lit as if it was daytime. There was also a loud wave of noise that would frequently come over, and he couldn't help but frown. "Mr. Tang, several thieves broke into the mansion. The city master has already given orders to catch them, please rest assured," one of the guards said respectfully. "Thieves?" Tang He suddenly became intrigued. Thieves who dare to break into the city master's mansion have some guts. Was anything lost? The guard hesitated. "Speak." The guard shivered with fear. "Yes, sir, I heard that the treasury was plundered." Tang Zhonhua's heart jumped. Was the prize for the selection trial stolen as well? If the dragon blood was stolen, then that would be a mess. The guard said, "This lowly man is not clear on that." Tang He, go ask. "I'll look after this place," Tang Zhonghua said immediately to Tang He. Someone had to keep watch over Jiang Lu's condition, so between the two of them someone had to stay. After Tang He left, Tang Zhonghua hesitated for a moment before suddenly walking in XiaoMo's direction. XiaoMo instantly jumped onto the roof, walked quietly over to Jiang Lu's room, and removed several of the tiles above his room. He remembered that this was how it always happened on television, and he should be able to see what was happening in the room after he removed the tiles. XiaoMo narrowed his eyes and, accompanying the light from inside the room, he could see someone lying completely still on the bed. Half of his face was covered, but he could still recognize him. This person was Jiang Lu. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 494. Chapter 494, A Pig-Like Teammate. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Jiang Lu's face has been treated and his eye sockets were covered with a damp cloth. It did not seem that bad from the XiaoMo's point of view. At most, his face was a little pale. XiaoMo hesitated for a bit before he dismissed his intention of continuing to watch. If Tang Zhonghua suddenly came back and saw him, XiaoMo would definitely be hounded by him since that old guy's strength was about the same as his. Thinking of this, XiaoMo put the tile back once again. Things like tiles had to be gently handled, otherwise it would make a sound with just a slight collision and the sound would be magnified several times in the silent night. XiaoMo felt that he had taken all precautions, but when he placed his feet on a certain piece of tile, a kacha instantly sounded and he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What kind of broken tile was this? The quality obviously could not pass the quality check. Who is it? The people inside the house had been alarmed by the movement on the roof, including Tang Zhonghua, who had just returned. His reaction was even faster than the guards and he flew onto the roof in less than a second. Seeing a shadow that was about to disappear into the night, Tang Zhonghua chased after it without demur. Though the guards did not chase them, they had already notified the city master and informed him of the direction that XiaoMo had escaped in. It would be difficult to escape unscathed from the city master's mansion without any fuss if XiaoMo made himself an easy target. XiaoMo fled as if his ass was on fire. This was the first time that he had such a rough start since he came to this world. Not only did he not find the dragon blood, he had also been discovered. He could only run towards a direction that was unpopulated. The map of the city master's mansion was already not of much use now. In order to catch them, every exit in Xingluo City had long been patrolled by the guards. Fuck, they're chasing me too closely. XiaoMo swept past a branch and looked back at Tang Zhonghua, who was hot on his track, like a debt-collecting nuisance. You're not even the city master's guard, why are you working yourself to the bone? Ah? He did not know that Tang Zhonghua was under the impression that he had stolen the dragon blood. Since the dragon blood was his objective, he naturally could not let XiaoMo take it away. XiaoMo turned his head and looked at the dense forest ahead. The inky black forest seemed to be sparsely populated, but he would truly become a fish in the barrel if he burst in. After hesitating for a moment, he turned into the direction of a building that had fewer signs of people. Taking advantage of the cover of the dark night, XiaoMo put on a burst of speed and plunged in. His figure was gone in an instant. Tang Zhonghua landed in a courtyard and found that it was the west side of the city master's mansion. Apart from the side room, this was the place with the least guards and he could not help but frown. This thief seemed to be very familiar with the terrain of the city master's mansion. Could it be an inside job? Just as this thought flashed through his mind, a team of 15 guards suddenly rushed into the courtyard. The captain of the team saw Tang Zhonghua and immediately walked over. Sir Tang, may I know why are you here? Tang Zhonghua replied, I was chasing a thief and ended up here. Have you seen any suspicious figures? The guard captain frowned as he thought about it before shaking his head. This one has not seen any suspicious figures. He should still be here. Immediately dispatch people to look for him. Tang Zhonghua was not too surprised with his answer. That person was quite fast and his strength seemed to be comparable to his. Furthermore, the thief was well prepared, so he would probably not be caught so easily. Yes. The captain of the guards immediately divided his team into 3 teams of 5. Then he instructed them to head to different places to search before dismissing them. Tang Zhonghua himself also headed in the most probable direction that the figure had escaped in. No one noticed a man wearing the green armor of the city master's mansion guard suddenly walking out from a dark corner and quietly following the team. On the other hand, the metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect were also chased till they were leaping up and jumping down. They were chasing in direction their stupid master had went in, but their stupid master was also moving. As a result, they could only look on helplessly as the distance widened farther and farther. It was really saddening. Fortunately, they were small-sized and the people in the city master's mansion did not expect the thief to be 2 small demon beasts. Therefore, they were able to hide away and get through this daunting experience without mishap. This was indeed the case at the beginning, but their good fortune came to an end after the Xingluo city master personally set out. The city master of Xingluo City was a 2-star divine realm expert who was able to manage an entire city. It was obvious that he was somewhat skilled and was not just an old man with a brain full of sperm. The metal-swallowing beast and the golden-winged insect were quickly discovered with him personally setting out. There would be guards chasing after them no matter where they ran. Fortunately, they had inborn advantages and were able to avoid the encirclement time and time again. The city master of Xingluo City frigidly stared in the direction that the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping were escaping in. He had already taken a look at the treasury. Although the dragon blood had not been stolen, most of the items in the treasury had been taken away and many of them were priceless objects. The loss of these items to the city lord mansion would be inestimable if they were not found. City master, they ran to the west side. One of the captains of the guard ran over to report. The west side, is it? Notify the guards on the west side immediately. Pass the order for them outflank the thieves. They must be eliminated in fell one swoop. The city master of Xingluo City darkly hissed. Yes, city master. XiaoMo knew that the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping had been discovered once he heard this news. He had clearly let them escape from the city master's mansion immediately after they were discovered, but even until now, they had actually been running for their lives inside the city master's mansion. These children were unable to be taught. The guards displayed their thorough and intense searching spirit, but did not see any suspicious thieves. However, the searching range was getting smaller and smaller and it did not take long for XiaoMo to see other guards coming over. There were 2 scenarios under these circumstances. Either the metal-swallowing beast and Xiaoping had already fled, or they were still within the searching range. The first scenario would be delightful to see and hear, the second would definitely cause his chrysanthemum to hurt. I've found them. An excited holler suddenly sounded at this moment. XiaoMo quivered. The guards had already began to move. Sure enough, there was a golden shadow running towards him under their pursuit. His speed was extremely fast and was akin to lightning. It was the metal-swallowing beast. Xiaoping should be on his body. His teammates had rushed out before XiaoMo could react. The metal-swallowing beast changed direction several times in midair, nimbly avoiding salty pig hands of the guards before landing lightly on a stone. His sapphire blue eyes twinkled with magnificent brilliance. A figure was reflected in his eyes which had suddenly brightened. When the guards had thrown themselves over, he slammed his 2 legs in a powerful push and pounced towards a certain person. The metal-swallowing beast plunged into his arms under the watchful eyes of the crowd just as XiaoMo was about to move. This seriously fulfilled the saying of the most fearful person was a pig-like teammate. The scene seemed to have frozen all at once. Great job, quickly grab onto him. One of the guard captains had not discovered that XiaoMo was an imposter. Pleasant surprise immediately crossed his face and he even began to shout loudly, as if he was the one who had caught the metal-swallowing beast. XiaoMo. After a while, someone finally noticed that there was something wrong with XiaoMo's cover. One of the guards even quietly muttered, "Of which team is this person from?" XiaoMo tightly hugged the metal-swallowing beast as he scampered off. The guards were stunned. What was going on? You want to run? The cold and savage voice of the city master of Xingluo City suddenly rang out in the night sky and bore through the mind like a devilish tone. His figure simultaneously appeared in the air, coincidentally blocking XiaoMo's escape route. The anger on his face was extremely obvious as he made his move without any extraneous words. A fist harboring an astonishing force split the void and smashed directly towards XiaoMo. The city master of Xingluo City deliberately released his aura of a divine realm powerhouse in an attempt to suppress XiaoMo. However, XiaoMo had already experienced the pressure from a sacred realm expert. How could he be afraid of the pressure from an insignificant divine realm powerhouse? Thus, he directly ignored it. XiaoMo cut a sorry figure as he dodged the wind punch from the Xingluo City master. There was the Xingluo City master in the sky and all the guards available in the city master's mansion on the ground. It was honestly impossible to escape even if one had been given wings. The Xingluo City master clasped his hands behind his back as he condescendingly eyed XiaoMo. This old man can consider leaving you as an intact corpse if you hand over all the items from the treasury and the demon beast in your arms. Otherwise, I will make your life a living hell. XiaoMo rolled his eyes. He was already considering the merits of simply hiding in his dimension. Seeing that he was not answering, the expression of the Xingluo City master chilled a few degrees. Since you're insistent on courting death, this old man will fulfill your wish. With that, his figure disappeared from its place. When it reappeared, the figure of the Xingluo City master was already in front of XiaoMo in the blink of an eye. His speed was extremely fast and it was just like he had teleported. He raised his hand and reached towards XiaoMo's shoulder. XiaoMo could not even react. Just at this moment, Xiao, who had been quietly perching on his head, suddenly flew up and bit down onto the Xingluo City master's finger with a lightning-fast snap. The bite wound was very small, yet the Xingluo City lord released a miserable shriek as he pressed down on his finger, which was bleeding nonstop, and rapidly retreated. This is a golden-winged insect? The city master of Xingluo City looked at Xiao, who had flown back onto XiaoMo's head, in shock. He saw it extremely clearly since he was very close. It was indeed a golden insect, it was just that its eyes were red. XiaoMo had thought that ping-pong were only able to bite restriction barriers. He did not expect their bite to have such attack power. Taking advantage of the time where the city master of Xingluo City was so shocked that he was unable to react, he made a turnabout and ran off. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 495. Chapter 495, I Have an Accomplice. Translated by Jouissance of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. There was no way that the city master of Xingluo City was willing to let XiaoMo go, and after realizing that it was two small demon beasts that had stolen from his vault, another idea arose. Not only was his vault created from the highest quality metal, he had personally set seals there. However, not only did these two demon beasts manage to get past all the security in place, they had managed to get inside without anyone noticing. Just from this, it was clear that those two demon beasts weren't ordinary demon beasts. He didn't know the metal-swallowing beast. After all, it was an ancient, mythical demon beast, but it was different for the golden-winged insects. They were very well known. Just one golden-winged insect was enough of a delight, but a second? No matter what, he had to obtain both. The city master of Xingluo City felt a deep aching pain in his finger. He had only been bitten once by the golden-winged insect, but it felt like his blood and energy had been sucked out. Gazing in the direction XiaoMo escaped in, rage burned in his eyes, as well as a heavy greed. This was a terrible day for XiaoMo. He was completely surrounded by enemies. Next time, he'd have to teach the metal-swallowing beast and Xiao what strategy was, what it meant to have a useless teammate, and when you should pretend to not know each other. Of course, that would all have to come after he got out of this mess. In the distance, Tang Zhonghua, who had stayed out of the fight, watched XiaoMo run around with a shocked expression. His powerful eyesight allowed him a clear view of XiaoMo's face. It was the young man they had met in the hotel a few days ago. They had thought the other had left, but instead he was in the city master's home causing trouble. Then he heard the city master of Xingluo City yell golden-winged insects. A strange emotion appeared in Tang Zhonghua's eyes. Xingluo City's city master had recovered by then, and his wound had finally closed. His expression was terrifying and greedy, with eyes locked onto XiaoMo like a hunter on its prey. Almost everyone was surveying the battle, but he crept silently behind XiaoMo. All the background noise seemed to have suddenly been sealed away. This was the domain of Xingluo City's city master. Every divine-level expert could create their own domain. Those with domains would be slightly stronger than normal divine-level practitioners, and there was a very useful ability domains possessed. The user could pull their target inside and isolate them from everyone else, those of which wouldn't be able to see inside the domain. XiaoMo knew something was wrong when things went silent. As expected, when he looked back, he saw the figure of Xingluo City's city master looking at him with disdain, as if there was no way XiaoMo could escape. This time he knew it was probably over. Well, go on, run. Xingluo City's city master sneered. Now, he didn't seem so anxious to act. Originally, he didn't need to summon his domain to deal with XiaoMo, but he had ulterior motives and XiaoMo really was too good at slipping away. XiaoMo thought for a moment and suddenly said, "Actually, I have an accomplice." The city master narrowed his eyes. Seeing that he had no reply to that, XiaoMo continued, "I split up with him. He took my contracted demon beasts to steal things from the treasury, and I went to your room. He should be out of here with what he has stolen from your treasury. And if he doesn't care about my life, refusing to help me, then don't blame me for being cruel. I have a way to contact him, and can get him to meet up with me. I think you just want your accomplice to come and save you." Xingluo City's city master stared at him, easily seeing through his schemes. XiaoMo blinked his eyes. "City master, sir, even if I had him come to save me, with your strength, my friend won't be able to defeat you. I've already fallen into your hands, so if you believe me, you might even get your treasures back." The eyes of the city master flashed. "All right, I shall believe you this once." XiaoMo immediately took out his transmitter stone, almost tearing up. Dear God, let it work this time, otherwise he might actually die. After he got out of this, he would beg for Ling Zhao's forgiveness. What the excited XiaoMo didn't realize was that the city master was smiling coldly at him. He clearly didn't believe what XiaoMo had said, watching him as if he were like a clown. XiaoMo turned so that his back was to the city master, gazing at the flashing transmitter stone. As he was beginning to pray for this to work, the flashing died down into a layer of weak light. XiaoMo almost started laughing wildly in delight, holding the transmission stone like a treasure. "My dear accomplice, where are you? I miss you. Every day we're apart is like 3 years. I've missed you for days." 5 seconds later, a light laughter sounded. XiaoMo did his best to ignore the chill that spread through him, smiling weakly. "Darling, don't just laugh. I'm almost out of the city master's estate. Hurry and welcome me or else the today of next year will be my memorial." Afraid that the city master would hear their words, he couldn't be too straightforward. The other seemed like he had just heard something funny. "City master's estate, huh? Where, when did you go, how come I don't know? And what's this about escaping?" Hearing this, XiaoMo hurriedly covered the transmission stone, discreetly glancing at the city master. Seeing that the other's expression hadn't changed, he relaxed a little, coughing. "Don't ask so much. I'm in Xingluo City's city master estate. It's an emergency, but..." "An emergency? From what I've seen, you seem to be having fun, running from the south wing to the west wing. You seem to have been enjoying yourself, I'm almost jealous. XiaoMo began to stutter. Then, I didn't do it on purpose. Are you coming to rescue your wife or not? He knew it, Ling Xiao would definitely bring up these old grudges. Heh, so now you admit you're my wife? Ling Xiao gave an ambiguous laugh. XiaoMo immediately withered. Alright, I admit I was wrong. I'll never do it again. If you say east, I won't dare go west, so hurry and come over with the treasures to save me. He raised his voice on purpose at the end. Then hang on. With that, the light from the transmitter stone faded. Without the other's voice, XiaoMo immediately felt insecure. His sort of empty feeling was really the worst. Composing himself, XiaoMo turned with a smile, saying to the city master, Sir, I've already talked with my friend. He said he'd get here soon and will return everything we took from the vault. The city master eyed him like a fox for a few seconds before suddenly beginning to laugh. His laughter wasn't nice at all, but rather malicious. What are you laughing at? XiaoMo frowned at this strange laughter. The city master stopped laughing, coldly eyeing him and saying, Did you really think that I would believe your lies? What do you mean? Didn't I just say my accomplice will return what we stole to you? You heard me talk to him. A question mark rose in XiaoMo's mind. Could it be that the other hadn't heard his and Ling Xiao's conversation? Though their conversation was strange, it could prove that he had an accomplice. The city master sneered. I don't know how you did it, but you are quite daring to try and trick the city master. In my domain, transmitter stones wouldn't possibly work. Your act wasn't bad. XiaoMo was confused. Wait, you mean to say that transmitter stones can't be used in domains? Then when can they be used? Could it only work if the other person was in the domain, too? That's right, but don't think you can trick me. Don't think I don't know you did something to your transmitter stone, in reality you don't have an accomplice. The city master laughed coldly. XiaoMo's jaw dropped. The answer to this mystery was at the recesses of his mind. After a moment, he swallowed thickly and asked, as if testing the waters, Didn't you hear me speak to my accomplice just now? The city master seemed irritated. You think I don't know that this was just an act you did? Foolish. In my domain, I have a full grasp of your every movement. With this, XiaoMo was very certain of one thing. He was being toyed with. Ling Xiao had tricked him again. The other had known he was in the city master's estate from the beginning and had watched the entire thing play out. The reason the transmitter stone could connect was because the other was in the domain right now, but this guy wasn't using the transmitter stone to speak to him at all, but directly transmitting his voiceover. No wonder the city master of Xingluo City would think he was lying. Damn it, this guy really had him fooled. However, XiaoMo felt secure with Ling Xiao backing him, and he immediately gazed at the city master with reckless courage and delight. City master, did you know that, in your domain, there's a... Ouch. He hadn't even finished speaking when an invisible hand cuffed him over the head. Alright, Daddy LX is here to spank some bad keto for running around. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 496. Chapter 496, The Arrogant Partner. Translated by Crystal of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. XiaoMo squatted down with his hands covering his head, once again discovering an objective truth: one cannot be too cocky. At the same time, he was a little upset. At least let him finish before knocking him on the head. On the opposite side, the city master of Xingluo City was so shocked his underwear almost fell off. What XiaoMo didn't say, he figured it out, and because of that, the dumbstruck look in his eyes was very apparent. One's domain could almost be considered a small world, and within that small world, the owner is considered a god. If there really was another person, how could he not know? There was only two explanations. One was that XiaoMo lied to him, but that clearly wasn't possible, or how else did he get hit? The sound of his head being knocked, even he could hear it. 2. It was true. To be able to enter his domain soundlessly, tracelessly, and not be discovered, they must be stronger, much stronger than him. The latter was clearly closer to reality, and the city master was in disarray. How could this be? The city master instantly released his domain, but the environment did not return to that of the city master manner and instead became an enclosed dark dimension. Surrounding them was burning flames. The heat caused the temperature to rise up instantly. From the center of the flames, an outline of a slender silhouette slowly came into focus. Its clothes and hair flew with the flames, as if an arrogant demon had descended from above. That overwhelming pressure surrounded the whole domain. The city master quickly felt the pressure and his back bent forward. This kind of feeling he had only experienced from one other person, and that was the old head of the Vermilion blood clan, Tian. Realizing that they could be a sacred level practitioner, all blood drained from the city master's face. No wonder this person could ignore his domain, no wonder he never realized their existence. Only a sacred level practitioner would have achieved this. But when did someone of the sacred level appear in the Tongtian continent? The city master couldn't help but remember that uprising/chaos experienced at the main family of the Vermilion blood clan. Since his status was quite high, he had heard of this revolt. From what was said, the person who released the prisoners from the forbidden area was exactly a sacred level practitioner. Could this be them? Also, the incident at Yuxian City, supposedly it was done by a sacred level too. Could it be that they were both the same person? Ling Xiao didn't bother with the city master and instead looked at XiaoMo, who squatted down in a corner, amusingly. XiaoMo was no longer hurting, but he was pretending to be oblivious. Being caught in the act was really not a good feeling. Sensing Ling Xiao's gaze on him, he quickly switched the topic onto the city master of Xingluo City. City master, my accomplice has arrived. If you want your treasure back, go find him. The city master felt his face muscles twitching. If he still didn't realize the problem, then all those years of living might as well have gone to waste. Who are you guys and what's your purpose? Ling Xiao shifted his gaze from XiaoMo and looked at him teasingly/jokingly. Can't you tell? Robbery, obviously. Quickly, give me all of your belongings. He swore on the name of City Master that it was the first time he had seen a sacred level practitioner so shameless. Ah! XiaoMo exclaimed in revelation, as he pointed to the City Master. I remember now, the dragon blood that I couldn't find anywhere must be on him. Ling Xiao smiled as he rubbed his chin. Ah! So, your target was the dragon blood. XiaoMo embarrassingly retracted his finger. Without hesitation, the city master took out the jade bottle that contained the dragon blood. As he saw it, although the dragon blood was precious, it wasn't rare enough for a sacred practitioner to come and rob so shamelessly. However, if this was the same person that destroyed the main house in Yuxian City, then there was nothing to be weirded out about. I can give you the dragon blood. No matter how precious it wasn't as important as his life. But we have to spare your life, correct? XiaoMo appropriately continued. He knew it, in front of true strength, no matter how much of a backbone you had, it would eventually bend. Not only that, the dragon blood didn't belong to the city master in the first place. Of course he wasn't going to sacrifice his life protecting it. That's correct. The city master said, looking at Ling Xiao. He knew that he was the one calling the shots. If you don't agree, no matter what, I'm going to die, then I might as well destroy the blood too. XiaoMo started thinking, the blood wasn't a must, but it was better than nothing, and using the blood to trade for his life was a good deal. Once he thought of this, he looked at Ling Xiao and tried hard to blink his idea across. Receiving his brainwaves, Ling Xiao ridiculed, you have no right to negotiate with me, either you give me the dragon blood or die. The choice is yours. XiaoMo expected no less from his man. The choice is yours. For these kind of choice, truly arrogant. The city master's face turned a variety of colors. Of course, this answer wasn't the one he wanted, but, given the situation, he really had no choice. In the end, he still handed over the dragon blood. The longer he spent thinking, the worse it would be for him. Outside, Tang Zhonghua, as he realized that both XiaoMo and the city master disappeared, guessed that he used his domain. He couldn't help but curse beneath his breath. What that sly old fox wanted to do, he knew very well. The golden-winged insect and that unknown demon beast, he would also want to take a piece of the pie, but it was too bad he wasn't strong enough, otherwise he would get in on it too. As for the guards who lost their target, they could only stay put and wait for further instructions. Just as they were bored to the point of gossiping, a loud thud appeared suddenly like thunder and, just as they looked up, the figure of the city master was thrown out from oblivion. His body coincidentally smashed against the stone pillar in the hallway, and with a loud noise, the master of a city awkwardly rolled on the floor from the impact. The surrounding was dead silent. All of the guards were dumbfounded, staring blankly at the black hole in oblivion close in front of them. They didn't even see the face of the culprit. What happened? The city master lost to that kid. This question floated in everyone's minds. No one could have thought that a sacred-level practitioner would come out of nowhere and defeat their city master without breaking a sweat. Realizing that something was wrong, Tang Zhonghua and Tang He instantly retreated. At this moment though, both XiaoMo and Ling Xiao had left the city master's manor safely, with many spoils of war. However, XiaoMo himself was in for a surprise as to what his contracted demon beasts were about to bring him. But, at the moment, he wasn't free to look, since, the moment he arrived at the hotel, he was dragged, by the ears, up the stairs by Ling Xiao. He made a lot of grunting noises of pain, causing a lot of looks to be cast his way. When they got back to his room, XiaoMo was thrown onto the bed like a little chick. As he struggled to get up, just as he turned, Ling Xiao came and laid on top of him. Solidly pressed against him, with half of his weight on his body, he almost suffocated. XiaoMo raised his hand, wanting to push him away. Ling Xiao single-handedly grabbed his wrist and pulled him up as his other hand raised his chin, just like a host picking up women. "Wife, it's either letting me do it a few times or doing it a few times then talk." XiaoMo felt his mouth twitch. Was there a difference? However, Ling Xiao's unwavering eyes told him the answer he needed. "Your husband is a bit pissed right now, and if you don't let me off first, you're going to get it later." XiaoMo thought to himself, whichever way it was not going to be good, so if he was proactive, then he might be off the hook easier. As he convinced himself, he raised his head and kissed Ling Xiao's thin lips. To show his sincerity, he even stuck out his tongue. The light pink tongue timidly seduced the other. Although it didn't become passionate like fire, XiaoMo did feel Ling Xiao's breathing becoming heavier. It was ticklish as it landed on his face. Thus, he tried harder to arouse him, even bending his leg to brush against his crotch, and unexpectedly, it was swollen and hot. Rip. XiaoMo realized that his clothes had been brutally ripped apart, and before he had a chance to react, Ling Xiao turned reactive to proactive. Taking his breath away, he delivered his hunger for the past few days of parting, plundering every part of his mouth. It was very dominating. The ripped clothing finally accomplished its mission and became a pile of cloth thrown under the bed by Ling Xiao. On top of the bed was a naked and bare body, while the body on top of it was perfectly dressed. No one even bothered with the curtains before the two figures tangled themselves together, as the smell of sweat and heavy breathing mingled in the air. A few times could be 2, or 3, or more times. XiaoMo had thought that at max it was 2 or 3 times, but when neither his legs or hips had any energy left, he couldn't even remember how many times it had been. Although the one covering him was still lively and strong, as if trying to squeeze him dry. Once they finished, he couldn't even lift a finger. That sure was a heavy price to pay. XiaoMo lay in bed with the bedsheets only covering beneath the hips, showing a curvy arc. His upper body was completely naked, but the pale, shiny skin was unwatchable, with a mix of green and red, as if it has been ran over by car tires. The already cooled-off Ling Xiao just sat by the table with only his pants on, drinking a cold cup of tea, but looked as if he was sipping some fine delicacy. Pretentious bastard. XiaoMo couldn't help but criticize. Daddy Alexa's punishment is fascinating, degree. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 497. Chapter 497, The Artistic Executioner. Translated by Yen of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. XiaoMo laid on his stomach in bed and sneakily shot Ling Xiao a glance. There was a question in his mind that was like an itch. At first it was only slightly itchy, but then the more you rolled the bigger it became. My dear wife. XiaoMo heard Ling Xiao calling him, and he lifted his head to see him put down his cup of tea and look over with an expression that seemed to flash with playfulness. Ling Xiao curled the corners of his lips. Seeing how conflicted you look, could it be you want to do it a few more times? His smile was extremely wicked, but no matter what feeling it gave off, it still made someone have the impulse to push him down. XiaoMo silently turned his head away. His entire lower body was numb, and it wasn't as if he wanted to court death. Originally he just needed to drink some spiritual water and he could recover, but after hearing this line, he quietly gave up on this idea. It was better if he had less behaviors that courted death. How did you know I was in Xingluo City, and that I went to the city master's mansion? After hesitating for a while, XiaoMo still couldn't resist his curiosity and asked. Ling Xiao paused while pouring tea. He tilted his head and looked at him with a hint of a smile. How would I know why someone would purposefully run to the city master's mansion looking for death in order to avoid me? XiaoMo was speechless. Could he just pretend he hadn't said anything? Ling Xiao continued to calmly rebuke, Wife, you seem to have grown a lot during those days I wasn't here. You save people and seek revenge, and in the end you even sent yourself to a dog's den. Is there anything else you won't do? XiaoMo buried his head into the pillow before suddenly raising his head after a few seconds. How do you know all this? Ling Xiao snorted. Because of my wonderful foresight. XiaoMo followed up with flattery. You're so amazing. In reality, he had already guessed how he knew. Only he and Wang Gong knew about the revenge, so there was only one possibility for how Ling Xiao also knew. He must have run into Wang Gong and happened to learn about it from Wang Gong himself, and that's how he managed to find Xingluo City. First rest for 4 hours, after that we'll leave Xingluo City. Ling Xiao said seriously. XiaoMo carefully measured his expression and said, Do we have to leave today? But I agreed to help Wang Gong get revenge. Ling Xiao seemed to say something quietly, but XiaoMo didn't hear it. Then let's slaughter him first and leave after that. The second day, probably the only two people who would swagger around Xingluo City and not leave after night raiding the city master's mansion and completely looting his property were XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. However, at that moment the news of the mansion's treasury being looted still hadn't spread yet, and Xingluo City's lord probably believed that they had already left, so he had only slightly increased the number of guards on patrol. The Qingfeng sect's headquarters weren't actually inside Xingluo City. Xingluo City's city master had jurisdiction over the inside of Xingluo City, so placing the headquarters inside the city would only be binding their own hands and feet. Therefore, many forces who were active inside the city all moved their strongholds out of Xingluo City. But Gao Mayuan was only someone who had slight importance in the Qingfeng sect, and he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the headquarters of the sect, so he stayed in a place called Dongfeng Building in Xingluo City. XiaoMo only had to ask around a little before he found that the Dongfeng Building was in Xingluo City's most famous flower district. This flower district wasn't referring to how people would sell items such as arranged flowers or fruits for auspicious occasions. Instead, it was for all sorts of romantic affairs, and both male and female brothels basically lined the entire street. T/N, flower district is a metaphor for red light district. Fortunately, XiaoMo used to believe that this kind of place didn't exist on Tongtian continent, so he hadn't experienced it before. The brothels in the red light district weren't like the ones that XiaoMo saw on television. The brothels here stayed open in all sorts of weather and were decorated very beautifully, but there were no pretty girls or handsome boys standing outside to solicit customers. XiaoMo craned his neck to spy inside. Even though it was broad daylight, there were still quite a few customers in the brothels with young and beautiful concubines, and all sorts of obscene and lewd words flowed out from inside without missing a beat. Ling Xiao grasped the collar of his robe and walked in. Want to look? Then just proudly go and look. As soon as he finished the thought, everyone inside looked over. XiaoMo was embarrassed. Although before, he had indeed wanted to come in and take a look at this kind of place which was filled to the brim with extravagance, but he felt that now wasn't quite suitable. The person receiving them was a heavily made-up woman wearing rich, revealing clothing. The woman twisted her slender waist and watched them with an expression that carried a hint of veiled scrutiny. XiaoMo let the woman inform Gao Maiyuan while they waited in a room. After a minute, Gao Maiyuan came over with several people. Up till now, he had still been investigating the incident at Hu village since he had personally promised his concubine that he would help avenge his brother-in-law. But this entire time there had been no clues, making him feel very ashamed, so when he heard Hu village's name he hurried over immediately. Who are you two? Upon seeing two unfamiliar faces when entering the room, Gao Maiyuan couldn't help but be on guard. Ling Xiao picked up his cup and drank a mouthful of tea as a smile glimmered in his eyes. I heard that Your Excellency was investigating the matter of your brother-in-law being killed, so I wanted to inform you of the murderer's whereabouts. XiaoMo spat out his water. Murderer? Who are you, and how do you know of this? What's your purpose? Gao Maiyuan wasn't suspicious about how he knew of this, since this wasn't something he had taken pains to hide, but he didn't dare to just randomly trust a stranger who had appeared out of nowhere. In a moment you will know what my purpose is. As Ling Xiao spoke, he pushed XiaoMo forward and said, smiling, I'll first give you some welfare. This person is the murderer who killed your brother-in-law. XiaoMo laughed dryly. What kind of joke was this? Gao Maiyuan's scrutinizing gaze landed on XiaoMo's stiff face, and he pointed the scabbard in his hand towards him. It was you who murdered my brother-in-law, XiaoMo shot a glance at Ling Xiao, whose expression remained unchanged. That bastard, since this was the case. That's right, I killed that brother-in-law of yours, but I only acted on someone else's instigation. Who instigated you? Gao Maiyuan gripped the sword in his hand tightly, and a trace of anger flashed over his face. XiaoMo coughed and pointed a finger at Ling Xiao. He instigated me. Gao Maiyuan's face grew gloomy. Are you two playing with me? Ling Xiao drank the rest of the tea in his cup and smiled at XiaoMo, who had jumped aside. He curled his lips. A scholar who has been away for 3 days must be looked at with new eyes. You've become smarter. T/N, meaning after even a short absence, people will change and should be judged anew. XiaoMo lifted his chin high, pleased with himself. Only thanks to your lucky influence. Gao Maiyuan saw that the two of them had actually begun to chat as if nobody else was there. No matter if they were the ones who murdered his brother-in-law or not, he wouldn't let them go, since they dared to play him like he was a monkey. He angrily drew out his sword and swung it downwards towards Ling Xiao, who was closest to him. Ling Xiao grabbed both of his arms and, with a light pinch, there came a cracking noise from the bones. Both arms were entirely broken and faced the opposite direction, and the tip of the sword slid into Gao Maiyuan's body with a puncturing noise. Fresh blood sprayed onto the table, and Gao Maiyuan only took his final breath 5 seconds later. His face couldn't even show a single sign of struggle, since the speed was too great. XiaoMo swallowed heavily. Too ruthless. Ling Xiao pulled out the sword from Gao Maiyuan's body, and the blood sprayed out as he handed it to him. Hold this. XiaoMo took the sword. Why? Ling Xiao said, to cut off his head. XiaoMo's hands shook, and he asked, not understanding, isn't he already dead? Why do we still have to cut off his head? Didn't you agree to help Wang Gong get revenge? How will you do it if you don't bring him the head? Unless you want to carry the entire body away? Ling Xiao asked disapprovingly in response. But it's very disgusting, I just ate yesterday. No problem, it's already finished digesting. Can we change the location? Okay, top half of the body or bottom half, pick one. Let's just go with the head then. Cutting off the head was an executioner's job, so who would have thought that he would end up stealing their work one day? Although he had seen many corpses who had died tragic deaths, this would still be the first time he personally cut off someone's head. He couldn't help but imagine the sight of blood flowing out and wanted to vomit. Ling Xiao gripped his hand, which was holding the sword, and gestured towards the corpse. He said quietly next to his ear, "Just pretend that you're butchering a pig, don't be afraid. Don't say that, or else I won't want to eat pork anymore." XiaoMo spat blood. What comforting, clearly he came just to disgust him. In reality, killing someone, or no, cutting off a corpse's head was simpler than he imagined it to be. The hand rose and the sword fell, straight to the point. The head didn't even roll off the table, still joined securely to Gao Maiyuan's neck, and although there was a sword stuck in between the two, there was still quite a feeling of artistry. XiaoMo loosened the sword that had become stuck in the table and laughed evilly. Done. Ling Xiao clapped his hands, smiling, and he praised, "Your technique is not bad, you can't tell that you have a natural gift for this. From now on, if there's any more work like this it'll be yours to do." Only when they left the brothel were the bodies of Gao Maiyuan and his underlings discovered, although the underlings had died quite cleanly. The most brutal one was Gao Maiyuan's headless corpse. What nobody knew was that since the time XiaoMo accidentally ran to the Vermilion Blood Clan's territory, not a single peaceful day had gone by on the west side. In fact, this was the trouble created all because of that mistake. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 498. Chapter 498, Hua Gu. Translated by Column CD of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. In the Forest of Death where XiaoMo had been sent after he had broken the dimensional talisman at that time, XiaoMo and Ling Xiao were checking their spoils out beneath the tree where many private items had been buried. For XiaoMo, the most precious thing was not the dragon blood but the level 11 and 12 magic herbs that had been dug up in Hu village. Although there were not many, they were still an extremely valuable asset. After digging out all the magic herbs on that day, XiaoMo quickly transplanted them into the magic herb fields in his dimension. Even though most of them had taken root and sprouted, immediate preparations had to be made as they would take too long to mature. Are there any magic herbs that the Samsara pill needs in the pile of magic herbs that we found? XiaoMo excitedly asked. The 8 magic herbs that Fu Zhengxiong had given them were all mature herbs and he had no knowledge of their stages of growth. As most of the magic herbs that he had found were immature, he was unsure whether they had gotten the ones they needed. Ling Xiao touched his chin, "There should be none." XiaoMo stared at him, emotionally broken, "How are you so sure?" Ling Xiao replied in all seriousness, "Just take it as if there were none. Then, it would be a pleasant surprise if there were." He was using that pessimistic outlook again to fool him. Black lines covered XiaoMo's face. Although he had to admit that it was quite efficacious, it was also a shitty scam. Let's not talk about this anymore. How should the dragon blood be handled? They had to use the dragon blood as soon as possible if it was truly the lifeblood of Yu Tian's wife. Those from the dragon clans were very sensitive to their own lifeblood and they would be discovered once they approached the dragon's sensing range. Jiang Lu had wanted to use the lifeblood to refine magic pills, however he had not discovered which magic pill required the use of dragon blood. Ling Xiao silently stared at the bottle of dragon blood while frowning. Just as XiaoMo wanted to ask him what the matter was, a burst of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed from a certain direction. This situation was becoming a little familiar. Just as he pricked up his ears, Ling Xiao lifted him up and jumped up a tree. The footsteps were getting closer and closer. When the group of people appeared in his field of vision, XiaoMo's mouth gaped. It was actually the first group of people he had met when he was sent to the forest of death. The three people had not changed at all. The two men were still carrying a sack on their shoulders while the woman took the lead in front. The three soon reached the tree where they were hiding. This time he had a frontal view. XiaoMo distinctly saw that there were a pile of miserable and white bones in the hole they dug in the body they had buried half a month earlier had already rotted. The stench was overwhelming. XiaoMo, who was hiding above, nearly vomited in disgust. The two men picked the sack up and prepared to throw it in after digging the hole. At this moment, the sack abruptly moved. It immediately began to struggle frantically as the sound of sobbing came from it. Evidently, the person inside was still not dead. One of the men rapidly took out the dagger he was carrying and prepared to stab the person inside the sack a few times when the woman suddenly stopped him. "Open the sack." The man cut the rope tying the sack closed, revealing a young and beautiful head. The person in the sack was a beautiful young lady. Her mouth had been stuffed with a piece of cloth and her head was bleeding, but the blood had already clotted. They had assumed that she was dead and did not expect her to be alive. The woman took out cloth stuffed in her mouth. The young lady opened her frightened eyes and agitatedly shook her head. "Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'm really the most favored ninth young lady from the Vermilion blood clan. You can check it if you don't believe me." The woman's plain-looking face revealed a mocking smile. "You're saying that you are the ninth young lady from the Vermilion blood clan, Yuyong? Then I'll say that I'm the most favored disciple of the head of the Tsang Alliance. I didn't lie to you, I'm speaking the truth." Yuyong was so afraid that her teeth were chattering. She had only sneaked out for a while and visited a gambling house behind the red light district in a moment of curiosity. Attracted by the gambling games inside, she was beside herself with joy for a moment and lost all the valuable things she had in bets. Now, she even owed a large debt. She felt that it was impossible for her to be so unlucky as to lose on every bet. Thus, she suspected that the people from the gambling house were cheating. The gambling hall did not admit to it and it even threatened to sell her to the red light district if she did not fork out the money to settle her debt. Yuyong was used to being a superior and bossy young woman and was unable to tolerate other people disobeying her. Therefore, the two sides started fighting. However, she could not beat them and had no choice but to reveal her identity. In the end, they did not regard it as a matter of importance and she was already here when she woke up. "Huagu, I think what she said is likely to be true." One of the men suddenly injected. Yuyong eagerly nodded. The woman glanced at him. "So what if it's true? With this woman's temperament of getting revenge for every small grievance, she will turn around and retaliate against us if we let her go back. So she must die." Yuyong's eyes widened in terror. Up in the tree, XiaoMo stared at the woman called Huagu in surprise. Although he was shocked that Yuyong would appear here, this Huagu made him see in a new light. Not only was she not swayed by Yuyong's identity, her words so direct and efficient that it was astonishing. It had to be mentioned that she had a pair of sinister eyes. She was actually able to see through Yuyong's temperament even though they had not interacted long. "Kill her," Huagu urged. "However, what should we do if the Vermilion blood clan investigates this?" She stirred up a big disturbance at that time and there were many people who saw it. The man was somewhat hesitant. Huagu replied, "Then we'll just leave Xingluo City. The Tongtian continent is so vast. I don't believe that there is no place for us to live and has even more doubts the Vermilion blood clan is an absolute monarch." This sentence convinced the two people. They had followed Huagu for many years and had also worked together as hired thugs in the gambling house. Moreover, they did not have any deep attachment to the place. Yuyong did not expect that this woman was so ruthless. She was a dignified and wealthy lady. No matter what happened, she was not resigned to die in such a manner. A cunning and vicious glint flashed through her eyes. Her hand that was hidden in the sack quietly touched the ring on her finger. Hua Gu and the two men had thought that she was already dead, so they did not tie her hands up. The ring was a pocket dimension. Unlike a magic bag, it was unable to be removed once it recognized an owner. This was also why the three did not remove the ring. Furthermore, they had rarely seen a pocket dimension, so it was normal for them not to recognize it. It was impossible for Yu Yong not to have a few life-saving items on hand with her status. Yu Yong swiftly took out a dimensional talisman while they were talking. It was impossible for her to kill these three at the same time, so she could only leave before hatching another plan. Shit! Hua Gu was actually paying half a mind to Yu Yong's each and every move. Upon seeing something strange in her expression, she guessed that Yu Yong had a way of escape. Yu Yong swiftly broke the dimensional talisman and erupted with unbridled laughter at the unmistakable changes in Hua Gu and the two's expressions. She malevolently cackled, "I will never let you guys go. After I get out of trouble, I'll be sure to ask my grandfather to flay your skin and tear your tendons to vent the hatred in my heart." Hua Gu gradually calmed down as she looked at Yu Yong, who had a face full of malice and rancor. Yu Yong's laughter abruptly stopped as she blankly stared at the three people in front of her. Raising her hands, she exclaimed in shock, "What's going on? Why haven't I been teleported away?" Hua Gu snatched the man's dagger and did not even hesitate before plunging it into Yu Yong's heart. Her actions were as decisive as the killing intent in her eyes. Yu Yong bowed her head. Looking at her chest where blood was constantly seeping out, she died with everlasting regret. XiaoMo watched on in endless admiration from up the tree. This Hua Gu possessed traits that many people did not have. Her mind was more merciless than a man's, and she handled matters in an extremely decisive manner. This sort of person would definitely become a fierce and powerful overlord if they were in turbulent times. Hua Gu pulled out the dagger. Yet, she did not loosen her grip as she frowned but vigilantly watched her surroundings instead. Under the stunned gazes of her companions, she soon started rushing all around while cupping her hands in obeisance and respectfully addressed, "Though I do not know which senior has lent their assistance, would it be possible to show yourself to us?" XiaoMo added another trait to her, smart. XiaoMo looked at Ling Xiao and asked in exhilaration, "Should we show yourselves?" Ling Xiao shot him a glance. "Next time, when you ask this sort of question, remember not to use your mouth to say it. Otherwise, I will suspect that your actions are deliberate." XiaoMo immediately shut his mouth and lowered his head, accidentally meeting the gazes of the three below. Alright, actually he just subconsciously felt that the three were no match for them, so he did not have any apprehension about revealing himself. After the two came down from the tree, Hua Gu kneeled down on one knee. Hua Gu thanks Sir benefactors for their assistance. XiaoMo walked up to her. "We did not make any moves. How do you know that we saved you?" Hua Gu confidently replied. Hua Gu had determined this from Yu Yong's words. If she was really the ninth young lady of the Vermilion blood clan, she should be carrying a dimensional talisman. It is impossible for the dimensional talisman refined by Sacred Realm expert to fail unless there are external factors. Thus, Hua Gu made a bold guess that there were other people too, but it turned out that she was simply sounding them out. XiaoMo was full of disappointment. He had once again proved that his IQ was in single negative digits or even double negative digits. Hua Gu emotionally looked at Ling Xiao. If she did not make the wrong guess, the one who made the move should be this man. His cultivation base was definitely above the divine realm in order for him to cause the teleportation talisman to fail. If it weren't for the assistance of Sir Benefactor, I'm afraid that the three of us would have to flee across the entire continent. If Sir Benefactor does not object to the three of us, we are willing to follow Sir Benefactor. Contrary to expectations, you are quite smart, Ling Xiao said. XiaoMo could not help but glance at her a few times. Was this the tempo of Ling Xiao preparing to accept a little brother? Oh, no, it should be, accept a little sister? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 499. Chapter 499, Allure of Dragon Blood. Translated by Juessence of Exiled Rebels Scanlations. Before leaving the West, XiaoMo handed Gao Maiyuan's head to Wengong. This old man had waited decades, and his vengeance had finally been carried out. Tears spilled from his eyes as he cried like he had experienced a great loss, but he knew that they were the tears of joy and relief. This weight had finally fallen from his shoulders. After he finished crying, when Gong's attitude had gone through a startling transformation, he was even smiling. XiaoMo didn't stay for long, soon bidding the other goodbye and leaving the southern continent with Ling, Xiao and their 3 little followers. The day after they left the southern continent, Yuzhen personally came to Xingluo City with a mysterious person. The two entered the city master's estate and left terrified people in their wake. Xingluo City's city master wasn't very heavily injured, and upon being informed that the family head had personally come, he came out to welcome the other, trembling. Yuzhen wasn't in a good mood, so, naturally, wouldn't play nice with him. In the main hall, Yuzhen sat in the throne, with people kneeling all across the floor in front of him. It was completely silent. Suddenly, he smashed his teacup on the ground in front of the city master. "Wu Shan, I gave you the honor of hosting the selection trial, but you ended up creating such a mess for me? Do you want to be fired?" More than half of the treasury's contents had been stolen, including the rewards for the selection trial, and even the dragon's blood had been taken. If they held the selection trial without a prize, the Vermilion Blood Clan would lose even more face. No wonder Yuzhen was so mad. These problems had cropped up one after the other. Clearly, someone was trying to piss off the Vermilion Blood Clan. The city master didn't dare back away, but in front of Yuzhen, he didn't even dare to raise his head. Hearing this, he hurriedly explained, "Family head, please listen to Wu Shan explain." Yuzhen harumphed. Sitting next to him, the mystery person who was clearly of a similar status suddenly gripped his hand. An elegant and airy voice drifted out from under the black cloak. "Then let's hear his explanation." Yuzhen surprisingly didn't erupt, and the anger on his face even faded. "I suspect that the people who stole the dragon's blood and caused chaos in Yuxian City are one and the same, and they're also a sacred-level powerhouse." The city master of Xingluo City began to recount everything that had occurred that day in great detail, even the golden-winged insects. He knew that if the old family head knew that their opponent was a sacred-level expert, then he wouldn't be blamed as much, because the difference between divine level and sacred level wasn't something easily made up for. Yuzhen grew solemn. Sacred level again. After investigating for these last few days, he was certain that the people who had freed the prisoners from the forbidden area, and the people who had taken Feng Qiyun were one and the same. However, they didn't have any leads, so he knew that one of them was the inheritor of the pocket dimension he was looking for. As for that sacred-level powerhouse that had appeared out of nowhere, could it be that he was the one that had defeated Mu Xin and Yu Tianan on the Longxian continent? Yuzhen couldn't help but doubt this, because on the Longxian continent, that person had only been divine level. How could it be possible for him to break through to sacred level in just a year? Even if he had something to do with the Qilin clan and Demon Phoenix clan, he still shouldn't be able to advance so quickly. "Dear wife, can you sense the position of the dragon's blood?" Yuzhen felt that there were too many uncertainties. He couldn't digest this all and come up with a decision immediately, so he threw it to the back of his mind for now and turned to look at the person next to him. As he addressed his wife, everyone in the room was shocked. This lady generally didn't show herself in public, keeping hidden. No one had expected that she'd come to Xingluo City this time. It was probably because she heard about the dragon's blood. Lady Yin shook her head daintily. "That person has left. I cannot sense it." That was when a guard of the estate rushed inside, but he was stopped at the door by a housecarl of the main family. "What is it?" The guard delivered his message to the housecarl and the housecarl walked inside. Reporting. Family head, Jiang Lu of the Yinyang Valley wishes to see you. He says he has some very important information for you and is outside right now. Jiang Lu of the Yinyang Valley? Yu Zhentian didn't recognize this name. The city master of Xingluo City hurriedly explained. Family head, Jiang Lu is a set candidate of the selection trial, but a few days ago, he got into an argument with someone on the streets and his eyes were destroyed. Right now, he is still recovering. Yu Zhentian's expression did not waver. Who is it that dared attack someone from the Yinyang family? It appears that it was someone Jiang Lu was familiar with. Enough, let him in, let's see what he has to say. After a while, the housecarl escorted the man inside. Jiang Lu's state was much better now, but because his eyes were too frightening, so he was wearing an elegant mask that covered half his face. It was much better than if he didn't wear it. Jiang Lu calmly walked up to Yu Zhentian and spoke only after kneeling. Jiang Lu pays respects to the family head. However, the difference in their power was still significant and Jiang Lu began to tremble under Yu Zhentian's gaze. There was a small pause before the other spoke up. Jiang Lu, HM? I hear that you have something to tell me. What is it? Jiang Lu calmly said. Family head, this is something that concerns those two people. It's very important information, so the fewer people know, the better. Yu Zhentian scrutinized the other for a few seconds. Jiang Lu, to him, was someone not even worth mentioning and wouldn't dare lie. So he had everyone else, including the city master of Xingluo City, leave and wait for them. In the end, all that was left in the hall was him, his wife and Jiang Lu. Jiang Lu swallowed thickly, saying weakly, reporting. Family head, what Jiang Lu wants to say has something to do with XiaoMo. I believe that the people who sneaked into the city master's estate was XiaoMo and Ling Xiao. Yu Zhentian's gaze sharpened. Why do you believe so? Jiang Lu could feel the intensity of the old family head's presence. It was almost like a mountain was pressing down on his shoulders. He didn't dare draw this out further, immediately explaining all his analysis. The more he said, the more convinced Yu Zhentian was. After coming to Tongtian continent, Jiang Lu might have stayed primarily within the Yinyang Valley, but he didn't let that limit his sights. He knew what had been happening across the Tongtian continent. In addition, he was the most familiar with XiaoMo, so he could guess from what little leads there were. Yu Zhentian stood, looking down at him. What he said is true. Jiang Lu lowered himself. I can't be 100% certain, but the probability is high. Then, Yu Zhentian dismissed Jiang Lu, telling him that if his guess was correct, then he'd be greatly rewarded. Jiang Lu left, suppressing the excitement in his heart. With such a promise from the old family head, the flaws his body had could definitely be patched up. However, one thing he didn't realize was that while the problems with his soul could be solved, his eyes would never be restored, unless he was reincarnated. Though Ling Xiao had agreed to let Hua Gu and company follow them, he didn't mean for them to travel together, but for the three to go to the evil cult. The evil cult's name was the Evil Cult, the group that his father had left to him. XiaoMo really wanted to diss this name. The evil cult, didn't they know that evil never wins against good? If they were ever defeated in the future, it was all the fault of this name. After Hua Gu and company left, the two of them didn't immediately return to Zhongtian. Ling Xiao took XiaoMo to a forest with no hints of human life. The place was crawling with high-level demon beasts, and the enraged roaring of demon beasts could occasionally be heard. After searching for almost 15 minutes, they landed on a sharp peak. They were surrounded by a dense canopy and undergrowth of greenery, so even if someone flew overhead, they probably wouldn't see them. After confirming that there was no one around, Ling Xiao set XiaoMo down. Weren't we going to go back? What are we doing here? XiaoMo asked, unable to hold his curiosity at bay any longer. He looked down the steep sloping sides of the mountain. They were at a terrifying height. Ling Xiao took out the dragon's blood. XiaoMo peeked over. Is there something wrong with this? Ling Xiao stroked his chin. I feel that this is a little weird. It's almost like. Almost like what? Almost like it's trying to lure me in. Lure how? XiaoMo was confused. A drop of blood purposefully luring someone? Bullshit, it wasn't like Ling Xiao was a vampire. Ling Xiao calmly said, like you lying naked in front of me. XiaoMo. Darling, where has your integrity gone? Let me go and pick it up for you. Though this was strange, it really was luring him in. As Ling Xiao opened the lid, the feeling he had been getting intensified. If it wasn't for the fact that he had honed his discipline and self-control, then probably would have caved already. Ling Xiao poured the dragon's blood onto his palm. The crimson liquid rolled around on his palm as if it had a life of its own. Before Ling Xiao could even move, the blood suddenly sunk into his palm and disappeared. XiaoMo was startled and grabbed his hand. How come it vanished? When he raised his head, he saw that Ling Xiao's face had returned to its true form and a flush had spread across the other's cheeks, expression twisting a little. He hurriedly pushed XiaoMo aside, crossing his legs as he sat down. He closed his eyes, not saying a word. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 500. Chapter 500, Unreliable. Unreliable like crystal, straight face. Translated by, Procrastinator, Crystal of Exiled Rebel Scanlations. A steep mountain, a dense forest, and within this vast and extensive mountain range, was numerous hibernating demon beasts. Although it was fewer than the hometown of Beast in Xijing, it was nothing to scoff at. Due to the extensive nature of the mountains, there wasn't much competition between demon beasts over territory, thus over the years, it had been peaceful. However, for demon beasts level 10 and above, they would all take a mountain peak for themselves as their foothold, leaving behind their markings. With that, other beasts passing by would know it had already been claimed. XiaoMo didn't realize that this was a claimed mountain peak. Once Ling Xiao in his meditation mode, he stayed beside him till a sharp bird chirp appeared somewhere in the sky. With the sound getting closer, XiaoMo looked up to see a tiny black dot getting bigger and bigger in front of him. Until it became much closer, to the point of seeing its feathers, did XiaoMo realize it was an outrageously huge giant rock. XiaoMo remembered a passage from Zhuangzi's Free and Easy Wandering. In the Northern Ocean there is a fish and his name is koan. The koan is so huge I don't know how many thousand meters he measures. He changes and becomes a bird whose name is Pang. The back of the Pang measures I don't know how many thousand li across, and, when he rises up and flies off, his wings are like clouds all over the sky. When the sea begins to move, this bird sets off for the southern darkness, which is the lake of heaven. T/N, this bit was translated by Burton Watson. 1 li equals half a kilometer. Although this bird did not span km in length, it was much bigger than the biggest bird of pride he has seen, tens of times even. It was as if the sky had been covered by a huge shadow, seen through the naked eye. It was astonishing. Giant rock was considered the fastest of its species, however its size was enormous, thus even though it looked close, it was actually still quite far away. XiaoMo was extremely startled. The giant rock was stronger in level than he was. If it wasn't after them then it was good, but if it really was targeting them, he couldn't win. However, to prepare for the worst, they should take precautions as well. XiaoMo let out the metal-swallowing beast as well as the golden-winged insects. They were of decent fighting strength, especially Ping Pong. He still remembered Xiao Pong's one bite which had drastically changed the city master's expression. The giant rock was level 11, just a little higher than the city master of Xingluo City, so there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Xiao Pong, remember, if the giant rock's target is us, then don't hesitate and try to suck its blood. XiaoMo said as he kept a lookout for the bird that was flying towards them. It had only been a few minutes before its massive body started to appear bit by bit in his vision, as if he could touch it. Ga. The metal-swallowing beast jumped out and spoke a sentence in demon beast language to XiaoMo. XiaoMo pushed it towards Ling Xiao. You go protect Ling Xiao. If he has any problems, I'm holding you accountable. The metal-swallowing beast, can I get a different mission? As if he could hear its thoughts, XiaoMo shouted, you can't. Just as he finished, the giant rock suddenly let out a cry, as if in warning, before swirling down from above and with open wings, shoot towards their mountaintop. If at this point XiaoMo still couldn't tell that it was aiming towards them, then he was going to pluck his eyeballs out. XiaoMo quickly blocked in front of Ling Xiao, hands placed above his chest, and started to form a sequence of complicated hand seals. The hand gestures had a choppy feel to them, but the surrounding spiritual energy was sent into violent turmoil, closing in with XiaoMo as the center. A seal of a different color than usual started to spin within his palms. It had a red shine. His soul power was surrounding the earth seal and shaping it like a wooden block. The surrounding spiritual energy flowed into the red seal frantically, compressing each other, exploding into a loud energy. As the giant rock got in front of him, XiaoMo's earth seal was also completed, almost at the same moment. Within the Sumeru seals, the earth seal was twice as complicated as the golden and black seals. The power was, however, exponentially stronger. When he had first encountered Jian Lu in the hotel, XiaoMo had thought of using the earth seal against Tang He. However, he was so afraid of getting into trouble that he had to give up. XiaoMo held the seal with one hand, and as he locked onto the giant rock, he lightly sent the seal over. With the flow of the earth seal, the surrounding spiritual energy in its path also seemed to be influenced and started to slightly distort. This tiny seal seemed to have caught the attention of the giant rock. His massive eyes suspected something. Its dark gray eyes stared unwaveringly at the earth seal. However, its descending motion did not slow in the slightest. Although XiaoMo had confidence in his earth seal, the movement of the giant rock reduced it to 10%. What's with that reckless behavior? When the seal met the beak of the rock, a huge sound exploded in the air, creating a crackling sound as if thunder, and when the smoke dissipated, XiaoMo locked eyes with the emotionless ones of the rock. Nothing happened to the shiny, sharp beak. XiaoMo took a breath in. No wonder it became the giant rock of the legends. Of course it had something up its sleeves. With a few seconds of stare down, the giant rock suddenly moved, flapping its wings, creating a tornado. The wind howled and even the giant trees in the ground were broken in half. It wasn't easy for XiaoMo to gain his composure back. Xiaoping and Xiaopong, who lied in ambush, chirped in panic as they were caught up in the wind. Desperately they flapped their tiny wings towards their stupid owner, but tiny wings against giant wings, there was no question to who won. XiaoMo looked at the, only 1 meter apart from him, Xiaoping and Xiaopong, who were slowly getting further away with an undefeated expression, and his mouth finally started to twitch. Until he couldn't watch it anymore did he reach out and pull them close. The two quickly hid inside his shirt. They flapped their wings at too high a frequency. They had never exercised this much since birth. Now they were complete mush. All the giant rock did was flap its wings a few times and their whole team was almost wiped out. XiaoMo back to where Ling Xiao was, and the metal-swallowing beast was no longer there. Looking around, he finally found a gold head shrunk behind Ling Xiao. Was there anyone reliable here? Ultimately the giant rock stopped flapping its wings to create a storm and everything quieted down. Its two dark gray eyes, however, stared directly at Ling Xiao, with an unmistakable gluttony, as if looking at something tasty. XiaoMo thought he was seeing things. Could it be that the giant rock ate humans? Even then, the giant rock didn't dare charging over. Its eyes still had a bit of fear in them. After staying put and being restless, it hesitated a bit before finally flying a little closer. XiaoMo hurriedly blocked in front of Ling Xiao. A flash of anger appeared in the giant rock's eyes. How dare such a tiny human block in front of him? He was asking for it. With that, it opened its sharp beak and from its throat came a strong sound wave. XiaoMo almost bled to death but quickly used his soul power to cover his ears, finally calming things down a bit. He looked back at Ling Xiao. There was no way he was going to let it touch him. Xiaoping, Xiaopeng, we are regrouping. I'm going to create an opening for you, you guys go and bite him. XiaoMo said as he took out the 2 golden winged insects from his clothes. The golden winged insects made a noise. You have no choice. XiaoMo then threw them out. The 2 regained their balance in mid-air. There was no point in protesting now. All they could do was to proceed with the plan. Good thing was that their bodies were small, so the giant rock paid them no mind. They didn't even need XiaoMo to give them an opening. The 2 easily flew over, but unlike the city master of Xingluo City, the giant rock was covered in a thick layer of fur. They couldn't bite through it, thus they could only attack the face. Xiaoping decided to go for the eyes, whereas Xiaopeng went for the face. Their wishful thinking was well thought out, but before they had a chance, the giant rock got impatient and with a flap of his wings, the 2 bounced back to XiaoMo. Dead before the fight even began. XiaoMo stopped counting on them. The giant rock also lost its patience. Raising its head, it let out a battle cry. With sky-high menace, it finally decided to attack. Before his cry stopped, it charged straight down. XiaoMo's face paled. Gritting his teeth, he went all out and a boundless source of soul power erupted from between his brows. It didn't stop, as if endless, and the sky full of soul power, under his control, slowly morphed into a huge wall. Just as the giant rock's beak was going to hit the wall, a vast sound exploded from behind XiaoMo, forming into a huge light pillar shooting straight to the sky. As if it connected the heavens and earth, a strong pressure spread from the pillar, accompanied by a dragon's roar. XiaoMo turned his head in astonishment, to discover that the pillar had erupted from Ling Xiao. His beating red face had returned to normal, and above his head even circled a tiny golden dragon. It had a comfortably lazy expression. As it slowly opened its eyes, it was a blood-burning red. Somewhere in between, the giant rock had stopped its attack, and from its beast form, appeared a human-like expression of shock. Reminder of Tong Tian map. Beidong, northern movement, of the north, uncivilized area. This is where Momo first landed. Xijing, western border, of the west, home of demon beast, almost the top dog beast clans are here. Zhongtian, central of Tong Tian, of the center, the territory of Tong Tian Palace. Almost every guild's located here. Delu, southern continent, of the south, the territory of Vermilion Blood Clan and their joint forces. San Alliance is also here. Dongzhou, eastern continent, of the east, the ancient and historical site of Tongtian. All the ancient tribes and ancient beasts located here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.